Welcome back to Ronin Recap. Now on to the next chapter.
Everyone present was a mathematician, and they knew very well that mathematics could not be achieved overnight. It required years of hard study. To solve Joe's conjecture, a problem that had troubled the world for more than a decade, one had to accumulate deep mathematical knowledge. This was obviously not something a young man in his 20s could do. A brat like him actually solved Joe's conjecture, asked Yamamoto Jiro with a sneer. I'm afraid this was purposefully organized by Wa Nation. The crowd frowned at his words. They all traveled thousands of miles just to listen to this report. If it was just a farce in the end, it would not be worth it. Jeffrey also sighed and said, let's hear it first. Clearly, Jeffrey did not think Lin Fan would be successful. Lin Fan was just too young. Even the PhD students under him were much older than Lin Fan. At the edge of the auditorium, Ni Zhenjiang of Watching University stared at Lin Fan and said, I'd like to see how you're going to answer Joe's conjecture. Ni Zhenjiang had made a lot of preparations for this year's mathematical modeling competition. He thought the higher education cup would be his, but it was suddenly snatched away by Lin Fan, who did not even participate in the oral defense. From Ni Zhenjiang's point of view, the reason why the judges gave Lin Fan the higher education cup was that there were rumors that he had solved Joe's conjecture. Ni Zhenjiang had always been brooding over this. Therefore, he specially came to Zhongbei from Jingbei yesterday afternoon. His goal was to personally see if Lin Fan had solved Joe's conjecture. If he had not, then regarding the National Mathematical Modeling Competition, perhaps he would have to ask for an explanation. In the middle of the hall, Hu Tian closed her notebook and her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan. She muttered in her heart, Lin Fan, how are you going to explain it? At that moment, Lin Fan, who was standing on the stage, finally opened his mouth and said, hello everyone. My name is Lin Fan. Next, I'll explain Joe's conjecture in detail. Then, Lin Fan did not say anything more. He went to the electronic board and began to write down the detailed solution to Joe's conjecture. This was a major feature of mathematics reports. Even though some of them did not understand the same language and words, the numbers and symbols were universal. Pi m peak 22n caret pi m peak 22n1 equals 2n caret 1, a. Pi m peak 22n equals 2n plus 1 caret n1. At the start, the mathematicians were still suspicious of Lin Fan and looked down on him. However, as he wrote down the calculations step by step, everyone quickly put away their contempt and became serious. The group of mathematicians, from time to time, took out sheets of paper and pens to calculate. They would occasionally show a look of realization and even nod. After writing down hundreds of detailed calculations, Lin Fan finally came up with the final answer. Therefore, when 2 caret n less than p less than 2 caret n plus 1 mp has 2 caret n plus 1 minus 1 as a prime number. Joe's conjecture was finally proven. Under normal circumstances, a report would have ended here. However, Lin Fan did not stop. On the contrary, his writing speed increased. 6nm plus mn minus 1 equals 6n plus 1 6m1. X equals 6nm plus mn. 6x minus 1 equals q. All the mathematicians present were prepared to clap and cheer. However, after seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Why isn't Lin Fan coming down yet? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. He's solving the twin prime number conjecture. This. Hu Chuan's eyes widened. Professor Barnden's cloudy eyes brightened slightly, and his expression became more focused. He's solving the twin prime number conjecture on the spot. Lancelot was surprised. Professor Edison and the others must be regretting not coming to Wa Nation, Jeffrey said with a smile. Do you think he can successfully answer it? Lancelot asked. Who knows? No one can guarantee that anyone can solve this difficult problem. However, we can still look forward to it, Jeffrey said. That's right. Lancelot nodded. Beside him, Yamamoto Jiro also could not help but sigh. Not bad for a Wa Nation citizen. Japan was a country that worshipped the brave and the strong. Now, Lin Fan had written down the detailed process of Joe's conjecture. After that, he was challenging another world-class problem. Without a doubt, he belonged to the strong. He was a powerhouse of the mathematics world. At the edge of the auditorium. When Ni Zhenjiang saw the detailed process of Zhou's conjecture written by Lin Fan, he was completely convinced. It was normal for the mathematical modeling competition to award him the higher education cup. After all, he was someone who solved Zhou's conjecture. When Ni Zhenjiang saw Lin Fan continue to write down the equations, his eyes immediately widened. In the middle of the auditorium. Hu Tian's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Fan the entire time. In her eyes, Lin Fan was not even writing down the detailed process of Zhou's conjecture. He was just playing a beautiful piece of music on the spot. It was pleasant and charming. After he solved Zhou's conjecture, Lin Fan did not stop and started to solve the twin prime number conjecture. It was as if he was creating a shocking piece of music on the spot. Hu Tian's heart began to beat faster and faster as he calculated. Time flowed like water. Find updated novels on Note V. Elbant Company per meter. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. It was already 3 in the afternoon. The group of mathematicians had been sitting in the auditorium since the morning. Even though their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger, no one left to eat. Not to mention eating, they even rarely made visits to the washroom. They were afraid that they would miss a great moment if they left. Lin Fan did not care so much. He was still writing down calculations on the stage. In fact, at the start, Lin Fan only wanted to write down the process of solving Zhou's conjecture. However, as he wrote, he was completely focused, and his body could not help but write out the formula for the twin prime number conjecture. After another half an hour, Lin Fan's writing suddenly slowed down. Seeing this, the mathematicians sitting in the audience could not help but discuss in low voices. He can't do it. As expected, it's very difficult. You can't blame him for this. Lin Fan, who was standing on the stage, was indeed in a difficult situation. In Lin Fan's mind, what he was writing was not a formula. Instead, it was a path that led to the most beautiful scenery. However, this path was extremely rugged. At this moment, a huge rock was blocking the middle of the road. If he wanted to see the beautiful scenery in front of him, he had to move the stone. Now, he had already walked more than half of the way, and the beautiful scenery was right in front of him. Lin Fan did not want to give up. He had to think of every possible way to continue moving forward. Do you want to use the skill doubling card on academician level mathematics experience? The doubling time is 1 hour. Yes. Lin Fan reacted instinctively. At the same time, a crisp notification rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Absolute focus activated. You've received a flash of inspiration. Just when everyone thought that it was over. Suddenly, Lin Fan's fingers started flying as he quickly wrote on the electronic board. In the hall, some people were already preparing to leave. At this moment, it was as if a spell had been cast on them, and they were instantly rooted to the ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen without blinking. Perhaps we can really witness a great moment today, Jeffrey said. The people around them nodded. Clearly, they all agreed with this point of view. Hu Chuan's breathing became heavy as he looked at the complex calculations that kept appearing on the display screen. His eyes were a little red. If Lin Fan could really solve the twin prime number conjecture, it would once again promote the progress of the entire mathematics world. However, this was not only for Hua Nation but also for Zhongbei University. It would be a great honor. It was because the person who solved the twin prime number conjecture was Lin Fan. Moreover, he solved it in front of all the mathematicians at Zhongbei University. Hu Chuan clenched his fists tightly, repeating in his heart, he has to succeed, he has to. At the edge of the auditorium, Lin Fan had written Zhou's conjecture in great detail. Therefore, Ni Zhenjiang could barely understand it. However, the formula for the twin prime number conjecture was not so detailed. Not long after, Ni Zhenjiang could not keep up with Lin Fan's explanation. In fact, he even felt dizzy from watching. Now, Lin Fan had increased his speed. Ni Zhenjiang could not help but give up watching. He muttered in his heart, Lin Fan, just how far have you gone in your mathematics research? In the middle of the auditorium, Hu Tian's beautiful eyes had been fixated on Lin Fan from the very beginning. In her eyes, it was as if Lin Fan was standing on a high platform, using his finger as a brush and the sky as his canvas. He waved his finger continuously and quickly drew out a huge, colorful painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the picture suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light and transformed into a beautiful real world. Hu Tian's heart was beating wildly. At that moment, Lin Fan wrote down the last equation on the electronic board. Geoffrey, Lancelot, and a few other mathematicians were the first to applaud. Following that, the surrounding people also started clapping. Gradually, the entire auditorium was filled with thunderous applause. Everyone's face was filled with unconcealable excitement. It was because they had just witnessed a great moment. The problem that could not be solved for a century, the twin prime number conjecture, was solved. Lin Fan's face was filled with a strange look. That was because a crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Charming aura. You've triggered an unforgettable memory. Unforgettable memory. He seemed to have solved the twin prime number conjecture. Why did it trigger unforgettable memory? Who was it? While Lin Fan was still confused, a clear voice rang out in his mind. Ding! You've completed the hidden mission, host a shocking report. You've received 5 silver packets. Lin Fan's lips curled up. 5 silver packets. It could also be considered that this report was not done in vain. The applause lasted for a long time before it slowly ended. The University of Zhongbei had already prepared a luncheon. However, the report did not stop at noon. At this moment, the luncheon could finally proceed. Not long after, the audience was invited to the banquet hall of Zhongbei University. The place was covered with red carpets and flowers. Many exquisite dishes and wine were on display for everyone to enjoy. Geoffrey and the others ate some food, then took their high-class wine glasses and came to Lin Fan's side. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lin. My name is Geoffrey. Geoffrey spoke in English. Lin Fan replied, hello. Geoffrey had been to Hua Nation before, so he could understand what Lin Fan was saying. However, Lancelot, Barndon, and the others beside him were confused. It was to the extent that they did not manage to introduce themselves immediately. Geoffrey continued to speak in English and sighed. It's hard to imagine that you could solve Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture at such a young age. Lin Fan just nodded his head and continued eating. For one, he was indeed a little hungry and did not want to talk much. Secondly, he did not understand what Geoffrey was saying at all. After all, Lin Fan's English was only at the high school level. Geoffrey, Lancelot, Barndon, and the others said a few more words, but Lin Fan did not reply at all. It was a little awkward. At this moment, Hu Chuan walked over and explained in English, I'm sorry, professors. Lin Fan is not good at English. Geoffrey, Lancelot, Barndon, and the others had no choice but to leave. In their eyes, Lin Fan was an absolute math genius and they should seize the opportunity to communicate with him. However, there was a language barrier, and they could not communicate at all. Lin Fan had just eaten his fill, and he found a chance to slip away. Honestly, too many people came to chat with him, and he felt a little tired. Lin Fan did not know that not long after he left, a large group of reporters rushed in with cameras and microphones. After they found out that Lin Fan was not at the scene, they could only take a step back and target the dean of the School of Mathematics, Hu Chuan. Follow new stories at notevelb.com. Dean Hu, did your student, Lin Fan, really solve Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture in today's report? Director Hu, may I ask how old Lin Fan is? Excuse me, is Lin Fan the person who won the higher education cup? Hu Chuan appeared very calm in the face of the reporter's questions. He smiled. Lin Fan is an outstanding student from our school. He did solve Zhou's conjecture. This has already been verified by the World Mathematics Organization. In today's report, the twin prime conjecture was solved. Of course, whether it's correct or not, it still needs to be checked in detail. At this moment, Lin Fan was walking leisurely on a shady path. When they reached a crossroad, Hu Tian happened to walk over. Today, Hu Tian was wearing a V-shaped shirt and a high-waisted skirt, showing off her perfect figure. She gave off an elegant and noble feeling. This was Lin Fan's first time seeing Hu Tian since he participated in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Maybe it was because he had not seen her for a long time, but Lin Fan felt that she was getting more and more beautiful and charming. However, Lin Fan did not notice that Hu Tian was looking at him with a different look. After a long time, Hu Tian finally spoke first. Lin Fan, you're the main character of today's banquet. Why are you out so early? There'll probably be a press conference interviewing you later. Read the latest stories on novel.com. Then it's a good thing I came out early, Lin Fan said. In the banquet hall, he was already getting a headache from all the questions from the mathematicians. If another group of reporters came, just thinking about it gave him a headache. Furthermore, Lin Fan had always liked to keep a low profile. Otherwise, Lin Fan would not have rejected the talent scout when he was eating with Hu Tian. Hu Tian smiled and said, "It seems you're really not someone who wants to be famous. It's good to be ordinary," Lin Fan said. The two of them chatted as they walked, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. As she was too engrossed in their conversation, Hu Tian did not notice the steps in front of her and accidentally tripped. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick. He hurriedly reached out to hold Hu Tian's slender waist. The two of them looked at each other. Time. It was as if the pause button had been pressed at this moment. Then, as if attracted by something, Hu Tian gently nodded and took the initiative to move closer. Oh, epsilon. 3 epsilon. ... Today, Lin Fan arrived at Hu Tian's house. It was warm and simple. Perhaps it was because it was his first time here. Hu Tian and Lin Fan went to the balcony and the sofa. ... He had no sleep tonight. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Lin Fan looked at Hu Tian, who was lying on the bed like a little kitten. A faint smile appeared on his face. Then, he could not help but use the eyes of truth to observe her. Face value, 98. Favorability, 95. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately understood. Yesterday, the person who triggered charming aura was actually teacher Tiantian. No wonder she was so proactive earlier. At this moment, a small sparrow outside the window let out a melodious cry. Hu Tian finally opened her eyes slowly. "You're awake." Lin Fan smiled. "Yes, I am," Hu Tian said. "Just in time. I cooked some noodles. Let's get up and eat," Lin Fan said. Hu Tian nodded. After washing up, the two of them went to the dining room. "You must be wondering why I've been avoiding you on purpose the past few days, right?" Hu Tian asked while eating her noodles. Lin Fan did have some feelings about this. Take the mathematical modeling competition as an example. Hu Tian was an expert in the mathematical modeling competition, but she specifically asked Zhang Yang to help her train. After that, Lin Fan never saw Hu Tian again. It was a little weird. Lin Fan nodded. "Actually, it's because I have a girlfriend," Hu Tian said. "A girlfriend?" Lin Fan was obviously stunned. "Do you mind?" Hu Tian asked cautiously. Lin Fan shook his head. Seeing this, Hu Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Both of us don't want to get married. At first, I thought it would be good to continue like this, but I met you. That day, after I had dinner with you at Zhongsheng Building, my feelings were at their strongest. I also met her on the same day. That made me waver, so I chose to avoid you. Because, in my opinion, if we don't see each other, I'll slowly forget about my feelings for you." Lin Fan blinked his eyes and asked, "Then why did you come looking for me?" "Because I couldn't control my emotions anymore." Hu Tian laughed. "Also, I realized, you already have a few girlfriends. I can continue being an unmarried person. I've just changed my partner." Lin Fan could not help but smile and rub his nose. After leaving Hu Tian's house, Lin Fan went straight into the Pagani Huayra. At this moment, his phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. The red packets were here. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 5 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan. ... Lin Fan earned a total of 34,511 yuan. Why have I only been receiving cash for the past few days? Lin Fan asked helplessly. Then, he turned his attention to the system. Do you want to open the 5 silver packets? I won't get anything good from the normal red packet. Let's take a look at the silver packets, Lin Fan said. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 700,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 800,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a 10x spending return card. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained expert level T ceremony skills. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 500,000 yuan. From the 5 silver packets, Lin Fan received a total of 2 million yuan and a 10x spending return card. Lin Fan was not too bothered by all this. He immediately turned his attention to the expert-level tea ceremony skills. Expert-level tea ceremony skills. Your every action when brewing and tasting tea is accurate and elegant, producing unlimited charm. Seeing this, Lin Fan pursed his lips and said helplessly, "It really is a tea drinking skill." Then, he prepared to start the engine of the Pagani Huayra. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Hu Chuan. Lin Fan picked up the call. "Lin Fan, are you free later?" Hu Chuan asked. There was an unconcealable joy in his tone. It was obvious that Hu Chuan was in a good mood. This was normal. After all, Hu Chuan was the dean of the mathematics department at Zhongbei University. Someone from the School of Mathematics solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. This would be of great benefit to him, the dean. "What's the matter?" Lin Fan asked. "There'll be someone from the TV station who wants to do an interview with you later." However, before Hu Chuan could finish, Lin Fan interrupted, "I'm not interested in going for interviews. If you can, help me decline it." Many people liked to appear on television because it was easier to make money when they were famous. The second reason was that no matter where they went, they could call for a crowd. However, Lin Fan did not want that. Earn money. Lin Fan had more than enough money to spend. Be followed by a group of people everywhere he went. That was even more of a reason for Lin Fan to dislike interviews. Now, he just wanted to enjoy life in peace. There was no sound from the phone for a while. It was obvious that Lin Fan's answer had completely exceeded Hu Chuan's expectations. That was an interview with a television station. Countless people would be proud to appear on television. Lin Fan rejected it. After a long while, Hu Chuan said, Oh, okay." Hu Chuan did not try to persuade Lin Fan. Although he had not spent much time interacting with Lin Fan, he also understood that Lin Fan was someone who had his own thoughts and did not like to be restricted. What if Lin Fan got annoyed with him and even left Zhongbei University because of it? That would really be a loss that outweighed the gain. Hu Chuan thought for a while and said, "The People's Daily. They might also report about you. There's no need for an interview, right?" Lin Fan asked. No need, Hu Chuan hurriedly said. "That's good." Lin Fan nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "All right," he said. Hu Chuan continued, "If you don't like to be interviewed, I'll try my best not to let the news media disturb you in the future." "Then I'll have to trouble you," Lin Fan said. After that, he hung up the phone. When Lin Fan entered the classroom, many students' gazes were focused on him. Lin Fan did not mind it too much and sat down. Zhe latest novel chapters on November ELBJNC Ohm. Zheng Jinbao could not help but ask, "Brother Lin Fan, I heard that, not only did you solve Zhou's conjecture yesterday, but you also solved the twin prime number conjecture. Yesterday's report was very high profile. Even ordinary teachers were unable to participate, let alone ordinary students." Zheng Jinbao and the others did not go either. However, they had obviously heard some rumors. "Yes," Lin Fan replied. His tone was so relaxed as if he had just done a very ordinary and small thing. However, to everyone's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if they were looking at a god, the god of learning. "Brother Lin Fan, I'll kneel down to you." Zheng Jinbo, Song Yi, and Ma Zhang all shouted in unison. In fact, they were not the only ones who wanted to kneel. All the students in the class wanted to kneel to him. That was Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. The average person would not be able to understand it even if they read it, let alone answer it. Lin Fan could not help but laugh. Then, Zheng Jinbao quickly took out a small notebook and said, "Brother Lin Fan, can I get an autograph? Please give me your autograph." Lin Fan took a pen and signed his name. Song Yi, Ma Zhang, and even all the students in the class followed suit, holding books and asking for autographs. One must know that Lin Fan had solved 2 previously unsolved math questions. His autograph would definitely be extremely hard to come by in the future. Suddenly, the entire classroom was a mess. Ding, ding. After the ear-piercing school bell rang, the class slowly returned to normal. It was the old professor's class again. His way of teaching was always slow, like a lullaby. Very quickly, Lin Fan was sent to sleep. The old professor was very casual in class and rarely cared about class discipline. However, he had taken note of the students' performance and remembered it in his heart. The students who often slept in class and played with their mobile phones had long been listed in the old professor's small notebook. He would settle the score with them during the final exams. Lin Fan, who slept every day, was given a death sentence by the old professor. The old professor had already made up his mind that he would directly fail Lin Fan at the end of the term. However, the old professor was looking at Lin Fan with admiration at this moment. He thought, he must have been working till late at night to solve Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. Thinking of this, the old professor slowly walked down from the podium, took off his coat, and put it on Lin Fan. This kind of person who worked so hard for mathematics must not be left to freeze in the cold. At this moment, Ni Zhenjiang had already returned to watching university. Ni Zhenjiang was indeed a top student. He did not waste any time. After he got off the plane, he did not even return to his dormitory. Instead, he went straight to the laboratory and studied and researched seriously. Add a decimal point to the back of the value. Re-verify. Calculate the trajectory. Sonorous and powerful voices reverberated in the laboratory. Ni Zhenjiang was full of energy and fighting spirit. At this moment, a round-faced man swiped his phone as he slowly walked in. The next moment, the round-faced man said in surprise, "FCK. Zhenjiang, Jingbei is using the sewer design from the mathematical modeling competition you participated in. This is too awesome." When Ni Zhenjiang heard this, he put down what he was doing and asked curiously, "Which design?" He took the round-faced man's phone and quickly looked through it. When he finished looking at the design, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was perfect. In the mathematical modeling competition, Ni Zhenjiang chose to design a house. This did not mean that he did not know how to design sewers. However, even if he had chosen to design the sewerage system, he would not have been able to come up with such a perfect design. This was a design that far exceeded his own. In fact, Ni Zhenjiang felt that even his mentor would not be able to design a sewerage system like this. Finally, Ni Zhenjiang's eyes slowly fell on the designer in the bottom corner. Lin Fan, Xia Bing, and Xia Shui. Ni Zhenjiang was stunned. It was them. At this moment, Ni Zhenjiang finally understood that the judges of the mathematical modeling competition did not make their choice because Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture. The higher education cup was awarded to him for the rightful reason. It was because Lin Fan's mathematical modeling did have the qualifications. "Lin Fan, just how strong are you?" Ni Zhenjiang mumbled. Lin Fan naturally did not know what Ni Zhenjiang was thinking. He slept more comfortably than usual. After school, Lin Fan greeted Zheng Jinbao and the rest, then headed straight to Yike City. As usual, Lin Fan opened the door of room 2501. At this moment, 2 fireworks exploded above Lin Fan's head. The bright red ribbons floated down like snowflakes. Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling shouted in unison, "Congratulations on solving Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture." Obviously, they had already seen the news report. At this moment, Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling were looking at Lin Fan with a look of adoration. In their hearts, winning the higher education cup made Lin Fan a godlike figure. Not only did Lin Fan win the higher education cup, but he also solved 2 unsolved math problems in the world. Was he still a top student? He was more like the emperor of all students. This was simply, he was an existence that they could not imagine. It was nighttime. Yike City, room 2501. The place shook for the whole night. Lin Fan did not sleep the entire night. If Washington Palace was the most expensive building in the school district in Zhongbei, the Heaven and Earth Imperial Garden was the most expensive residential building in Zhongbei city center. Not only was the location of Heaven and Earth Imperial Garden excellent, but there were also many office buildings and subway stations outside. The environment of the community was also very good. The overall European garden landscape was magnificent and gorgeous. It looked just like a park. It was rare to see such a place in the center of Zhongbei City. At that moment, Hu Tian was driving her Mini Cooper into Heaven and Earth Imperial Garden with great familiarity. With a pleasant sound, the door to the unit on the 23rd floor slowly opened. A beautiful woman in a long black dress walked out. She had fair skin and an excellent figure. When she saw that the person was Hu Tian, a smile appeared on her pretty face. She quickly welcomed Hu Tian in. After the door was closed, the beauty immediately opened her arms and threw herself into Hu Tian's embrace. She said happily, "Tiantian, I've been waiting for you for a long time." However, the beauty soon noticed the abnormality. "Tiantian, something seems off about you today. Did something happen?" Hu Tian hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I have something to tell you. I've found a man I like." Silence. The entire house suddenly fell into silence. Ellipsis. In the United States, Poston. Before he arrived, laughter could be heard. "Professor Edison, it's a pity that you didn't go to Zhongbei, Hua Nation." Jeffrey laughed. Edison put down the book in his hand and asked, "Jeffrey, did that Hua Nation man really solve the twin prime number conjecture?" Exclamation mark. Jeffrey told Edison the good news on the phone before he boarded the plane. Due to time constraints, Jeffrey only gave a brief explanation, and Edison did not know the details. Even so, it still made Edison extremely excited. Jeffrey sighed in admiration. He did more than just that. He even answered it at the venue of the report. "You know what, Mr. Lin Fan is only in his 20s. Heavens. I thought he was the god of mathematics." Jeffrey's tone became high. Jeffrey could not help but feel excited whenever he thought of that scene. Edison's old face also revealed a look of fascination. "If I had known earlier, I would have put down everything on hand and made a trip to Hua Nation." He sighed. After a pause, he asked again, "By the way, why didn't you stay in Hua Nation longer? You could have discussed more with Mr. Lin Fan. He was a mathematician who solved both Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture at the same time. No one could imagine how advanced he was in mathematics. It was definitely a good thing to discuss mathematics with someone like him." Jeffrey said helplessly, "I also wanted to, but he can't speak English, and I can't speak his language." Edison nodded in understanding. A language barrier was indeed a very troublesome matter. Read latest chapters at note VEL-BIN-CO per meter only. "That's why I'm planning to start learning the language," Jeffrey said. "The next time I see Lin Fan, I'll be able to communicate and discuss with him." "Professor Edison, do you want to join us?" Edison opened his mouth. Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, "I think I'll pass. Chinese is one of the most difficult languages to master in the world. I'm getting old. I'm afraid I don't have the energy to master it now. Lin Fan is still young. Who knows? He might be able to master English soon." Ellipsis. The next day, when a warm ray of sunlight shone on the balcony, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He casually glanced at his phone and saw a text message appear on the screen. "Notice from Merchant Bank. 1,410,000 yuan was deposited into your account at 12 a.m. Then, Lin Fan slowly got up and walked out. At this time, the dining table was already filled with fragrant noodles, eggs, milk, egg pancakes, and other food. Chu Ziqin, who was busy in the kitchen, smiled and said, "Honey, you're awake. Hurry up and eat something. Try it and see if it suits your taste." Huang Ling stuck out her head and said. Lin Fan took a bite of the noodles and praised, "Delicious." His praise filled the hearts of Huang Ling and Chu Ziqin with a sweet feeling. After breakfast, "Honey, I heard that there's a large-scale ritual at the Hero Mountain Temple today," Chu Ziqin said. "Shall we go burn some incense and walk around?" When Huang Ling heard this, she could not help but look at Lin Fan with a look of anticipation. Obviously, she wanted to go too. Lin Fan was the same as most people today. He had never believed in any gods or Buddha. However, it was the weekend, and it was a good idea to go out with Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling. "All right, let's go to the temple to burn some incense." He nodded. When Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling heard this, their pretty faces revealed a touch of joy. The Pagani Huayra could only seat 2 people, so they were driving Chu Ziqin's Mini Cooper today. The temple was located in the suburbs of Zhongbei. However, along the way, there were trees and flowers, which were quite pleasing to the eye. As they neared the temple, the number of vehicles around them increased. It even caused a long congestion. Obviously, everyone had come after hearing about it. About an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the parking lot and walked toward the temple. After walking for a while, Hero Mountain appeared in front of Lin Fan and the others. It was said that this place was not called Hero Mountain in the past. It was changed because a hero had sworn to guard this place with his life during the war and protected the villagers. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and looked at the stone tablet. Then, he continued walking forward. At this moment, there were clearly more people around. Some of them had pious expressions on their faces, while others were talking and laughing. All of them headed toward the temple where the faint sound of prayers could be heard. The temple was very grand and imposing. A huge golden Buddha sat in it, and several monks sat below, chanting Buddhist scriptures and knocking on the wooden blocks from time to time, adding a touch of solemnity and mystery to the temple. Many people stood in the distance and bowed 3 times before inserting the tall incense sticks into the huge incense burner. Chu Zichen and Huang Ling also bought incense sticks and came to the incense burner. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly turned around and said in shock, "Sun Luguo. I didn't expect to meet you here." The person who had come was the young master of the Sun family's medical company, Sun Luguo. He lost to Lin Fan in a car race and gave Lin Fan a 100-year-old Ganoderma. I didn't expect it either. Sun Luguo laughed. The dignified and beautiful girl holding Sun Luguo's arm said, "Luguo, this is." "Oh, this is Lin Fan. I told you about him last time. He's really good at Go." Sun Luguo introduced, "Lin Fan, this is my girlfriend, Fan Wenxiang." When Fan Wenxiang heard this, a look of curiosity appeared on her face. From top to bottom, she sized Lin Fan up once more. "So you're Lin Fan. Luguo has mentioned you a lot to me," Fan Wenxiang said with a smile. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Fan." Lin Fan smiled. After a pause, he prepared to introduce Chu Zichen and Huang Ling. However, he did not know how to introduce them. Should he just say that they were his girlfriends? Chu Zichen and Huang Ling seemed to understand Lin Fan's dilemma. Thus, they took the initiative to introduce themselves. "I'm Lin Fan's friend, Huang Ling. I'm Chu Zichen." In the beginning, they were not familiar with each other, so the atmosphere was a little dull. However, after the conversation started, the few of them began to talk and laugh, and the atmosphere became very relaxed and happy. On the side of the temple was a wish corridor, which was filled with wish tablets written by tourists. The few of them also bought wish tablets and wrote down their wishes. Chu Zichen. I hope the people I love and the people who love me will always be safe and healthy. Huang Ling. I hope everyone will be happy and joyful. Lin Fan took the pen and pondered for a while. Then, he wrote down a line of words, "May we live long and share an abundance of joy." His brush moved like dragons and snakes, light and free. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out from the side, "Excellent calligraphy." When Lin Fan heard this, he could not help but look to the side. He saw a white-haired old man over 80 years old looking at him. He was not like an ordinary old man who had a hunched back and looked old. On the contrary, he had a pair of tiger-like eyes, and his back was straight. His whole body was filled with a majestic aura. Lin Fan looked at the wish tablet in the old man's hand that read, "Permanent health." The writing style is continuous, the energy is smooth, and it's strong and powerful. Your face and calligraphy are both very good. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Oh." The old man could not help but size Lin Fan up and praised him. "It's been a long time since I've met a young man who has good calligraphy and knows how to analyze." Not bad. Explore up-to-date stories at novel.com. Lin Fan could feel a sense of familiarity from the old man, like that of a grandfather. Thus, they began to chat. "I don't think you're a local, right? Are you here for a vacation?" Lin Fan asked. The old man looked into the distance and said, "You can consider it a vacation, but I'm a local of Zhongbei." Lin Fan found it a little weird when he heard that. A local, why did he say he was traveling, then? "Your hometown is Zhongbei?" Lin Fan asked. "Yup. I haven't been back for decades, and the changes are too great. Things aren't the same as people." The old man sighed. Sun Luguo and Fan Wenxiang had already hung up their wish tablets. When they heard the sounds, they slowly turned around. At first glance, they saw 4 burly men who exuded an aura of iron and blood. Sun Luguo and Fan Wenxiang were both from large families, so they knew very well that these 4 men were definitely not ordinary people. They could not help but feel a little surprised. Then, They looked at Lin Fan and the old man. When he saw the old man, Sun Luguo's pupils suddenly shrank, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. Sun Luguo graduated from Watching University. A few months ago, when Watching University held its anniversary celebration, the old man's congratulatory video was played at the opening ceremony. He was the pillar of Hua Nation. Now, he actually appeared in front of him. No wonder there were 4 burly men standing around the old man. They should be protecting the old man's safety. Sun Luguo swallowed his saliva, his entire person already at a loss. Chu Zichen, Huang Ling, and the others did not notice the change in Sun Luguo. They lowered their heads and looked at the 10-year-old boy who had been hugging the old man's leg. The boy had delicate features, and he looked like the old man. He was obviously his grandson. Chu Zichen saw that the boy was a little shy, so she bent over and greeted him with a smile, "Hello." The boy scratched his head and twisted his body in a very strange way. Then, he opened his mouth, letting his saliva flow out. He looked very dull and silly. Seeing this, some deep memories surfaced in Chu Zichen's mind. She used to have a younger brother, but he had autism. He was very afraid of strangers, did not communicate with others, and was often dazed. However, Chu Zichen still had a good relationship with her brother. She taught him to sing and draw every day. He was very happy. However, one day, her brother suddenly rushed out of the house. At that moment, a truck passed by. Hence, that was how the tragedy began. Chu Zichen's eyes reddened at the thought. "Old man, what's wrong with our little friend?" Huang Ling could not help asking. "I don't know what happened, but a year ago, he suddenly became like this." The old man sighed. As he spoke, the old man also lowered his head to look at the little boy, his face full of affection. "Didn't you bring him to the hospital?" Huang Ling asked again. "I've been to many hospitals, but I still can't find out the cause," the old man said. Right at this moment, the little boy's body suddenly convulsed violently, and he even spat out a mouthful of white foam. "No." The old man's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Quick, come and see how Howard is doing." The middle-aged man standing behind him hurried forward and called out, "Hurry up and hold his hands and feet. Don't let him move." 2 burly men quickly held down the boy's limbs. How powerful were they? Even a male lion would not be able to move, let alone a little boy. The other 2 burly men looked around vigilantly, preventing any random people from getting close. The middle-aged man quickly took out a tube of medicine from his bag and injected it into the little boy's arm. The effect of the medicine was immediate, and the little boy soon stopped twitching. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was a doctor. Just as the doctor heaved a sigh of relief, the foam at the corner of the little boy's mouth did not decrease. On the contrary, there was even more. Then, the little boy's breathing gradually slowed down, and his heartbeat became weak. The doctor's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He quickly pressed on the little boy's chest, then injected some other drugs. However, they had no effect at all. In fact, the little boy was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The anxious-looking old man asked, "How's Howard?" At this moment, the doctor's forehead was already covered in sweat. "Yu Hao's condition is very bad," he said in a panic. "I don't have enough medicine and equipment here. It's best to go to a big hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise." He did not continue. However, the old man knew very well what he meant. The old man suddenly turned around and looked at the dense crowd and crowded vehicles below the temple. He did not let his men carry the little boy down the mountain to drive to a hospital immediately because it would be a waste of time. He quickly took out his phone and made a call. "My grandson is sick in Hero Mountain Temple. Send a helicopter over immediately." After that, he hung up the phone. Then, the old man looked at the little boy with concern. The atmosphere became tense and heavy. Although the old man did not say anything else, it only made the doctor more nervous and flustered. He knew the old man's identity very well, and the boy in front of him was the old man's only grandson. If something were to happen in his hands, the consequences. Just thinking about it made the doctor's back sweat. The people in the distance had also noticed the situation. However, they were being stared at by 2 burly men. It was as if they were being stared at by 2 lions, so they did not dare to get close at all. This gave the doctor enough space to treat him. However, just as the doctor had said, there was indeed too little medicine and equipment here. At this moment, the little boy suddenly rolled his eyes upward, and his entire face turned pale. Howard. The old man, who would not change his expression even if a mountain were to collapse in front of him, could not help but shout. Chu Zichen, who was standing at the side, felt the same way and shed tears. Lin Fan, who had not said anything all this time, finally spoke, "I can save him." Lin Fan was not a good person who would save anyone he saw. However, firstly, he had a pleasant conversation with the old man, and Lin Fan felt like he was his grandfather. Secondly, Chu Zichen's heart ached for the boy. Exclamation mark! That was why Lin Fan chose to make a move. Sun Luguo, who had been standing at the side and had not spoken from the beginning to the end, suddenly had a change in expression. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to remind Lin Fan of something. However, he did not make a sound. Sun Luguo knew the old man's identity, and the boy in front of him was his grandson. Of course, it was a good thing if he could be cured. However, what if he could not be cured, or if something happened to the boy? The consequences would be too terrifying. Lin Fan was only a student at Zhongbei University. The little boy's condition was so bad that even the old man's doctor could not do anything. How could Lin Fan treat him? In Sun Luguo's eyes, Lin Fan was really too rash. The old man looked at the boundless sky and then at his grandson, whose face was getting uglier and uglier. Finally, he locked his gaze onto Lin Fan. If an ordinary person were to be stared at by the old man like this, they would definitely tremble and become extremely flustered. However, Lin Fan was still calm and composed. "Go ahead and treat him. I won't blame you even if something goes wrong." The old man took a deep breath. This was the first time Lin Fan and the old man had met. Furthermore, Lin Fan was so young. Despite the old man's identity, he still allowed treatment. Visit novelbant.com for updates. It had to be said that the old man's magnanimity was indeed far superior to ordinary people. Lin Fan let out a look of surprise as well. At that moment, the doctor who was treating the little boy could not help but look at Lin Fan and frown. The truth was that Lin Fan looked way too young. Being a doctor required one to have a very profound field of knowledge. It required years of study and practice to achieve a certain level of success. It was obvious that Lin Fan did not have the qualifications to do so. However, this was the old man's request, so he still said, "I'll tell you about the patient's condition first." Say no more. Lin Fan waved his hand. Then, he spent 10 million yuan to buy a bottle of medical water from the system and was about to pour it into the little boy's mouth. "What kind of medicine is this?" The doctor hurriedly stopped him. The boy was in a very dangerous situation. Any mistake could lead to his death. Lin Fan was young, and he did not even ask about the boy's illness. He directly gave the boy the medicine. How could the doctor not be worried? Lin Fan did not reply and just looked at the old man. The old man frowned and said, "Dr. Huang, can you think of any other way? If not, let him treat Howard." The old man had agreed to let Lin Fan treat the boy. In that case, the old man had to be bold enough to see it happen. The doctor's heart trembled, and he did not dare to stop Lin Fan anymore. Lin Fan poured the medical water into the little boy's mouth. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on the little boy. The old man, Chu Zichen, and the others were concerned and worried. They hoped that the little boy could get better. Sun Luguo was afraid. He was afraid that the boy's condition would worsen again. Not long after, the little boy, who had been constantly rolling his eyes upward, finally recovered. Then, his mouth gradually stopped frothing. The next second, the little boy's breathing and heartbeat started to calm down. He lay on the ground as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing this, everyone's face revealed a hint of joy. The little boy, it seemed like he was fine. "How's Howard doing?" the old man asked. The doctor hurriedly checked and said, he's already past the danger." After saying that, the doctor looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. As the old man's personal doctor, he knew very well how bad the boy's physical condition was. Even if the boy stopped breathing the next second, the doctor would not be surprised. However, he was cured in the blink of an eye after drinking a bottle of medicine. This was simply a divine medicine. The doctor opened his mouth. He wanted to ask Lin Fan what kind of medicine it was, but he did not say it. The old man understood that this was all Lin Fan's work. "Thank you for saving Howard," the old man said solemnly. The doctor, the 4 burly men standing around, and Sun Luguo were all shocked. The old man, he actually personally thanked him. What kind of honor was this? Lin Fan waved his hand casually. "I just did a small favor. There's no need to be polite." The little boy slowly opened his eyes. He first covered his eyes with his hands, then struggled to sit up. The doctor beside him quickly helped him up. The little boy looked around. His eyes were not as dull and lifeless as before but full of curiosity. In the end, the little boy's gaze fell on the old man in front of him. He asked, "Grandpa, where are we?" "Grandpa." He actually called him, Grandpa. Ever since he fell sick a year ago, he had never called him, Grandpa. The old man's aged face flushed red. He was happy and excited. When his grandson suddenly fell ill, the old man sought out countless famous doctors. However, it was of no use. Perhaps the old man was too worried about his grandson's illness. A few days ago, he suddenly dreamed that Buddha had appeared in his hometown's temple and cured his grandson's illness. The old man had always been an atheist. However, after staying in the capital for so many years, he was a little bored. It was not a bad idea to bring his grandson back to his hometown for a walk. Then, the scene today happened. However, the old man did not expect that his grandson would really be cured. "This is great. Yuhao, it's good that you're fine," the old man cried out in excitement. Then, he looked at Lin Fan and said, "I haven't introduced myself. My name is Qin Weiming." "Little brother, what's your name?" The surrounding people were shocked again. Qin Weiming was introducing himself to a young man. Sun Luguo looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of envy. At the same time, he decided that he would work hard to build a good relationship with Lin Fan. Qin Weiming. Lin Fan's face was filled with a weird expression. He vaguely remembered that there was a hero monument on the way to the temple. The name on the monument seemed to be Qin Weiming. "I'm Lin Fan." At this time, an army green helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky. When the crowd saw that the little boy had been rescued, they could not help but slowly disperse. Now that they suddenly saw a helicopter in the sky, they stopped and looked up again. When they saw that the helicopter was getting closer and closer to them, they all made way. Soon, 2 tall, middle-aged men with badges on their shoulders came out of the helicopter. They quickly came to Qin Weiming, stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, "Good day, leader." Qin Weiming put his hands behind his back and nodded. Now, his grandson had recovered. His entire person also felt much more relaxed. Qin Weiming looked around and saw that more and more ordinary people were looking at him. He understood, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue staying here. Hence, he brought his grandson and headed for the helicopter. However, before Qin Weiming left, he said to Lin Fan, "Little brother Lin, if you're free, why don't you come over to my place?" The 2 men with badges on their shoulders could not help but look at Lin Fan in shock. Old Qin was actually so polite to a young man. Lin Fan had never taken a helicopter before. After hearing Qin Weiming's words, he was tempted. However, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling, ready to say something. Chu Ziqin said, "Lin Fan, you can go with them. Huang Ling and I will drive the car back." Huang Ling nodded in agreement. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Qin Weiming had a terrifying background. Now that Lin Fan had saved Qin Weiming's grandson's life, they were sure that something good would happen. They did not want Lin Fan to miss this chance. Sun Luguo said, "That's right, Lin Fan. Just go. I'll definitely send your 2 friends back safely." Now, as long as Sun Luguo could find an opportunity to interact with Lin Fan, he would not miss it. "All right then." Lin Fan nodded. Then, Lin Fan boarded the helicopter. There was a huge difference between a helicopter and a passenger plane. One had to wear headphones when sitting in it. Otherwise, the rumbling sounds could simply burst one's eardrums. Sitting in the helicopter and looking at the scenery outside was far better than doing the same on a passenger plane. There were layers of clouds, buildings the size of sesame seeds, and square fields. All of these gave people a different feeling. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at a manor with a beautiful scenery. Soon, a group of doctors in white coats surrounded Qin Yuhao. They took his pulse, listened to his voice, drew his blood, and took an X-ray. Soon, a stack of information appeared in the hands of the doctors. In the end, the old doctor with gray hair walked to Qin Weiming and said, "Old leader, other than slight malnourishment, Yu Hao's body is basically fine." With Qin Weiming's status, he would not let his grandson go hungry. However, in the past year, his grandson had been in a sluggish state, often drooling and not eating. Over time, this caused him to be a little malnourished. At this moment, a man with a badge on his shoulder walked up and handed over a stack of documents. At the top of the information, there were 2 words, Lin Fan. Qin Weiming flipped through it quickly and mumbled, "So, he's the one who saved Zhou Guotao, a young mathematician. Oh, the captain of Dragon Division Team 10. No wonder he has such an ability." In such a short period of time, he was able to gather Lin Fan's information. One had to admit that Qin Weiming's methods were indeed impressive. At that moment, Lin Fan was sitting under a big tree in the courtyard, enjoying the scenery in the distance. He was extremely relaxed. Qin Weiming held Qin Yuhao's hand and looked from afar. As expected of the captain of Dragon Division Team 10, he did say that Lin Fan did not have to be restrained here and just treat it as his own home. However, if it were someone else, they would definitely be extremely nervous. After all, Qin Weiming had already revealed his identity, and there were many sentries standing outside the courtyard. "Little brother Lin, what do you think of my grandson's condition?" Qin Weiming asked as he walked forward. Lin Fan said, "You don't have to worry. He's fine." Even though the doctor had said that Qin Yuhao had recovered after many examinations, he was still in a bad state. Thus, Qin Weiming was still a little worried. However, Lin Fan had not even taken a look at Qin Yuhao but said that he was fine, which made Qin Weiming feel completely at ease. A kind smile appeared on his stern face. At this moment, the water at the side was boiling. Lin Fan first poured boiling water into the purple clay teapot. Then, he slowly put in the tea leaves and then brewed them with warm water. He filtered it. After it was boiled, a unique fragrance began to spread. Lin Fan picked up the lid and gently wiped away the tea foam. He also used a clean towel to wipe the water stains at the bottom of the pot. He turned the teacup upside down and turned it over. When he opened the lid, the fragrance of the tea became even stronger. Finally, Lin Fan poured the tea into a cup and said, "Please." When Qin Weiming, who was sitting opposite him, saw this, his cloudy eyes lit up slightly. He praised him, "Little brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be proficient in brewing tea in addition to your good calligraphy. It's really rare. When he was young, Qin Weiming was a decisive person. However, after he grew old and stayed in the sanatorium, his temper grew mild. Every day, he would write, drink tea, and play chess. He was carefree. This was normal. After all, if he did not do these things, Qin Weiming would not know what to do every day. After all these years of the same routine, he had a certain vision and achievements in brewing tea, calligraphy, and other aspects. Thus, he could easily recognize how extraordinary Lin Fan was. Qin Weiming held the teacup and took a sip. His face was full of enjoyment. Beside him, Qin Yuhao could not help but pour a cup of tea into his mouth when he saw his grandfather drinking it so happily. However, Qin Yuhao quickly spat it out and shouted, "It's so bitter." All new chapters on November ELB and com. Lin Fan and Qin Weiming could not help but burst out laughing. "Little brother Lin, do you know how to play chess?" Qin Weiming asked. "I know a little," Lin Fan said. "All right, let's play a round," Qin Weiming said. Lin Fan had professional chess skills, while Qin Weiming was a chess expert. In the beginning, both of them played very quickly, each having their own advantages and disadvantages. However, as time passed, Qin Weiming's speed gradually slowed down while Lin Fan's speed remained the same. "General," Lin Fan said as he smirked. Qin Weiming stared at the chessboard for a long time and sighed. Amazing. Instantly, his gaze on Lin Fan was filled with even more admiration. Not only did he have excellent calligraphy skills, but he also knew how to make tea. Even his chess skills were so exquisite. Was there anything he did not know? At this time, the middle-aged man with the badge on his shoulder strode over and saluted. "The leader of Zhang province has brought a group of officials down the mountain. Would you like to meet them?" Qin Weiming took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. "Since they're here, then let's meet." "All right," the middle-aged man said. Soon, a large group of men and women in white shirts, exuding the aura of superiors, quickly walked over. When they saw Qin Weiming, they cupped their hands and said respectfully, "Hello, old Qin." After a long while, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses standing in front said, "Elder Qin, I'm sorry. We didn't welcome you in time when you came. You're Lil Hong, right?" Qin Weiming waved his hand. "Yes, 4 years ago, my father and I visited you in Jingbei once," Hong Hanlin said. "Yes, I have some impression." Qin Weiming nodded and said. Hong Hanlin said, "Although we haven't seen each other for 4 years, you're still the same. You haven't changed at all. You're just like old Hong, always looking for nice things to say." Qin Weiming said. I was just speaking the truth," Hong Hanlin said. The two of them chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was quite carefree. Hong Hanlin said, "Elder Qin, we've prepared a banquet to welcome you to Zhang Province. Are you free?" Qin Weiming touched his stomach. "Speaking of food, I'm a little hungry." "All right, let's go." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. It was definitely an honor to be able to have a meal with Qin Weiming. Not long after, Qin Weiming and the others arrived at Zhongbei Grand Hotel. Zhongbei Grand Hotel was not the most luxurious hotel in Zhang Province. However, it was definitely one of the restaurants with the most profound background in Zhang Province. Every time an important figure arrived in Zhang Province, they would choose to have a meal at Zhongbei Grand Hotel. The hotel had the freshest ingredients and the best chefs. The color, fragrance, taste, and nutritional value of the food were ensured. An ordinary person could book a luxury hotel as long as they had enough money. As for Zhongbei Grand Hotel, it was not just about money. At this moment, several large round tables were placed in the huge banquet hall. Without a doubt, Qin Weiming sat in the innermost seat. Then, he waved into the distance and said, "Lin Fan, sit beside me." Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony and directly sat down. In his opinion, no matter where he sat, the food he ate was the same. When everyone saw this, they were all surprised. Before this, they had thought that Lin Fan was just Qin Weiming's subordinate. From the looks of it now, it was not that simple. Soon, a series of exquisitely made and fragrant dishes were slowly served. Hong Hanlin raised his wine glass high and said, "In the past, Elder Qin gave your all to protect Zhang Province. It can be said that the prosperity of Zhang Province is all due to Elder Qin's efforts. Let's thank Elder Qin for his contribution back then. At the same time, we welcome him to Zhang Province." Hong Hanlin said, "Thank you, Elder Qin, for your contribution back then. Welcome to Zhang Province." The remaining people in the banquet hall shouted in unison. Then, everyone filled their cups and poured the contents into their mouths. Qin Weiming nodded and took a sip of his wine. Even though it was only a small sip, everyone still revealed a look of excitement. Elder Qin had drunk the wine that they offered. This was an honor, a supreme honor. While everyone was overjoyed, Qin Weiming took the initiative to raise his glass and said, "Lin Fan, I'll give you a toast. Thank you for saving my Yuhao." At the scene, everyone, including Hong Hanlin, had their mouths wide open. Their faces revealed a look of disbelief. Elder Qin was toasting a young man. That was Elder Qin. This young man, who was he? As for Qin Weiming's words, "Thank you for saving my grandson," they were all forgotten. To everyone, it was an honor to be able to help Qin Weiming's grandson. Lin Fan did not think too much about it. He raised his glass and said, "It's just a small matter. Elder Qin, you don't need to take it to heart." Their glasses clinked lightly, and they both drank the wine. Everyone was stunned again. Elder Qin drank a full glass of wine. At this time, everyone even felt like they were dreaming. Hong Hanlin was the first one to react. "Elder Qin, this cured meat is a specialty of Zhang Province. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it?" he introduced. "Cured meat from Zhang Province. I haven't eaten it in years," Qin Weiming said. After Hong Hanlin spoke, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the meal. He had eaten a lot of food before. However, the taste of the food here was far better than anywhere else. "Lin Fan, the scenery and air here are pretty good. Do you want to stay with me for a few days?" Qin Weiming asked. Gulp. When everyone heard this, although they were full, they still could not help but swallow their saliva. Elder Qin was taking the initiative to invite him to stay with him. This man, Who was he? Lin Fan shook his head. I'm still in school. I won't be able to join you. He actually refused. School. What was the use of going to school? This was a chance to stay with Elder Qin. Everyone wanted to agree on Lin Fan's behalf. Qin Weiming did not get angry. He nodded and said, "You're indeed at the age to go to school. You have to send Lin Fan back to school safely." Zhe latest novel chapters on November ELBJNC Ohm. Yes, I promise to complete the task. The middle-aged man with the badge on his shoulder stood at attention and shouted. Everyone was already completely numb to this. Lin Fan did not care too much. After leaving Zhongbei Grand Hotel, he got into an army green car. It could be said that the journey was completely unobstructed. In just 10 minutes, they had successfully arrived at Zhongbei University. After returning to school, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that it was Sunday. He did not need to attend classes. Thus, Lin Fan simply did not go to the classroom, nor did he go back to his dormitory. Instead, he went straight to the parking lot. Yesterday, Lin Fan parked the Pagani Huayra in Yike City. Therefore, there were only the Lamborghini and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class car in the parking lot. Lin Fan opened the door of the Lamborghini and got in. He stepped on the accelerator and continued to drive forward. It was the weekend, so there were more cars on the road than usual. Lin Fan was stuck in the middle of the road and looked around in boredom. At this moment, a large LED display appeared in his field of vision. The International Perfume Exhibition welcomes you. When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes flickered. He had perfume expert skills, but he had never studied perfume. Also, Chu Ziqin and Huang Ling seemed to like perfume. It would be nice to buy them some nice-smelling perfumes. Then, Lin Fan looked at the congested road in front of him and turned the car around without much hesitation. The International Perfume Exhibition was held in Zhongbei City's Star Cluster building. Lin Fan stood in front of the gate and sniffed the fragrance in the air. He looked at the crowd that was rushing in and followed them in. Most of the people who attended the International Perfume Exhibition were women or men who were shopping with women. It was rare to see a man like Lin Fan alone. However, Lin Fan did not care too much. He walked and watched, commenting and calculating in his heart. The International Perfume Exhibition was huge and had hundreds of booths. It attracted many international big brands, including Chanel, Dior, Lancôme, and so on. Many women were trying out the samples in front of different booths, discussing in low voices and laughing from time to time. The atmosphere of the entire exhibition was extremely relaxed and lively. Every time Lin Fan walked past a display booth, he could smell the scent of different brands of perfume. At the same time, the staff would hand over samples of perfume. He had only strolled around for a short while, but the number of perfume samples in Lin Fan's hands had already reached more than 10. Just like that, Lin Fan continued to walk forward. When he arrived at a perfume booth called Flower Stem, he stopped for a moment. This booth was obviously larger than the average booth, and the exterior design was very gentle and fashionable. There were many employees in the store, and they were all in high spirits. It was obvious that Flower Stem took the exhibition very seriously. However, Lin Fan was not too bothered with all these. From the moment he entered the International Perfume Exhibition, there was a unique fragrance that he had never smelled before as well as a slightly familiar fragrance. Lin Fan was a little curious as he slowly walked over to the exhibition booth. Soon, a sweet-looking sales assistant came over and asked with a smile, "Hello, how can I help you?" Lin Fan sniffed the air and was about to speak. At this time, a dissatisfied voice sounded not far away. A woman of medium build with heavy makeup called out, "What did you apply to me? Why do I smell so bad?" The round-faced man next to her chimed in, "Is this perfume or stinky water? Where did you get the face to sell it?" The sales assistant standing in front of them lowered her head and said in a panic, "Sir, madam, there must be a misunderstanding here." Even though that was what she said, she was clearly not confident enough. That was because the sales assistant had also smelled the pungent smell. What misunderstanding could it be? The woman with heavy makeup asked. "Quickly smell it. Is this a fragrance or a stench? I think you're a tourist trap." Then, she shouted, "Everyone, look. This is a tourist trap. Their perfume is stinky, so don't ever use their perfume." Hearing this, everyone around them looked over. Some of the people who were about to try the perfume quickly stepped aside. Soon, the huge flower stem booth became extremely deserted. At this moment, a staff member wearing a red armband walked over and asked, "What happened here?" The woman with heavy makeup walked up and said, "This is a fake shop. They're selling low-quality perfumes. They'll become smelly once sprayed. I've just put on their perfume. Quick, smell the scent on my body." In fact, before the woman with heavy makeup even got close, the staff member had already smelled the stench. When he got close, it made him have the urge to vomit. The staff member could not help but take 2 steps away from the woman with heavy makeup. Then, he reproached the sales assistant, "What's going on?" The sales assistant was also a little puzzled and could only say, "This. There must be some misunderstanding here." "Bullshit," the round-faced man shouted. Some of the people around them also slowly smelled the stench. They either covered their noses or kept retreating. New updates at novel.com. Some people even took photos of the booth from a distance. Clearly, they were preparing to tell their friends not to buy the perfumes from Flower Stem. Seeing this, the sales assistant was extremely anxious. It was the age of information. Once people labeled Flower Stem as a stinky perfume, it would have a great impact on the brand. The reason they set up a booth at the International Perfume Exhibition today was to improve the image and reputation of their perfumes, not to discredit them. Lin Fan, who had not said anything all this while, finally spoke, "Actually, this lady's stench has nothing to do with Flower Stem's perfume." When the woman with heavy makeup heard this, she felt like her tail had been stepped on. What did he mean by that? Not because of the perfume. Did that not mean to say that the stench came from her? The woman with heavy makeup shouted, "You're definitely one of Flower Stem's people, so, of course, you'd put in a good word for the brand." Everyone, don't believe him. Lin Fan did not answer the woman's question and said calmly, "Before you sprayed Flower Stem's perfume, you also used perfumes from Wind Fragrance, Moonlight, SE, and other brands, right? These perfumes are made from rose, jasmine, orchid, Cape jasmine, and many other different scents. They're mixed using special methods to achieve certain smells. However, you won't smell good just because you put on more perfumes. It's like in a chemistry experiment. When some things exist alone, there won't be any changes. However, when they are mixed together, they will produce special changes." As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up a bottle of perfume from Flower Stem and opened the cap. "Smell it. There shouldn't be any stench, right?" The staff member placed it near his nose and sniffed it. The curious people around them sniffed the perfume as well. Indeed, they did not smell anything wrong with it. Lin Fan brought out perfume samples from Wind Fragrance, Moonlit, SE, and other brands to let people smell them. Just as Lin Fan had said, the perfumes did not smell bad. Then, Lin Fan mixed the different perfumes together. Whoosh! In an instant, a pungent smell spread in all directions. FCK. It's so stinky. It's too smelly. Blarg. Instantly, a wave of shouts rang out at the scene. Some people almost vomited. At this moment, everyone finally believed Lin Fan's words. This stench was caused by mixing different perfumes and not Flower Stem's perfume. The woman with heavy makeup and the round-faced man also understood that they were in the wrong. They lowered their heads and walked away without saying a word. Very quickly, Flower Stem's booth regained its calm. Lin Fan also felt that the stench was a little bad and used his hand to fan the air gently by his nose. Then, he opened the cap of Flower Stem's perfume and sprayed it all over his body. After a short while, the fragrance of Flower Stem's perfume covered the stench. The surroundings once again smelled good. The people who had smelled the stinky odor suddenly smelled a good fragrance. It was as if they had been walking in the desert for several days and had finally welcomed spring water. They felt extremely comfortable. As a result, they all gathered around Flower Stem's booth. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out beside Lin Fan. It was like the sound of a zither being played. "Thank you," she said. After Lin Fan heard the voice, he slowly turned around. He saw a beautiful woman walking over. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her facial features were as exquisite as porcelain. She was wearing a beige lace dress, which highlighted her perfect figure. Even Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the beauty in front of him. At the same time, he could not help but compare her with the women he knew. Her appearance was comparable to teacher Tiantian's. Her figure had even surpassed all the women he knew. Perhaps she was a legendary top-grade beauty. Lin Fan could not help but use his eyes of truth to check her out. Face value, 98. Favorability, 6.0. An appearance of 98. Sure enough, her looks were already on par with teacher Tiantian's. The beauty continued, thank you for your help. Otherwise, our flower stem would have been in trouble. Lin Fan replied, I just did a small thing. Of course, the most important thing is that flower stems perfumes aren't bad. By the way, are you also an employee of this brand? He asked after a pause. To be more precise, Flower Stem is the brand I created, the beauty said with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Yunyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. As she spoke, she took the initiative to extend her hand. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the other party to be the president of Flower Stem. After a long while, he reached out his hand and shook it lightly. I'm Lin Fan said. Chu Yunyu could not help but ask, Mr. Lin, I'm a little curious, can you tell me how you knew that the perfumes from Wind Fragrance, Moonlight, and SE will produce a bad smell when mixed with Flower Stem? She was the founder of Flower Stem and often studied perfume. However, even she did not expect that the mixture of 4 perfumes would produce such a foul smell. Just smell it and you'll know, Lin Fan said casually. He could tell just by smelling it. What a joke. Chu Yunyu understood that Lin Fan had no intention of explaining. Therefore, she did not pursue this issue any further. Mr. Lin, would you like to know more about our perfumes? Chu Yunyu asked. Lin Fan nodded and pointed to a bottle of perfume with an ancient concubine's picture on it. Can I take a look at that bottle of perfume? Chu Yunyu looked in the direction he was pointing at. She seemed to have thought of something, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Of course, you can, she said. Lin Fan opened the lid of the perfume and waved his hand over it. Immediately, an elegant and somewhat familiar smell slowly drifted over. Teacher Tiantian. After a while, Lin Fan finally understood why it smelled familiar. Teacher Tiantian had this kind of smell. It turned out that she liked to use this perfume. Then, Lin Fan pointed to a perfume in a light yellow bottle not far away and said, let me have a sniff of that too. This perfume is called Love Heart, Chu Yunyu said with a smile. It's Flower Stem's newest product. Love Heart has 7 different fragrances. It's like a rainbow, colorful yet different. Lin Fan nodded his head and sniffed it, chrysanthemums, honeysuckles, osmanthus. When Chu Yunyu heard Lin Fan's words, her beautiful eyes flickered. That was because the flowers that Lin Fan mentioned were the exact ingredients that made up Love Heart. He had only sniffed it once, and he actually knew everything. This was too unbelievable, right? Previously, when Lin Fan said that he could tell that 4 different perfumes would give off a foul smell by just smelling them, Chu Yunyu thought that he was joking. At that moment, Chu Yunyu finally understood that everything Lin Fan said was true. Lin Fan's understanding of perfumes had probably reached a height that ordinary people could not reach. At this moment, Lin Fan opened another bottle of perfume and raised his hand to slowly fan the fragrance. He sniffed it and said, jasmine, lily, orchid. ... Once again, Lin Fan listed out the ingredients of the perfume in full. Guessing it right once could be considered a matter of luck or coincidence. It was the same if he did it the second time. However, he had done it 3 times in a row. He had done the impossible. This was strength. Chu Yunyu's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan without blinking. She looked at Lin Fan gently waving his hand to lift the fragrance and slowly smelling it. Finally, he mentioned the ingredients. Chu Yunyu was stunned. In Chu Yunyu's eyes, it was as if Lin Fan was not even sniffing the perfume. Instead, he had transformed into a god who was taking care of the flowers with a faint golden glow around his body. A perfume expert with infinite charm. At this moment, Lin Fan finally put down the perfume in his hand and nodded. The perfume is not bad. ... After Chu Yunyu heard his voice, she came back to her senses and said, thank you for your affirmation of our flower stem. I wonder if you have any suggestions for flower stem. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I suggest that the first bottle of perfume should focus on evoking a sense of mystery. It's supposed to contend with Chanel, but it lacks a bit of charm. As for the second bottle, it should be aimed to contend with Guerlain, but it lacks a kind of vitality and refreshing feeling. When Chu Yunyu heard Lin Fan's words, she was stunned. That was because, after some careful consideration, she realized that what Lin Fan said was completely right. New updates at novel.com. These were indeed the flaws of flower stem. Talent. This was definitely the most outstanding talent she had ever seen. Chu Yunyu hurriedly said, "Our flower stem is still lacking a technical director. I wonder if you're interested in joining us. The salary and treatment will definitely be to your satisfaction." Technical director. Why would the current Lin Fan need a job? The reason why he went to Zhongbei University was just to experience life. As for the salary, what would his monthly salary be? 100,000. 1 million. He was not attracted at all. One had to know that Lin Fan could earn a minimum of 1.4 million yuan every day. In the future, he would earn even more. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this job," Lin Fan replied. "I'm still a student," he added after a pause. A student. Chu Yunyu was stunned. Lin Fan had researched perfume to such an extent, but he was still a student. It was beyond her imagination. However, judging from his youth, he did look like a student. "Yes, I'm studying at Zhongbei University." Lin Fan nodded. At the mention of Zhongbei University, Chu Yunyu's eyes flickered. After a while, she said, "So, you're a student, students should put their studies first." Lin Fan nodded. He picked a few different types of perfumes and prepared to leave. "Right, can I save your contact number?" Chu Yunyu asked. Lin Fan nodded his head indifferently. With a soft ring, the two of them successfully added each other on WeChat. When Lin Fan arrived at Yike City, he immediately took out 2 bottles of perfume. Chu Zichen sniffed it and said, "They smell so good. Honey, are these for us?" Lin Fan smiled. "If they're not for you, who else can I give them to?" "Here, the red one is for Zichen, and the yellow one is for Huang Ling." "That's great." Chu Zichen and Huang Ling were overjoyed. Very quickly, room 2501 began to shake violently. He had no sleep tonight. The next day, the sky was clear. After Lin Fan finished his breakfast, he went to Zhongbei University. At this time, Zhongbei University welcomed an important guest. The leader of Zhongbei City, Zhao Yang, was visiting Zhongbei University. He was accompanied by the chancellor and dean. Behind them was a large group of reporters with cameras and microphones. They visited the tall library, the newly entered laboratory, and the brand new stadium. "I heard that there's a genius at Zhongbei University recently. Not only did he win the higher education cup, but he also solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture," Zhao Yang suddenly said. Although Zhao Yang was the leader of Zhongbei and had to work hard every day, he knew what these mathematics achievements meant. Chancellor Shen Liang said, "Yes, that's right. Good. He's brought honor to both Zhongbei University and Zhongbei City. He must be rewarded." Zhao Yang called out. Happily. Shen Liang said, "You're right. We've already applied for 500,000 yuan prize money from the school, and we're going to give it to him later." "What?" Zhao Yang frowned. "Didn't you prepare a big award ceremony? Aren't you going to have the reporters attend it?" One had to know. Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture were both world-class problems. Now that a student had successfully solved it, this was definitely a good opportunity to promote the school and show off the school's strength. In Zhao Yang's eyes, the award ceremony was the best opportunity to promote this. However, Shen Liang did not seem to have such intentions. Hu Chuan, who was standing at the side, took a step forward and explained, "This student doesn't like to be on camera, so we've temporarily cancelled these sorts of activities." Zhao Yang's brows furrowed even more. One should announce the glory one obtained. What's the use of just quietly winning an award? We're going to make him a role model for the school and even for the whole country. He alone can influence countless people. This way, he will be able to display his value to a greater extent. Every year, we select the top 10 most outstanding young people in Zhongbei. He needs to set a good example and influence more people. As for him not liking to be on camera, you're all his teachers and professors. It shouldn't be difficult for you to persuade him, right? Zhao Yang said so much in a row. It was obvious that he was very concerned about this matter. At the same time, he was a little disappointed with Hu Chuan and the others' choice to only give out a prize reward. Vice-Chancellor Feng Weijian, who was standing beside him, said, "What you said makes so much sense. The purpose of our education is not to create a single talent but to create countless talents. Setting an example is the best way for more people to break through their limits and improve themselves. It's the best way to become useful talents. Before this, that student said that he didn't want to be on camera, so he chose to give up and didn't pursue it anymore. This is indeed our fault. You're right, leader. When Feng Weijian first learned that Lin Fan had solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, his first thought was to invite a large number of reporters to the school to conduct individual interviews with Lin Fan. They would also do self-media coverage and press conferences to promote this matter to the greatest extent. They could use this opportunity to expand the reputation and influence of Zhongbei University. However, this was rejected by the dean of the mathematics department, Hu Chuan, who said that Lin Fan did not like to be on camera. Chancellor Shen Liang also supported Hu Chuan's actions. Feng Weijian could not help but feel indignant. Now that the leader of Zhongbei City had mentioned the interviews and publicity, Feng Weijian naturally agreed. Zhao Yang gave Feng Weijian a look of approval. Actually, I'm here to visit Zhongbei University and also to give him a 500,000 yuan bonus. After all, we, Zhongbei, have always valued talents. In fact, this was the main reason why Zhao Yang had chosen to visit Zhongbei University today. Zhao Yang wanted to personally present the prize money. It was a rare opportunity for him to show his face. Let me thank you on the students' behalf. Feng Weijian said excitedly. Discover new chapters on N0VL.com. When the reporters behind him heard this, their faces lit up with joy. The reporters had long known that a student from Zhongbei University had solved 2 world-level problems and had wanted to come to interview him. However, they were rejected by the school. Zhongbei University even banned the media from interviewing Lin Fan. However, they did not expect to have the chance today. This could be said to be Lin Fan's first exclusive interview, and he would definitely get the attention of countless people. Where is he? Zhao Yang asked. Feng Weijian thought for a moment and said, he should be in the classroom now. Great leader, please have some tea in the conference room and rest for a while. He'll be here soon. Hu Chuan still wanted to object. However, since Feng Weijian had already said that, how could he object? He had no choice but to silently walk toward the meeting room with the others. They had not walked for long when a tall figure suddenly appeared not far away. Hu Chuan's murky eyes moved slightly. He raised his voice and said, Lin Fan, please wait a moment. Lin Fan, who was walking not far away, stopped in his tracks. Lin Fan, the leader of Zhongbei, Zhao Yang, who was standing in front of Lin Fan, suddenly felt that the name Lin Fan was familiar. It was as if he had heard it before. He could not help but look in the direction that Hu Chuan had called out to. He happened to see Lin Fan's back and felt that this back seemed familiar. Finally, Lin Fan slowly turned around. As soon as he turned around, Zhao Yang's eyes widened. It was him. It was actually him. Yesterday, when Zhao Yang and the leaders of Zhong province learned that Qin Weiming, Elder Qin, had come to Zhongbei, they immediately rushed over to welcome him. He still clearly remembered how polite Elder Qin was to this young man. He wanted Lin Fan to sit beside him. He even personally gave a toast to Lin Fan. In the end, he even ordered the big shot with the badge to personally drive Lin Fan back. Zhao Yang. In fact, everyone present had tried to guess Lin Fan's identity, but they had no clue at all. Now, he had actually met him at Zhongbei University. At this time, Song Yi happened to be holding a basketball and walking over from a distance, covered in sweat. Brother Lin Fan, when are we going to play basketball together again? Let's play next time, Lin Fan said. I'll remember that, Song Yi said happily. Exclamation mark. In Song Yi's opinion, playing basketball with Lin Fan was torture to their opponents. Song Yi, on the other hand, liked to torture people. When Song Yi turned around, he saw the dean of the mathematics department, Hu Chuan, and the others. Hello, Dean Hu, he quickly greeted. Even though around Hu Chuan were Chancellor Shen Liang, Vice-Chancellor Feng Weijian, and even Zhongbei City's leader, Zhao Yang. Song Yi was just a young man and did not know them at all. The reason he knew Hu Chuan was that he had personally gone to their dormitory not long ago. Lin Fan seemed to have just remembered that Hu Chuan had called him and asked, Dean Hu, is there anything I can help you with? Hu Chuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Lin Fan had clearly expressed that he did not want to be interviewed. If he asked him to accept interviews now, what if Lin Fan grew to hate him? What should they do if Lin Fan left Zhongbei University? Lin Fan did not have to stay at Zhongbei University. For a math genius like him, no matter which school he went to, they would definitely fight for him. Vice-Chancellor Feng Weijian, who was standing behind him, did not think so much. Lin Fan, this is Leader Zhao of Zhongbei City. He quickly introduced. The leader values talents very much. He learned that you won the Higher Education Cup, and then solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, so he specially brought reporters from Zhongbei's TV stations to interview you and personally award you a prize. Go and say hi to Leader Zhao. At this point, Feng Weijian's tone became extremely high. He looked as if the big leader was going to give him a bonus. Song Yi, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes in surprise. The leader of Zhongbei City. He was definitely a big shot. In addition, there were also reporters from Zhongbei's TV stations. Lin Fan did not think too much about it. He frowned and said, interviews. I don't like to be interviewed. Feng Weijian's smile froze slightly when he heard that. Was he not clear enough just now? He actually rejected him directly. Lin Fan was not giving him and the big leader face. At the thought of this, Feng Weijian's face darkened slightly, and he was about to say something. At this time, Zhao Yang hurried over and said, if Lin Fan doesn't like being interviewed, then let's not do it. It's the right choice not to be interviewed. Once he gives interviews, I'm afraid that his life and studies will be greatly affected. This is very bad for him. Everyone was stunned by his words. Did Zhao Yang not just say that Lin Fan should announce his honor? Did he not say that Lin Fan would become a role model for the school, Zhongbei City, and even the whole country? Did he not say that if a student did not like to be on camera, the teachers and professors had to persuade them? What was the situation now? Why was he saying that not giving interviews was the right choice? Accepting these interviews would even have a great impact on Lin Fan's life and studies. What was going on? Zhao Yang did not pay any attention to the dumbfounded crowd. He turned to the reporters in the distance and shouted, everyone, stop filming. If you've captured any images of Lin Fan, delete them immediately. In Zhao Yang's heart, Lin Fan's background was extremely mysterious. What if he was someone who could not appear on television, and he caused Lin Fan to be exposed? The consequences, they were absolutely terrifying. Of course, even if that was not the case, just the fact that Lin Fan did not like to be interviewed was enough for him to stop the reporters from interviewing Lin Fan. The reporters in the distance trembled in fear. They quickly deleted all the images and recordings they had taken. Seeing this, Zhao Yang let out a sigh of relief. He bent over and said in a flattering tone, I've long heard that a math genius has appeared in Zhongbei. It's my fault for not coming here until now. Please don't blame me. Everyone present was completely stunned. What was going on? It was rare for a leader of Zhongbei City to visit a student from the University of Zhongbei. Now, he actually took the initiative to greet him and even apologized to Lin Fan. What was going on? Lin Fan looked at Zhao Yang and quickly remembered that he had seen him at Zhongbei Grand Hotel the day before. You're too kind, leader, he said. That sounds too distant. I'm just a little older than you, so you can call me, Old Zhao, if you don't mind, Zhao Yang said. The leader of Zhongbei City asked to be addressed as, Old Zhao. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and their faces were blank. Then I'll call you Brother Zhao, Lin Fan said after some thought. After all, he addressed the leader of Qing City, Zhao Jiaqi, as Brother Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Yang's face revealed a touch of joy. If that's the case, then I'll have to call you Little Brother Lin. He then said, first of all, congratulations on solving Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. Zhongbei City has prepared a small prize. I hope you can accept it. Then, he handed Lin Fan a check for 500,000. Lin Fan was not short of money now, but this was someone's good intention after all. He reluctantly accepted the check and said, thank you, Brother Zhao. You're welcome, Zhao Yang said. Then, Zhao Yang continued to find topics to talk about with Lin Fan. Suddenly, Zhao Yang's phone rang. Now that Zhao Yang had finally managed to talk to Lin Fan, how could he be willing to be disturbed? He picked up his phone and was about to hang up. However, when he saw the caller ID, he hesitated. Little brother Lin, I have to take this call first. Brother Zhao, please do as you wish, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Zhao Yang answered the call. What? How did this happen? Alright, I got it. Zhao Yang's face scrunched up after he hung up. Brother Zhao, you can go and deal with your matters. I have to go to class, Lin Fan said. Then I'll meet up with you next time, Zhao Yang said. After he finished speaking, he quickly walked away. Clearly, he did have something to deal with. Chancellor Shen Liang, Dean Hu Chuan, and Vice-Chancellor Feng Weijian looked at Lin Fan deeply. They opened their mouths as if they wanted to ask something. However, in the end, they did not open their mouths. They only said their goodbyes and gradually left. Soon, only Lin Fan and Song Yi, who was in a daze, remained. Lin Fan patted Song Yi's shoulder and said, "What are you doing? Let's go to the classroom." Find new chapters on No. LB and Com. Song Yi came back to his senses and could not help but say, "Brother Lin Fan, are you one of the legendary 4 young masters of the capital?" Song Yi saw everything that just happened. The leader of Zhongbei City was so polite to Lin Fan. He even called him little brother Lin. Just how terrifying was Lin Fan's identity? Song Yi could not help but associate Lin Fan with the 4 young masters of Jingbei that he had read about in novels. The 4 young masters of Jingbei. Lin Fan asked. I'm the crown prince of the capital. Hiss. When Song Yi heard this, he gasped. Obviously, he took it seriously. Lin Fan looked at Song Yi's serious expression and could not help but laugh. When Lin Fan and Song Yi returned to the dormitory, there was no one there. Song Yi then remembered and said anxiously, "Oh no, we have Miss Tiantian's class." After saying that, he hurriedly grabbed a clean set of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Then, there was a burst of splashing sound in the bathroom. Exclamation mark! Song Yi would never allow himself to go to teacher Tiantian's class with a body full of sweat. When Lin Fan heard the name, Teacher Tiantian, he could not help but think back to the day when he went to her house. His heart started to beat faster. Take it slow. Don't rush, he said after a while. However, Lin Fan's words did not have any effect. On the contrary, it also made Song Yi shower and change his clothes even faster. In just a few minutes, Song Yi had already put on his shoes. He said anxiously, I don't know if Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhang saved us seats. All of Tiantian's classes were packed. Today was no exception. Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhang were still very reliable. They had already saved them seats. As soon as Song Yi and Lin Fan sat down, the sound of a bell rang out on the campus of Zhongbei University. Then, Hu Tian slowly walked in. Instantly, the entire classroom fell silent. The students' moods fluctuated along with the change in Hu Tian's tone. In the eyes of the students, Hu Tian was like a star in the sky, bright and dazzling. In the blink of an eye, the morning class came to an end. Although the students were reluctant, they could only leave slowly. The canteen was as crowded as usual. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. 12 p.m. The red packets were here. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained professional level English. Ellipsis. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1,000 yuan. Ellipsis. This time, Lin Fan received 30,211 yuan. He did not pay any attention to this and directly set his eyes on professional level English. Professional level English, be it listening, writing, reading, or singing, it's all at your fingertips. Showing off your professional level of English can also show your charm. Lin Fan muttered in his heart, if only I had this skill in high school. It was the old professor's class again in the afternoon. Last night, Lin Fan did not sleep at all. In addition, he had Hu Tian's class in the morning. Thus, he had not slept at all. Read the latest stories on novel.com. At that moment, the old professor had just opened his mouth when Lin Fan closed his eyes and fell asleep. In fact, he was even snoring lightly. It was not that nobody else slept in class. However, it was really rare to see someone like Lin Fan, who started snoring right after class started. The entire classroom fell silent. All of them turned their gazes to Lin Fan, their faces filled with weird expressions. Under everyone's gaze, the old professor slowly walked down from the podium and came to Lin Fan's side. Everyone thought to themselves, Lin Fan is probably going to be in trouble. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhang, who were sitting at the side, could not help but want to wake Lin Fan up. However, they were stopped by the old professor's gaze. They saw the old professor doing the same thing as last time. He took off his coat and put it on Lin Fan. The old professor thought to himself, as expected, Lin Fan really loves to study. He tires himself out every night. Then, the old professor said in a low voice, let's change to another classroom for this class. When you go out, try to be quiet. Don't disturb Lin Fan's sleep. When the students heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Don't disturb his sleep. Was this really what a teacher would say? Soon, Lin Fan was the only one left in the classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's snores were echoing in the empty classroom. Ellipsis. When a ray of sunlight shone through the window and landed on Lin Fan's face, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Ma Zhang, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao, who were surrounding him. He asked doubtfully, why are you all looking at me like that? Brother Lin Fan, you can't be Professor Li's illegitimate child, right? Zheng Jinbao asked. Professor Li was the old professor who taught them in the afternoon. In fact, it was not just the three of them who had this suspicion. Many people in the class had the same suspicion. Illegitimate child? Lin Fan asked curiously. His surname is Li, my surname is Lin. Then why is Professor Li so good to you? Zheng Jinbao said. Lin Fan looked at the coat that was still on his body and immediately understood what the three of them were saying. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It turned out to be a WeChat message from teacher Tiantian. Lin Fan, are you free later? Can you come to my office? Lin Fan waved his phone and smiled. See, I told you I'm more handsome. Teacher Tiantian also likes looking for me. After Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhang saw Lin Fan's WeChat message, their eyes were a little red. Brother Lin Fan, I'll kneel down to you. They shouted. Lin Fan looked at the three of them and could not help but laugh. Ellipsis. Lin Fan had already been to Hu Tian's office a few times. This time, he was very familiar with the place. Hu Tian was the only one in the office. The air was filled with an elegant and refreshing fragrance. Lin Fan thought to himself, as expected, teacher Tiantian likes to use the perfume from flower stem. At this moment, Hu Tian, who had been bent over the desk writing, also noticed Lin Fan. She slowly raised her head and pointed at the tea beside her. Have some tea first. I'm indeed a little thirsty, Lin Fan said. Then, he picked up the cup and took a big gulp. The temperature of the tea was just right. There were lilies, jasmine, honey, and a little mint in it, making it sweet and delicious. How did you calculate this part? Hu Tian said as she flipped through the densely packed formulas. Lin Fan looked up. It was the solution for the twin prime number conjecture he had written at the report. After some thought, he took out a blank piece of draft paper and quickly wrote down very detailed steps. 12 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus n minus 12 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus n1 equals 6n squared plus 6n 6n1 squared plus 6n1 equals 12n. Ellipsis. Even when he was writing calculations and formulas, Lin Fan's handwriting was still very graceful and carefree. Hu Tian looked at the pleasing handwriting and Lin Fan's serious expression, and she was a little dazed. In Hu Tian's eyes, Lin Fan did not seem to be writing down an equation at all. Instead, he seemed to be constructing a beautiful and magnificent palace. At this moment, it was as though Lin Fan had transformed into the god of creation. He was just so mesmerizing. Hu Tian could not help but slowly approach Lin Fan. The next moment, she leaned forward. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Ellipsis. That night, Lin Fan came to teacher Tiantian's house again. He did not return for a night. The next day, Hu Tian did not have any classes in the morning, and she was too tired the previous night. After breakfast, she went back to bed. In order to let Hu Tian rest well, Lin Fan did not stay at her house for long. He went straight to Zhongbei University. In the morning, everyone in Zhongbei was in a hurry to get to work, so the roads were very congested. Even with Lin Fan's professional driving skills, it still took him more than half an hour to reach the school. In the morning, Lin Fan lay on the table and slept. Lin Fan only opened his eyes slowly after the crisp ringing of the bell. When he was eating in the cafeteria, his phone vibrated as usual. 12 p.m. The red packets were here. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 2 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 19,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've gained professor-level chemistry skills. Visit novel.com for new novels. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 3 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 50,198 yuan in professor-level chemistry skills. Professor-level chemistry skills: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boronium, CN, oxygen, neon. You possess a profound knowledge of chemistry and display extraordinary charm. Seeing this, Lin Fan's face was filled with a weird expression. Before, he received professional-level English, academician-level mathematics skills, and professor-level physics skills. Today, he gained professor-level chemistry skills. Did this really make him a super genius? When Lin Fan walked back to his dormitory, his phone vibrated again. It turned out to be a message from the founder of Flower Stem, Chu Yunyu. Chu Yunyu, Lin Fan, our Flower Stem has newly redeveloped Love Heart. If you're free, can you come to our company to comment on it? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had the skills of a perfume expert. He was indeed interested in nice-smelling perfumes. Also, Lin Fan had slept for almost the entire morning and was full of energy. He had just been considering whether he should go to class in the afternoon, but after seeing this message, he did not hesitate much and replied directly. Lin Fan replied, "Okay, I'll come over later." After Lin Fan exchanged some words with his 3 roommates, he walked straight to the parking lot. When will I be able to be like brother Lin Fan? Zheng Jinbao sighed. You can do it in class later, Song Yi said. Why? Zheng Jinbao asked. Because you can dream during class, Song Yi said. Zheng Jinbao was speechless. Flower Stem Corporation was located on the 17th floor of the Feiyang building in the center of Zhongbei City. Lin Fan had just taken the elevator up when he was greeted by a fragrant smell. A quiet, beautiful woman with proper facial features was sitting at the front desk. May I ask if there's anything I can help with? She asked with a smile. I'm here to look for Chu Yunyu. My name is Lin Fan, Lin Fan said. Hello, Mr. Lin. Our president has already informed us of your arrival. This way, please. The beautiful woman's tone became even more friendly. At the same time, she secretly sized up Lin Fan as if she was trying to guess his relationship with Chu Yunyu. Flower Stem's R&D center took up nearly a third of the company's area. There were many sealed bottles here, and each bottle contained a different perfume. At that moment, Chu Yunyu and a few other researchers were working meticulously. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yunyu stopped what she was doing and said, "Please come in." When she saw that it was Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She said happily, "Lin Fan, you've come at the right time. Come and take a look, this is our new Love Heart." Wait, no. Let's go to my office and rest for a while. We'll have some coffee or tea. Clearly, Chu Yunyu felt that since Lin Fan was a guest, she should first treat him well. Lin Fan smiled. No need. I'm not thirsty. I'll take a whiff of the perfume first. Then, he pointed at the yellow glass bottle in Chu Yunyu's hand and asked, "Is this the new Love Heart?" "Yes, it is." Chu Yunyu nodded. She saw that Lin Fan did not want to drink anything, so she did not force him and handed him the new Love Heart. Lin Fan slowly opened the bottle. Instantly, a sweet and refreshing fragrance wafted over. Lin Fan nodded and said, "You've added mint, osmanthus. The perfume is refreshing and sweet, evoking a stronger sense of youth and love." Even though Chu Yunyu had seen Lin Fan's extraordinary ability with perfume not long ago and felt that it was a pity he could not join her company, now that she saw it again, she could not help but be amazed and fascinated. It's a pity that there were some problems with the steps and dosage of the perfume, Lin Fan continued. Otherwise, it might be comparable to Guerlain and the other brands. Chu Yunyu quickly asked, "What are the problems? Can I trouble you to take a look and improve the product?" Her tone was so urgent and without a trace of doubt. It was as though Lin Fan's words were the truth. This was normal. That was because Chu Yunyu had been able to develop the new love heart in such a short time, all because of Lin Fan's advice at the perfume exhibition. Then, Chu Yunyu seemed to have realized something and said, "I'm sorry, I was a little presumptuous just now. If you don't have the time, I'll study it slowly." After all, Lin Fan had refused to be the technical director. It was already very rare for him to come to Flower Stem's headquarters. As for Lin Fan, he was quite interested in making perfumes. "I have some free time," he said with a smile. "If it's convenient, I'd like to take a look at the process of you making the perfume." "For sure," Chu Yunyu said happily. Then, Chu Yunyu led Lin Fan to a large experiment table. On top of the experiment table, there were conical bottles, U-shaped tubes, alcohol lamps, iron stands, dripping tubes, and other equipment, as well as various raw materials for making perfume. Chu Yunyu said to the research and development staff, "You guys, complete the new love heart once." At this time, there were 4 women and 2 men in the research and development center. Among them, a tall and thin man named Zhao Zishang, who was about 27 or 28 years old, hesitated for a moment before saying, "President, love heart is our flower stem's secret product." Although he did not finish his sentence, his meaning was already very clear. Lin Fan was not an employee of their company, and he did not sign a confidentiality agreement. If he were to leak it, it would be too late for regrets. How could Chu Yunyu not understand what he meant? She frowned slightly and said sternly, "The reason why our flower stem has a new love heart is because of Lin Fan. You don't have to keep it a secret from him. All you need to do is to show Lin Fan the complete steps of creating the new love heart." It was not easy for Lin Fan to come to the company, and Chu Yunyu did not want to put their relationship at stake. Chu Yunyu did not want Lin Fan to be unhappy because of Zhao Zishang's words. The researchers present could also hear Chu Yunyu's displeasure. Therefore, they did not say anything more and followed the steps strictly to make the perfume. Normally, it would take a few weeks to produce a finished perfume. However, Flower Stem had all kinds of pure flower liquid, which saved a lot of time. In just 2 hours, a new bottle of love heart appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan sniffed the newly made love heart and said, "I'll also make one." "Then I'll get them to help you," Chu Yunyu said. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "No need. I can do it myself." Lin Fan walked to the front of the experiment table. First, he cleaned the conical flask, the drip tube, the beaker, and all the other equipment. Then, he placed them in order. Then, he poured the raw materials and solution into the round flask. He gently shook it, and a small vortex was vaguely formed. The equipment was connected to U-shaped tubes, liquid dividing funnels, a pump generator, a distillation kettle, and other devices. Then, he placed the round bottom flask under the alcohol lamp. Previously, Chu Yunyu suggested asking the researchers for help because she was worried that Lin Fan was just a perfume theorist who was not good at practical operations. However, after seeing Lin Fan's series of production techniques and steps, she was completely shocked. Pre-processing, mixing, aging, freezing, filtering, and hardening. His movements were well practiced and precise. Even she, as well as all the researchers of Flower Stem, could not compare. In particular, his control and mastery of various experimental equipment far surpassed everyone else. Chu Yunyu had once invited a chemistry professor from a certain university to conduct experiments for Flower Stem. However, even that professor seemed to be inferior to Lin Fan. In Chu Yunyu's eyes, Lin Fan was not even making perfume, but was painting a masterpiece. She sighed in her heart. "Lin Fan, just who are you?" Swish. At this time, a refreshing fragrance slowly drifted over, making Chu Yunyu feel refreshed. Then, Lin Fan brought a pale yellow bottle to her. The new love heart that he had created was completed. Chu Yunyu could not help but look at the time, 90 minutes. The 6 researchers spent a full 2 hours. Lin Fan had only used 90 minutes. Chu Yunyu's entire pretty face was filled with unconcealable shock. "This is the new love heart that I made. Smell it," Lin Fan said. "Ah, all right." Chu Yunyu quickly hid her surprise and slowly opened the bottle. Immediately, a rich but not pungent fragrance hit her face. In addition, the fragrance carried a touch of freshness, giving people the feeling that they were in a cluster of flowers. There was even a breeze blowing by their ears from time to time. It was an incomparable enjoyment. After a long time, Chu Yunyu said excitedly, "It's fragrant, it's really too fragrant. This is the best scent I've ever smelled. Lin Fan, thank you. I've never personally made perfume before," Lin Fan said. "I've had my fun today, so you don't have to be too polite." Chu Yunyu directly focused on the first part of his sentence. He had never made perfume himself. How was that possible? One had to know that Lin Fan's perfume-making technique was even more skilled and professional than the R&D staff. Lin Fan continued, "Oh right, you said that Love Heart has a total of 7 perfumes." "Yes." Chu Yunyu nodded repeatedly. "I'll go and get the other 6 perfumes for you to smell." Very quickly, red, green, blue, purple, white, and gray perfume bottles were placed in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the 6 bottles of perfume one by one and took a good whiff of them. He immediately had an idea. "There are some areas that can be improved in the ingredients and processes of these perfumes," Lin Fan said. "Really?" Chu Yunyu asked excitedly. Love Heart was a perfume series that Chu Yunyu had spent a lot of effort to create. After Lin Fan's modification, the yellow bottle's fragrance had obviously increased by a level. If Lin Fan could improve the other 6 perfumes, he would definitely be able to make the Love Heart series famous. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, it's a little late today. I'll come to Flower Stem tomorrow to take a look." Chu Yunyu's entire pretty face revealed a joy that was difficult to hide. "It is late today, Lin Fan. Can we have dinner together?" she added. "All right," Lin Fan replied casually. Then, the two of them walked out together. The researcher, Zhao Zishang, looked at the back of the two people walking away, and his face revealed a touch of resentment. Ellipsis. Not long after, Lin Fan and Chu Yunyu arrived at a private kitchen that was not far from the Feiyang building. The shop had a small bridge and flowing water, which looked very elegant. The dishes were beautiful, exquisite, and delicious. Lin Fan nodded his head as he ate. He was obviously quite satisfied. Then, he poured himself a glass of wine from the private kitchen. First, he swayed the glass a little. Then, he slowly poured the content into his mouth. Lin Fan closed his eyes as if he was savoring the taste of the wine. This action was very simple. However, it made Chu Yunyu a little dazed. That was because in Chu Yunyu's eyes, Lin Fan did not seem to be drinking wine. Instead, he looked like a nobleman sitting in a tall and luxurious castle, carefully savoring the top wine brewed by his own winery 100 years ago. Unlimited charm from drinking gentleman is triggered. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes. In an instant, their eyes met. Chu Yunyu seemed to have been caught red-handed stealing. She quickly lowered her head, and her entire face turned red. Lin Fan did not mind and said, "It's smooth and sweet when it goes down the throat. The grapes used are not bad, but it's a pity that the brewing time is a little short. Otherwise, the taste could have been even mellower." Explore new novels on novel.com. Some people like to show off their knowledge, pretending to know everything and be very awesome. However, Chu Yunyu could not hear any hint of showing off from Lin Fan's tone. There was only sincere appreciation and lament. Chu Yunyu could not help but think to herself, Lin Fan not only has such a deep understanding of perfume, but he also has such a deep understanding of wine. Is there anything he doesn't know? Was he really just a young man in his 20s? At that moment, in Chu Yunyu's eyes, Lin Fan's body seemed to be blooming with a 7-colored light, but it also seemed to be covered in a thick fog. It was extremely mysterious. Chu Yunyu only came back to her senses after a long while and said, "Lin Fan, I know you don't want to be a technical director. However, your improvement on Love Heart will indeed be of great help to our Flower Stem. I'm going to transfer 10% of the shares to you to compensate you for your time. I hope you don't mind." Lin Fan wanted to reject it. He really wanted to say that the reason why he could improve Love Heart was really just because he had nothing to do and wanted to try making perfumes. However, Lin Fan looked at Chu Yunyu's serious expression and casually agreed. Well, it would not matter if he had more shares. In the next few days, Lin Fan frequently went to Flower Stem. Every day, Lin Fan would make a few sets of perfume, which was enough to satisfy him. At the same time, Lin Fan also taught Chu Yunyu the specific improvement plans for the 7 types of Love Heart perfumes. Now, as long as they could mass-produce the 7 Love Heart perfumes, design the advertisements, and promote them well, they would be officially launched. Today, Chu Yunyu and Lin Fan went to the same private kitchen to have dinner as usual. At first, Chu Yunyu admired Lin Fan. She admired his understanding of perfume. However, as time went by, there was a different feeling to it besides appreciation. The night gradually deepened. At Flower Stem, a figure quietly entered Chu Yunyu's office. He turned on the computer and copied all the information on Love Heart and Flower Stem into his hard drive. Through the weak light of the computer screen, a figure's face was reflected. It was the researcher, Zhao Zishang. That night, Lin Fan did not go to Yike City. Instead, he returned to the school's dormitory. At this time, Zheng Jinbao was watching the live broadcast, and from time to time, he would let out a burst of laughter. Song Yi was playing a game while Ma Zhang was reading a book. The atmosphere of the entire dormitory was very harmonious and relaxed. Lin Fan took a sip of water and turned his attention to the system. Level LV5. Level 5 reward. 20 yuan for every breath, 20 yuan for every second of sleep, 20 yuan for every step taken. Rewards are distributed at 12 a.m. daily. Upgrade cost. 7.5 million, 50 million not including gifts and gambling. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Skills. Professional driving skills, charming aura 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable memory, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute focus 10% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, professor level mathematics experience. Professor level chemistry skills. Funds. 161 million. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was Lin Xiaoyao. Lil Yao, have you been eating enough? Has your face gotten rounder? Lin Fan said. Brother, you're doing it again. Lin Xiaoyao protested. The two of them chatted for a while. Lin Xiaoyao said, Brother, Mom and Dad are discussing throwing Grandpa's 70th birthday party. Do you have time to come back in the next 2 days? Of course, I'll go back. Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. One had to know. When Lin Fan was young, his family was very poor. In order for Lin Fan to be able to study, his parents went out to work together when he was very young. It could be said that before Lin Fan entered high school, he was living with his grandparents in the countryside. Therefore, Lin Fan had a very close relationship with his grandparents. After that, Lin Fan's family moved to Qing City. Originally, Lin Fan's family wanted to bring his grandparents over to live with them. However, Grandpa and Grandma were used to life in the countryside, so the grandfather and grandson rarely saw each other. Now that his family was going to throw his grandfather's 70th birthday party, Lin Fan naturally would not miss it. Hee, I knew you'd be there, Lin Xiaoyao said. By the way, brother, I saw on People's Daily that a student from Zhongbei University solved 2 world-class math problems. Furthermore, that student actually has the same name as you. He's also called Lin Fan. Logically speaking, for someone like Lin Fan who had solved 2 questions in the world of mathematics, photos and videos of him would have been spread all over the internet. However, under Lin Fan's request and with the help of the leaders of Zhongbei City and the University of Zhongbei, they managed to prevent this from happening. People's Daily could not turn a blind eye to this honor. Although Lin Fan's photos were not released, his name was mentioned. Lin Xiaoyao happened to see this news not too long ago. She had a deep impression of the name that was the same as her brother's. Find updated novels on No. V. Elbant Company per meter. Oh, I'm the Lin Fan you're talking about, Lin Fan said. What? Lin Xiaoyao's tone was full of doubt. Even though Lin Xiaoyao knew that Lin Fan's grades were very good in the past, she definitely would not think that Lin Fan had solved 2 of the world's most difficult math problems. That was because even if Lin Fan was good at his studies, he would only be able to get into a top university. I just said that the person who solved 2 of the world's most difficult math problems is me. Lin Fan continued. There was no sound from the phone. Lil Yao. Lin Fan asked. Brother, is what you just said real? Lin Xiaoyao asked. Yeah. Lin Fan said. FCK. FCK. Lin Xiaoyao shouted. After Lin Fan found out about his grandfather's 70th birthday, he was not in the mood to continue with his lessons. Ever since Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, all the teachers agreed that he could skip class at will. However, Lin Fan still called his counselor, Sun Yadong, to ask for leave. After that, he called his parents to tell them about the chef and ingredients for his grandfather's birthday. He would arrange everything. He wanted his grandfather's birthday to be grand and lively. Then, Lin Fan went straight to Zhongbei Grand Hotel. A few days ago, Lin Fan had come here for a meal. Even if it was just a normal side dish, it was still delicious. Obviously, the chef of Zhongbei Grand Hotel was very good at cooking. Therefore, Lin Fan thought of inviting a few chefs from Zhongbei Grand Hotel to help with his grandfather's birthday banquet. When Lin Fan entered Zhongbei Grand Hotel, he said to the attendant, "Get your manager here." The attendant hesitated for a moment. After all, not everyone could meet the manager just because they wanted to. However, after he saw Lin Fan's face, he quickly remembered that he had come to eat with Elder Chin and the others not long ago. Thus, the attendant quickly ran to the manager's office. After a while, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses ran over. That day, the attendant had only taken a quick glance at Lin Fan, but he had remembered his face. The manager had been leading the way and had even helped to deliver the dishes a few times. He also remembered Lin Fan's appearance clearly. It was no wonder he remembered Lin Fan's face. Too many important people had come to that meal. Lin Fan was the only young man among the big shots. In the end, he even sat next to Elder Chin. It was impossible for the manager to forget such a special person even if he wanted to. "Hello, my name is Zhang Shanfeng. You can call me Lil Zhang. Do you have any orders?" The manager bowed slightly and asked respectfully. "I'm Lin Fan. I'm making preparations for my grandfather's birthday party. I would like to hire a few chefs from your restaurant to host a banquet for 2 days. I wonder if it's okay with you, Manager Zhang?" Lin Fan asked directly. If it were an ordinary person who raised such a question, Zhang Shanfeng would definitely curse out and ask them to get out. Hire a few chefs from the restaurant. How could one even have the galls to make such a request? Were they kidding? Did they not know where they were? However, Zhang Shanfeng's face was filled with joy at Lin Fan's request. "It's our honor that you've taken a liking to our chefs," he said without hesitation. Honored. That was right. With Lin Fan's status, it was indeed an honor that he had taken a liking to the food at Zhongbei Grand Hotel. Not long after, 3 chefs of medium build came to Lin Fan. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to pay Zhang Shanfeng the hiring fee. However, Zhang Shanfeng insisted on not accepting it, so Lin Fan could only give up. Then, Lin Fan and the 3 chefs went to Big Pot Vegetable Market. When the 3 chefs arrived, they were obviously surprised. Although the name of the vegetable market sounded old-fashioned, it was the most luxurious market in Zhongbei, also known as Market No. 1. There were all kinds of top-grade meat, fruits, and vegetables here. A bunch of ordinary-looking grapes cost a few hundred yuan. The 3 chefs already knew that their mission this time was to help hold a birthday banquet. In that case, they would definitely need to buy a lot of ingredients. These ingredients, were they going to buy them all at Big Pot Vegetable Market? Very quickly, Lin Fan confirmed their thoughts. "Let's buy ingredients for 30 tables first. 100,000 yuan per table," Lin Fan said. The 3 chefs were stunned again. Clearly, they were still in disbelief. 100,000 yuan per table. Even in a 5-star hotel, such a price would be considered the highest standard of food. Now, they were going to spend that amount of money just on the ingredients. Check new novel chapters at novel.com. The chef standing in the middle asked, "Mr. Lin, does the 100,000 yuan include alcohol?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Alcohol isn't included." After the 3 chefs received Lin Fan's approval, they did not hesitate any longer and walked into Big Pot Vegetable Market. Squab, shrimp, top-grade wagyu, suckling pork, goat meat, organic tomatoes, space pepper. The 3 chefs had never personally bought these ingredients before, so they really had a good time today. While they were choosing the ingredients, Lin Fan had also chosen the wine and drinks. In the end, the total cost was 4 million yuan. Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. He immediately paid with his card. Instantly, a crisp notification sound rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! You've spent 4 million yuan this time. Do you want to use the 10x interest card? Lin Fan chose, confirm. Not long after, his phone vibrated. Notice from Merchant Bank. 40 million yuan was deposited into your account. Lin Fan looked at the large number of high-grade ingredients and alcohol that were being moved into the truck. He had a strange expression on his face. Not only did he not spend money, but he also earned money. Lin Fan took advantage of the time when he was moving the ingredients and found a place with no one around. He took out his phone and looked at the 1050 red packets on the screen. Lin Fan bought furniture, completed the feasting mission, and spent a total of 6.5 million yuan. For every 10,000 yuan spent, he could open a red packet. However, Lin Fan planned to open all 1,000 red packets at the same time. Hence, he had not touched the red packets. Today, he spent another 4 million yuan, making it a total of 10.5 million yuan, which was just more than 1,000 red packets. 1,050 red packets. Let's see what I can get, Lin Fan mumbled. Open all of them. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 2 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a jade chess set. It's transparent, warm, and soft. It's extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 4 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a 10x spending return card. The better the spending, the better the harvest. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 5 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained 51% of Xiaowu's wholesale city shares. It's one of the largest wholesale markets in Hua Nation. The items are cheap and of good quality. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill doubling card. It's able to double the ability of a specific skill for an hour. With more powerful skills, you can display more charm. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained expert hacking skills. You understand the network structure, can solve network problems, and can display extraordinary charm. From the 1050 red packets, Lin Fan received a total of 1.02 million yuan, a 10x spending return card, 51% shares of Xiaowu's wholesale city, a doubling skill card, expert hacking skills, and other things. It could definitely be considered a great harvest. Lin Fan could not help but smile. Not a bad harvest. When he raised his head, he saw a crystal clear chess set in front of him. He muttered, I was planning to go to the jewelry store to buy grandfather a birthday gift, but it seems like there's no need for that now. By then, all the ingredients had been moved into the truck. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and led the way. The truck followed behind him and headed straight to his hometown in Qing City. In the capital, the Zhou family's courtyard was filled with trees and flowers that were in full bloom. The Zhou family's old master, Zhou Guotao, sipped his tea and played with the parrot. He was very pleased. At this time last year, Zhou Guotao was bedridden. His body was still very weak, and he could not be this relaxed. Now, the only reason he was able to do so was that Lin Fan had fed him medical water. Not only did the medical water save Zhou Guotao from the gates of hell, but it also cured many of his illnesses. At this moment, the second son of the Zhou family, Zhou Shihong, walked over and said, Old man, there's some news from Zhang province. Oh, let me see, Zhou Guotao said. Zhou Shihong handed over a stack of documents. Zhou Guotao slowly opened it. His old face, which was as calm as an ancient well, moved slightly at first, then revealed a look of surprise that could not be concealed. He solved 2 difficult math problems but didn't report it. Then, he saved Qin Weiming's grandson. Lin Fan, you're even more amazing than I thought. Zhou Shihong, who was standing beside him, was greatly shocked. One had to know that the reason why the Zhou family had become a top family was all due to Old Master Zhou's efforts. Old Master Zhou had seen countless talents in his life, and his vision was definitely higher than the sky. Now, he had such a high evaluation of a young man in his 20s. It was simply unimaginable. In the past, I thought that I should slowly get closer to Lin Fan. But now, it doesn't seem appropriate. Zhou Guotao muttered. Lin Fan's grandfather is going to celebrate his 70th birthday in 2 days, right? At that moment, Zhou Shihong was still immersed in the old man's evaluation of Lin Fan. He was unable to extricate himself. Yes, he responded after a while. Zhou Guotao nodded his head and said, Lin Fan saved my life. It's only right for me to personally pay a visit to his grandfather to celebrate his birthday with him. As soon as he said that, Zhou Shihong, who was standing at the side, felt as if a storm had been set off in his heart. He was extremely shocked. One had to know. The Zhou family was one of the most powerful families in Hua Nation, and Old Master Zhou was the head of the Zhou family. All these years, Old Master Zhou rarely appeared at top-notch banquets, let alone attended birthday parties. Now, he was going to personally go to the village of Qing City to celebrate Lin Fan's grandfather's birthday. It was only his 70th birthday too. One had to know that Old Master Zhou himself was already close to 80 years old. Qing City, Shanwu Village. More than a decade ago, there was only a very narrow path that could lead to Shanwu Village. Even if it was just a small car, it would be very difficult to pass through. Of course, there were no small cars in Shanwu Village at that time. Every time it rained, the path would turn into a mud pit, making it impossible to walk on. More than 10 years had passed, and 2 broad cement roads had been built in Shanwu Village. Many people had already started driving small cars. This morning, in a small house in the middle of the village, Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, and Lin Xiaoyao split up the work. They either wiped the tables, boiled water, pasted the word longevity on things, or hung lanterns. They were very busy. It was obvious that this was Lin Fan's hometown. It was also the place where he had lived before he turned 12. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Dad, the word longevity doesn't look right. Turn it a little to the left." Yes, yes. Not long after, the whole house was covered with the word longevity, and hung up with red lanterns, making it look very festive. Lin Xiaoyao took out her phone and took a few photos, her face full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her masterpiece. Lil Fan said that he'll be in charge of the ingredients and the chef. Why isn't he back yet? He can't be too late, Dai Weishui said worriedly. That's right, Lin Dao said. Lin Xiaoyao relaxed. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Since brother said he'll take responsibility, there won't be any problems. When the morning sun shone through the cracks in the trees, a sound came from the distance. Then, a huge Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a truck drove over slowly. Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Look, he's back." The distance between Zhongbei City and Shanwu Village in Qing City was not far. However, Lin Fan needed to buy some things. In addition, he also had to arrange for the chef's accommodation. Therefore, he did not come to Shanwu Village last night. "Brother, what's with that truck behind you?" Lin Xiaoyao walked over and asked. Lin Fan replied, "It's carrying the ingredients for the birthday banquet." At this time, the 3 chefs slowly moved all kinds of ingredients down. Lin Dao followed to help and said, "We'll be cooking outside today." After all, according to the plan, there were more than 20 tables today. If they were to cook in the kitchen at home, it would be too crowded. An old man with white hair and a thin body but a straight back walked out. When Lin Fan saw the old man, his heart trembled as he shouted excitedly, "Grandpa!" This old man was Lin Fan's grandfather, Lin Liqiang. In Lin Fan's memory, his grandfather often wore a military green coat or a white short-sleeved shirt. Today, he had changed into a white shirt and looked radiant. Lin Liqiang nodded at Lin Fan and said, "Lil Fan, you're back." His voice was very deep, unlike the loving tone of an ordinary old man. Find new stories on November.com. However, Lin Fan knew that it was not because his grandfather did not love him. It was because his grandfather had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. On one hand, it was because of his personality. On the other hand, it was a habit formed when he was a soldier. "That's right, Grandpa. Is your body okay?" Lin Fan said. "I'm fine," Lin Liqiang said. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from the room. "Is Lil Fan back?" Then, Lin Fan's short-haired grandma, Zhang Gaiden, who was wearing a plaid shirt, walked out. "Grandma!" Lin Fan shouted excitedly. "Let me see how my Lil Fan is doing." As Zhang Gaiden spoke, she touched Lin Fan's head and pinched his arm. Then, she happily nodded and said, "Lil Fan is stronger than before." Unlike his grandfather's imposing manner and his character which was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, his grandmother was kind. She was warm on the outside and also on the inside. "Grandma, how are you feeling?" Lin Fan asked. Your grandfather and I eat 3 meals a day. We eat a big bowl of rice for each meal. We're in good health. Zhang Gaiden smiled happily. When Lin Fan heard this, he was extremely happy. However, with a slight thought, he still spent 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water from the system. Grandpa, Grandma, try this, said Lin Fan as he passed the medical water over. What's this? Asked Zhang Gaiden. It's a drink. I heard that it also has some health benefits, Lin Fan said. Oh, really? Then I'll have to try it. Zhang Gaiden laughed. When Lin Liqiang heard this, he did not ask much and directly poured it into his mouth. Lin Fan saw that Grandpa and Grandma had drunk it all and felt a little more at ease. He remembered that his grandparents had arthritis, and they would feel very uncomfortable every winter. Now that they had drunk the medical water, he believed that it would not be like this in the future. Then, Lin Fan took out the jade chess set and said, Grandpa, I wish you good fortune and longevity. Lin Liqiang said, Lil Fan, you're so considerate. Zhang Gaiden sighed. What a beautiful chess set. Your grandpa has wanted to change to another set of chess for a long time. Today, he has finally gotten what he wanted. The relatives aren't here yet, so there's nothing much to do. Lil Fan, why don't you play with your grandpa with this new chess set? Lin Liqiang pointed to the door and said, Let's go, Lil Fan. We'll play chess there. Lin Liqiang was not like the average old man who liked to play mahjong. When he had nothing to do, he liked to play Go. Now that he had obtained a chess set like this, he immediately became interested. Lin Fan naturally would not reject him. All right, he said. The two of them had just arrived at the gate. At this time, the 3 chefs had already arranged all the ingredients neatly. Then, they quickly washed and prepared them. The light that came from their blades was like a shadow, extremely swift. Lin Xiaoyao had never seen anyone cook like this before. It was as if she had just seen legendary saber experts. She was completely stunned. Lin Liqiang could not help but look in the direction of the kitchen. He nodded and said, What great cooking skills. Then, he sat down and placed the chess set down. However, before the two of them could start playing chess, a series of footsteps came from outside the corridor. A group of people walked in. They had gifts in their hands, and their faces were full of smiles. Grandpa, I wish you good health. Old man, I wish you a long life. ... Among these people were Lin Fan's uncles and aunties, who were all relatives. With their relatives here, it was naturally not good to continue playing chess. Thus, Lin Liqiang stood up and smiled, Sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. Old man, you're being too polite. Yup, we should be here, all the relatives answered. Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, and Zhang Gaiden, as the hosts, rushed forward to accept the gifts. You've traveled far, they said with concern. Quickly sit down and drink some water. ... According to the rules of Qing City, when relatives arrived, they had to set off firecrackers. Firstly, it was to show respect to the relatives and welcome them. Secondly, it was to inform the villagers that their family was going to hold a happy event. However, before Lin Dao could light the firecrackers, a series of crackling sounds could be heard from the west side of the village. Lin Dao's body could not help but freeze. In fact, Lin Dao was not the only one who was stunned. Dai Weishui, Lin Liqiang, Zhang Gaiden, and the others all looked toward the west of the village with doubtful eyes. According to Shanwu Village's rules, except for New Year's, festivals, and wedding events, firecrackers were not usually set off. Today was obviously not a holiday. In addition, they did not seem to have heard of anyone's family holding a wedding. When Lin Xiaoyao saw that her father was going to set off firecrackers, she had already stood far away and covered her ears. At this moment, she saw her father stop and could not help but call out, Dad, are you still going to light up the firecrackers? Yes, of course. After Lin Dao finished speaking, he lit a cigarette and put it in front of the fuse. The loud sound of firecrackers rang through the entire Shanwu village. The red remnants of the firecrackers scattered in all directions, making the scene even more lively and festive. All the relatives greeted each other, and the atmosphere was very good. New stories at novel.com. Not long after, a round-faced man slowly walked over while carrying a table. When he saw Lin Fan, his face revealed a look of surprise and joy. Lil Fan. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? This man was called Kai Zhengyi, and he lived behind Lin Fan's old house. They were of the same age. Since Shanwu Village only had one primary school, there was only one class for each grade. Therefore, Lin Fan and Kai Zhengyi had always been classmates. They studied together in class and played together after school. They were very good friends. I just arrived, Lin Fan said. At this moment, Dai Weishui walked over and said, Lil Yi, it's been hard on you. I asked to borrow your table and even had you move it over. Usually, when a family held a wedding in Shanwu Village, they would invite their friends and family, as well as everyone in the village, to have a meal and hold a banquet. Normally, there would be more than 100 people, including relatives, friends, and villagers. They would need to use at least 10 tables. Naturally, there were not that many tables for the party. Therefore, the villagers of Shanwu Village would take the initiative to lend out their tables and chairs. Aunt, you're being too polite, Kai Zhengyi said. Lil Yi, I heard people setting off firecrackers on the west side of the village. Which family is having a wedding today? Lin Dao asked. It's Wang Xiaodong's family. I don't know what's going on with his family, but he suddenly said yesterday afternoon that his grandfather is also having his 70th birthday today. Kai Zhengyi said. With that, Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, Lin Liqiang, and Zhang Gaidan's faces all turned ugly. This was definitely done on purpose. Wang Xiaodong's grandfather was called Wang Yaping. The fields of the Wang family and the Lin family were connected. It had rained heavily one year, and the fields were filled with water. Lin Fan's grandfather, Lin Liqiang, was worried that the crops would drown, so he used a hoe to dig a ditch along the fields of the two families to make the water flow away faster. It was this ditch that had caused the Wang and Lin families to be at odds for decades. This was because Wang Yaping felt that Lin Liqiang had crossed the line by taking his own land as Lin Liqiang's property. Thus, he often gossiped in the village. Lin Liqiang, on the other hand, thought that he had done a good thing, but he was misunderstood and framed. He was extremely angry and directly argued with Wang Yaping. The two families had been quarreling non-stop and had been hostile to each other until now. Later, someone in Lin Liqiang's family gave birth to a grandson, so Wang Yaping also wanted a grandson. Lin Liqiang's family bought a house outside, so Wang Yaping also bought one. The overt and covert battles had never stopped. In the beginning, it was indeed over some farmland. However, as time passed, it was not just about the fields, it was about dignity. Lin Liqiang had already told the village that today was his 70th birthday banquet. Yesterday afternoon, Wang Yaping informed the village that he was also having his 70th birthday banquet today. Was Wang Yaping not clearly opposing him? The birthday banquets of the two families were held at the same time. Where should the villagers go? Wang Yaping was asking them to make a choice. According to Shanwu Village's rules, they would choose the family with the higher status. If there were two families holding a wedding, unless the villagers had a particularly good relationship with the family, they would usually choose to go to the family with a higher status to congratulate them. It was considered a welcome and respect for the VIP. Lin Liqiang's family did not have any relatives or friends with particularly high status. Wang Yaping had a son who was said to be the general manager of a company in Qing City. He also had a nephew who was a leader in the education world of Qing City. It was clear which family had relatives and friends of high status. A person only had one 70th birthday in their life. It would be too embarrassing if no one came to offer their congratulations today. At this time, tall and cool cars were driving to the west of the village. Then, the crackling of firecrackers immediately rang out. The villagers of Shanwu Village had obviously noticed the commotion as well, and they all rushed to the west of the village. At this time, in front of Wang Yaping's house, there were 6 or 7 luxury cars, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so on. It was very extravagant. The entire ground was covered in the remnants of the firecrackers, and it looked as if a red carpet had been laid out. Many villagers were carrying tables and walking toward Wang Yaping's house. Uncle Li, thank you for coming to the birthday banquet. Uncle Zhang, I've really troubled you. You even brought a table and a bench. Quickly sit down and have some tea. The entire place was as lively as a market. Wang Yaping was wearing a tang suit today, and his hair was dyed black. However, the wrinkles on his face and his hunched back could not hide his age. The birthday star is here. Greetings. I wish you longevity and good health. When everyone saw Wang Yaping walk out, they all greeted him. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to my birthday banquet." Wang Yaping laughed. Wang Yaping looked at the villagers in front of the door with a smile on his old face. It truly was a happy birthday. At the same time, he was even happier to be able to compete with Lin Liqiang. Compared to the lively scene at Wang Yaping's house, Lin Liqiang's house seemed a little deserted. Only a few villagers who had good relationships with him came over with tables and chairs. There were only a few tables scattered in front of the empty house. Without a large number of villagers, the few tables and chairs were enough. Lin Liqiang did not have any intention of blaming the villagers for their choice. After all, it had always been a tradition of the Shanwu village to respect their guests. However, after all, this was his birthday banquet, but it was so deserted now. He could not help but feel a little unhappy. Kai Zhengyi also seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little off. He complained, "Wang Xiaodong's family is too underhanded. They even want to mess up such a happy event. They just have a few powerful relatives." No. When Lil Fan becomes a big boss and holds a wedding, let's see what Wang Xiaodong's family will do. Lin Fan patted Kai Zhengyi's shoulder and said, "Perhaps we don't have to wait for the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of cars roaring could be heard at the village entrance. Then, 1, 2, 3. A black mass of luxury cars drove over from the distance. Finally, they stopped right in front of Lin Fan. All the relatives and villagers were confused when they saw the cars. They all looked at Lin Dao and Lin Liqiang. However, how would Lin Dao and Lin Liqiang know what the situation was? They were also filled with confusion. Could it be relatives of old man Wang's family? Someone asked in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, many people revealed a hint of hesitation. They were hesitating whether they should go to the Wang family's house. Although they did not know the specific models and prices of these cars, they recognized the logo of Mercedes-Benz and BMW in front of the cars. They were all expensive luxury cars. They were all distinguished guests. So many important guests. Creak, creak. While some of the villagers were hesitating, the car door slowly opened. Men and women in suits and leather shoes, dressed in gorgeous clothes, came down one after another. Among them, the round-faced and good-natured middle-aged man, Wang Zong, strode in front of Lin Fan and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin." More than a month ago, Lin Fan had become the group leader of Chengkan Building after gaining majority shares. In the group, there was Wang Zong, the property manager, and the boss of the company who rented the office building. Yesterday, after Lin Fan found out that his grandfather was going to hold his 70th birthday banquet, he immediately sent out an invitation to the companies in Chengkan Building. The bosses of those companies had long been full of curiosity about the boss of Chengkan Building. Therefore, when they saw the invitation, unless they were out of town or had something urgent, they all rushed over. After the bosses heard Wang Zongda's words, they could not help but secretly size up Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, then introduced, "This is my grandfather." "So you're the birthday boy today, Elder Lin," Wang Zong said immediately. "If Mr. Lin didn't tell me, I would have thought you were his uncle." This sentence was a compliment. However, it also somewhat contained the truth. That was because Lin Liqiang's mental state was good. In addition, he had just drunk the medical water, so he was even more energetic. At this time, Lin Liqiang, Lin Dao, and the villagers finally understood that the people who came out of the luxury cars were all here to celebrate Lin Liqiang's birthday, not Wang Yaping's. Lin Liqiang could not help but ask, "You are? Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet." Wang Zong quickly said, "I'm the property manager of Chengkan Building. Elder Lin, I wish you good fortune and longevity." As he spoke, he handed over a longevity peach made of pure gold. Behind Wang Zong, a middle-aged man in a black suit handed him a golden lock and said, "I'm the chairman of Ride Corporation, Liang Feiyang. Elder Lin, I wish you a long and healthy life, and good fortune." Beside him, a man in a white shirt handed him a red packet and said, "I'm the chairman of Yonglin Company, Zhou Jun. Elder Lin, I wish you good health and all the best." Instantly, a wave of congratulatory sounds rang out. Everyone's mouth was half open when they heard this. And their faces were full of surprise. When these people got out of their luxury cars, everyone had already guessed that they were of extraordinary status. However, after hearing their well wishes and self-introductions, they realized that they were all bosses of companies. One had to know that there were more than a dozen people who had just come. In other words, more than a dozen company bosses came to congratulate Lin Liqiang. It was simply unimaginable. When the last person's introduction and blessings were over, Lin Liqiang finally came back to his senses. He laughed heartily and said, "This is great. Thank you. Please sit down and have some tea. The banquet is about to begin." Some of the elders sat down, while some chatted in low voices. Others were quietly observing the surrounding environment. At first, the bosses did not think much of it. This was because it seemed to be just an ordinary one-story house in a village. They could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. Was this really the hometown of the behind-the-scenes boss of Chengkan Building? Was he not a little too ordinary? At this moment, two bosses heard the sound of people cooking and cutting vegetables. They turned their heads to take a look. It would have been better if they had not taken a look, but after they did, they could not peel their eyes away. The three chefs were waving their knives like shadows as they cooked quickly. How sharp were the eyes of the CEOs! At a glance, they could tell that the three chefs' cooking skills were very good. They were probably comparable to the average 4-star or even 5-star chefs. This was nothing. The key point was, the ingredients they were cooking included top-grade pork, shrimp, and beef. Especially when they saw the logo of Big Pot Market on the bags, the corners of their eyes twitched. They knew very well how expensive the ingredients in Big Pot Market were. That was a place known as Market No. 1. Even they had only been there once or twice. The dishes of this banquet were all made from Big Pot Market. How much did these ingredients cost? Gulp. The two bosses could not help but swallow their saliva. Lin Xiaoyao saw that so many people had come to celebrate her grandfather's birthday. She was also the host, so she should entertain them well. Generally speaking, if the banquet had not started yet, the guests should be allowed to play cards for entertainment. Unfortunately, there were no cards in the house. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes darted around, and soon, her gaze fell on the jade chess set not far away. Hence, she quickly walked up to the CEOs with the chess set in her arms and asked, "Do you guys want to play chess?" A CEO in a black suit was about to wave his hand. The next moment, his entire body froze, and his eyes were locked on the chess set. Find updated novels on No. V. Elbant Company per meter. In fact, he was not the only one. Many of the other CEOs were also focused on the chess set. "It looks like jade," someone said with uncertainty. The CEO in a blue shirt who was the closest did not say anything. He reached out with a trembling hand, picked up a chess piece, and looked at it carefully. After a long while, he said seriously, "It's jade. Moreover, it's high-grade jade." As soon as he said that, all the bosses around him gasped. One must know that the company of this blue-shirt CEO was in the jewelry industry. He could be said to be an expert in the appraisal of jewelry and jade. He would definitely not be wrong. All the bosses present had a certain level of knowledge. They knew that some people used jade as bracelets, and some people used jade as pendants. However, this was the first time they had seen someone use jade to make a chess set. How much would such a set of chess cost? 10 million. 20 million. ... After buying such a chess set, they should put it in a safe to admire it secretly, right? However, the owner just took it out and let it be played like a normal chess set. This was a jade chess set. If it accidentally fell, how painful would it be? Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao lost her grip and a chess piece fell from the chessboard to the ground. Lin Xiaoyao's face was relaxed and unconcerned. The pupils of the CEOs sitting nearby contracted, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. They hurriedly stood up to catch the chess piece. This was a jade chess piece. A single chess piece would probably cost over 1 million. Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed the reactions of the CEOs. She reached out and caught the chess piece that was falling to the ground. Seeing this, all the CEOs heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. "Do any of you want to play chess?" Lin Xiaoyao asked. "Play with a jade chess set. In that case, would they not run the risk of some chess pieces falling off?" "I won't play. Put away the chess set." Yes, put it in a better place." All the CEOs spoke up and shook their heads. Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face was filled with a strange expression. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Why are you in such a hurry to put the chess set away? Lin Xiaoyao took the chess set and placed it next to the door. Seeing this, all the CEOs looked at each other. A jade chess set that was worth tens of millions was just placed at the door. At this moment, the sound of cars rumbling could be heard in the distance. Then, 1, 2, 3. Another large group of luxury cars drove over. Finally, they stopped in front of everyone. Then, just like before, many men and women in formal clothes came down. Lin Fan had seen one of them before. He was the general manager of Yinshan Mall in Qing City, Zhou Changjun. Yesterday, Lin Fan and the three chefs were in Qing City. Coincidentally, he met Zhou Changjun, who was accompanying a client. At that time, Zhou Changjun was extremely excited. After some conversation, Lin Fan told him about his grandfather's 70th birthday. Therefore, Zhou Changjun expressed on the spot that he would definitely go and congratulate them. After Zhou Changjun and Lin Fan parted ways, he reported this matter to the chairman of Yinshan Group, Song Zifeng. Song Zifeng had always valued Lin Fan. He had never seen Lin Fan before despite Lin Fan being the biggest shareholder. Visit Novelbant Company per meter for the latest updates. Therefore, when he found out that Lin Fan's grandfather's birthday was coming up, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately led the company's upper management and took a flight to Qing City overnight. Song Zifeng did not want Lin Fan to have other thoughts just because he did not attend the birthday party. What if this caused Lin Fan to suddenly intervene in the affairs of Yinshan Group? Then it would be too late for regrets. Hello, Mr. Lin. We finally meet, Song Zifeng said as he walked up to Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to extend his right hand. Lin Fan had never seen Song Zifeng before. However, when he saw Zhou Changjun standing beside him and being so respectful to him, he had a guess in his heart. Hello, he said. Hello, Mr. Lin. The executives standing next to Song Zifeng all greeted him respectfully. They did not dare to look down on Lin Fan just because he was young. One must know that Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder of Yinshan Group. As long as he was dissatisfied with them, they could be fired immediately. This is my grandfather. Lin Fan nodded. Hello, Elder Lin. I wish you good health and all the best. Song Zifeng said hurriedly. At the same time, he handed over an exquisite jade Buddha. Lin Liqiang hesitantly accepted the gift and said, thank you, thank you. And you are? Oh, my name is Song Zifeng. I'm the chairman of Yinshan Group, Song Zifeng said. Not long ago, Lin Liqiang had already met a lot of CEOs. Therefore, his reaction to this was not too big. Wang Zongd and the other CEOs who were standing not far away all widened their eyes with horror written all over their faces. They were indeed the bosses of various companies, but there was simply no way to compare their companies with Yinshan Group. Yinshan Group was a large enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. The chairman of such a large company had actually come personally to offer his birthday congratulations. Furthermore, there was even a hint of flattery in his tone. Sure enough, the boss behind Changkan Building was really amazing. I'm the general manager of Yinshan Group, Shang Ligyu. Elder Lin, I wish you good fortune and longevity. I'm Yinshan Group's investment director, Yi Qing. Elder Lin, I wish you all the best. After Song Zifeng's birthday wishes, the senior executives of Yinshan Group also gave their blessings and handed red packets or gifts. Zhou Changjun, who had the lowest status at the scene, finally said, I'm Zhou Changjun, the general manager of Yinshan Mall in Qing City. Old Master Lin, I wish you all the best. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the surrounding CEOs did not change. After all, the chairman of Yinshan Group and all the senior executives were here. This mere general manager of Yinshan Group could not impress them. However, some of the villagers cried out in surprise. I thought he looked familiar. He's the general manager of Qing City's Yinshan Mall. Qing City News even reported about him a while ago. Amazing. Even the general manager of Yinshan Mall is here to old man Lin's birthday. Why hasn't old Zhang's family come yet? I'll make a call to rush him. Where's old Song's family? Then, the villagers took out their mobile phones and dialed the number of people they were familiar with. In fact, they knew that old Zhang, old Song, and the others were celebrating Wang Yaping's birthday. This was based on their village's custom, so there was nothing much to say. However, did the Lin family not have even more distinguished guests now? Of course. It was time to let these people come to the Lin family to celebrate Old Man Lin's birthday. At this time, in the west of the village, in Wang Yaping's home, a meaty aroma slowly wafted out of the kitchen. The villagers sat together. They smelled the fragrance and chatted with more enthusiasm. At this moment, someone's phone rang loudly. The man answered the call. "What? Are you telling the truth?" All right, I'll come over now." Then, without even saying anything to anyone, he left. Others started receiving calls too. Those who did not pick up the calls either pulled their friends to ask and were full of curiosity. Then, they followed them out. After a while, almost half of the people left Wang Yaping's house, and there were still people walking out. The originally crowded scene immediately became empty. Wang Yaping also noticed this and frowned. "What are they doing? I'll go ask," a middle-aged man said. Very quickly, the middle-aged man returned with an unsightly expression. They said that there are 10 to 20 luxury cars parked in front of Old Lin's house. A total of more than a dozen CEOs came to offer their congratulations. Even the general manager of Yinshan Mall in Qing City came, so. The middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, but Wang Yaping already understood. According to the village's principle, those villagers must have felt that Lin Liqiang's house had more distinguished guests, so they prioritized the Lin family more. Wang Yaping looked at the villagers who were leaving, and his face was extremely ugly. The reason why he chose to hold his birthday banquet today was that he wanted to step on Lin Liqiang. By now, most of the villagers had gone to Lin Liqiang's house. Would that not make him a joke instead? At this moment, Wang Yaping even had the urge to cancel his 70th birthday celebration. At this moment, many villagers had already arrived at Lin Liqiang's house. They looked at the long row of luxury cars in the distance, their faces full of surprise. There was still a difference between hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes. When they saw Lin Liqiang, they cupped their hands and greeted him. "Greetings, old birthday boy. Old birthday boy, you're so energetic today. Get the latest novels on Note V. Elben, C. Ohm. Lin Liqiang listened to the greetings of the villagers and was very happy. He laughed heartily. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Please come in and have some water first. Dinner will be ready in a while." At that moment, the tables at the entrance were already filled with moutai and other beverages. When the villagers saw this, their turbid eyes flickered with a faint light, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Someone seemed to be worried that their eyes were playing tricks on them and said in a low voice, Is that moutai? I just checked on my phone. It's a moutai that costs 5,000 yuan a bottle." Someone said. Hiss. The villagers all gasped and could not wait to sit down. However, in the beginning, only a small number of villagers came, and there were only a few tables at the scene. How could they sit so many people? As a result, some of the villagers quickly returned home to move tables and chairs, while others returned to Wang Yaping's house and quietly moved their tables over. Although they did it quietly, Wang Yaping saw everything. He was so angry that his face turned red, but he was helpless. There was only a small number of villagers who came to Wang Yaping's house to celebrate his birthday. At this time, seeing the villagers returning to move the tables, this small group of people could not help but ask a few questions before more left. After a while, nearly 20 tables were set up in front of Lin Liqiang's house. The villagers and CEOs all sat around the table and talked about everything. The atmosphere was extremely lively. At this moment, 2 Rolls-Royces drove over from a distance. Then, Zhou Guotao, Zhou Shihong, and 4 muscular bodyguards in black suits walked down slowly. The villagers had seen quite a few luxury cars. However, they had never seen such an extended version before. They could not help but look up curiously. In contrast to the villagers' curiosity, Song Zifeng and the other CEOs were surprised, and at the same time, they felt a sense of familiarity. They were surprised. The 2 cars were the extended version of the Rolls-Royce. They were luxury cars that cost millions. As for the sense of familiarity, it came from the old man standing at the very front. The elders felt like they had seen him somewhere before. When Lin Fan saw Zhou Guotao, he was equally surprised. He quickly went up to him and said, Grandpa Joe, why are you here? After all, Zhou Guotao's status was extraordinary, and he was even older than his grandfather. Now that he had come personally to offer his congratulations, Lin Fan naturally had to give him the greatest respect. Zhou. In the minds of Song Zifeng and the other CEOs, a legendary figure gradually overlapped with the old man in front of them. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It was him. He was the pillar of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That was right. It was him. Beside him was the second son of the Zhou family, Zhou Shihong. Heavens! Lin Fan actually knew someone from the Zhou family. In fact, the old master of the Zhou family had even personally come to congratulate Lin Fan's grandfather. What was Lin Fan's identity? It's your grandfather's birthday. How can I not come? Zhou Guotao laughed heartily. Then, he turned to Lin Liqiang and said, Brother Lin, I wish you good health and good luck. As he spoke, he handed over a jade scepter. Obviously, Zhou Guotao had seen Lin Liqiang's photo before, so he could recognize him at a glance. Lin Liqiang immediately said, Thank you, brother. It's really an honor to have an old man like you wish me a happy birthday. How should I address you, brother? On the one hand, Lin Liqiang also vaguely felt that Zhou Guotao's identity was not ordinary. On the other hand, it was usually the younger people who wished the older people well. Zhou Guotao was obviously older than Lin Liqiang. Therefore, Lin Liqiang did not dare to be arrogant. Zhou Guotao laughed. Lin Fan saved my life. You can even say that he saved the entire Zhou family. It's brother Lin's birthday, so, of course, I have to come to congratulate you. After a pause, he added, By the way, my name is Zhou Guotao. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the CEOs standing not far away beat violently again. They had already guessed Zhou Guotao's identity. However, after hearing him admit it, they could not help but be extremely surprised. At the same time, all the CEOs looked at Lin Fan with even more respect. The future of Zhou Guotao's savior would be limitless. At this moment, the sound of cars was heard from afar. Then, 1, 2, 3. Another black mass of cars drove over quickly. Everyone at the scene, everyone, including Song Zifeng, the CEOs, and all the villagers, stood up when they saw the cars driving over. Their faces were full of disbelief and horror. This was because the front and back of these vehicles were Audi cars, while the cars in the middle were army green jeeps. If it was only that, they would not have such a huge reaction. The key was the license plates of these cars. A00001, A00002, A00003. K00001, K00002, K00003. They all knew what these license plates meant. They were the cars of the leaders of Zhang Province and Qing City. In everyone's eyes, these were not cars at all but a group of immortals. Everyone wanted to go up and welcome them, but they were afraid of colliding with the immortals and gods. They just stood on the spot and looked from afar, their faces at a loss. Swish. Finally, all the cars stopped. Then, a large group of big shots that only existed in the news and newspapers got out of the car. The person standing in front was Elder Qin Weiming, whom Lin Fan had met not long ago. Qin Weiming strode forward and laughed heartily. Lin Fan, I heard that it's your grandfather's birthday today, so I came over to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked again. One had to know that the city leaders and the others were all like his lackeys. They all followed this old man. All of this showed how terrifying the old man's identity was. This elderly man was here to offer his congratulations because of Lin Fan. Lin Fan. What was his identity? No one dared to look at Qin Weiming. They could only turn their shocked gazes onto Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan did not expect Qin Weiming to come. We're very happy that you're here, he said with a smile. How could you be disturbing us? After all, Lin Fan's original goal was to hold a lively birthday banquet for his grandfather. The more people came, the better it was. Qin Weiming nodded and strode forward. He said to Lin Liqiang, greetings. I wish you longevity. Lin Liqiang was also very clear about Qin Weiming's identity. Seeing that he personally came to celebrate his birthday, he said happily, thank you, thank you. He had never thought that there would be so many important people coming to his 70th birthday banquet. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. Qin Weiming smiled. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. I wrote a piece of calligraphy as a congratulatory gift. I hope you don't mind." As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. The middle-aged man beside him opened a scroll. On the scroll, the words, "Happiness and Longevity," were written in large characters, and there was a signature on the lower right corner, Chin Weiming. After seeing this name, everyone's heart started beating wildly again. Even though they had already guessed that this old man had an extraordinary background, no one expected it to be the legendary Chin Weiming, Elder Chin. He was a famous general who had won every battle. Lin Liqiang used to be a soldier, and the person he admired the most was Chin Weiming. He had never seen Chin Weiming in person before. Chin Weiming had even given him a piece of calligraphy. Lin Liqiang felt like he was in a dream. His entire face was flushed red. He was extremely happy. After a long time, Lin Liqiang's hands trembled as he slowly took the scroll. Then, Chin Weiming turned to Zhou Guotao and smiled. "Guotao, long time no see." In fact, Chin Weiming had his own reasons for coming to the birthday party today. Firstly, Lin Fan had saved his grandson not long ago. Secondly, he had taken a fancy to Lin Fan's abilities. Lin Fan could save people, was a mathematician, was the leader of Dragon Division's Team 10, and so on. Thirdly, he knew that Zhou Guotao was also coming to celebrate his birthday. After some consideration, Chin Weiming came. If the leaders of the Jiang province did not know that Chin Weiming was in their territory, they would not need to accompany him. However, since they knew, they had to follow him. That was why there were so many people this time. As the head of the top family, Zhou Guotao naturally knew Chin Weiming. He smiled and said, "Elder Chin, I thought that the next time I meet you would be National Day." The two old men were chatting at the door, while everyone else stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, Chin Weiming asked, "Why are we all standing here? Today's main character is the birthday boy. Let's hurry in and sit down." How would the crowd dare to disobey him? They all responded. However, with so many people here, the tables and chairs were not enough. Hence, the villagers quickly made way and ran towards the west of the village. Soon, they arrived at Wang Yaping's house. At this time, there were more than a dozen tables placed in front of Wang Yaping's house. They were filled with fragrant dishes, but only a few dozen people were sitting there, so it was very empty. Wang Yaping, who was sitting at the frontmost table, raised his glass and was about to say something. At this moment, many villagers suddenly rushed over. Wang Yaping saw this and could not help but smile. He thought to himself, "It seems that they've decided to attend my birthday banquet." Read latest chapters at NOVELB and Company per meter. Wang Yaping opened his mouth and was ready to ask the villagers to sit down. The next moment, Wang Yaping was stunned. "This table belongs to my family. These chairs are also." Then, the villagers actually put the food on the tables aside and ran out with the tables. Someone could not help but ask, "What are you doing? Old man Wang is still holding his birthday banquet." Only then did the villagers stop for a moment. They also felt that it was not good to move the tables and chairs away directly. The leaders of Qing City and Jiang Province have all gone to Old Lin's house. There aren't enough tables and chairs there. As soon as that person said that, the scene fell silent for a moment. Someone said, "You, since when did you like to joke around? The big shots of Qing City and Jiang Province. What kind of status was that?" They were definitely big shots. Would they come to celebrate Lin Liqiang's birthday? This was simply impossible. Who's joking? Not only are the leaders of Qing City and Jiang Province here, but leader Chin Weiming is also here. Someone shouted while carrying a table. Then, he did not say anything more and quickly walked away. He had to hurry to Lin Liqiang's house. It was a rare opportunity to have a meal with so many important people. If he was a second late, it would be too late to regret it. The entire scene fell silent again. Chin Weiming, Elder Chin was here too. He was the famous general. Did he come over? Wang Yaping and everyone else present had disbelief and shock written all over their faces. At this moment, a loud ring jolted everyone awake. A middle-aged man who worked in the education field of Qing City looked at the caller ID. It was his cousin. He had told him in advance that he would be late today and there was no need to wait for him. "Cousin, why are there so many Audi cars parked in front of Old Lin's house? And the license plate numbers are A00001, A00002. The middle-aged man did not hear the last part of the sentence clearly. It was as if a cannonball had exploded beside his head, causing a buzzing sound. Wang Yaping, who was standing next to him, sat down on a chair. He was extremely dejected and panicked. Wang Yaping had already heard the voice on the phone clearly. He knew that what the villagers had said was true. The leaders of Qing City and Zhang Province, as well as Qin Weiming and the others were probably really here. He had actually fought with Lin Liqiang for so many years. He was really looking for death. At this moment, the front door of Lin Liqiang's house was filled with tables. Lin Liqiang sat in the main seat at the request of Qin Weiming, Zhou Guotao, and the others. Zhang Guidan, Qin Weiming, Zhou Guotao, Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, Lin Fan, Lin Xiaoyao, and the leaders of the Zhang province sat down. The villagers were at other tables, casually surrounding them. Soon, the fragrant dishes were slowly served after the three chefs were done cooking. "Let us wish the birthday boy good health." Qin Weiming raised his glass. Immediately, everyone raised their glasses and shouted, "We wish the birthday boy good health." Lin Liqiang's entire mouth was already smiling from ear to ear as he happily said, thank you, everyone." Then, everyone drank the wine in their glasses. At this moment, a clear notification rang out in Lin Fan's mind. When Lin Fan heard the notification in his head, he was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. He had helped his grandfather with his birthday banquet and even completed a mission. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, not bad. After the villagers drank some wine, they could not help but start discussing in low voices. "It's indeed Maotai. It tastes so good. Yup. My mouth is full of fragrance." Then, the villagers started to eat. "The taste of this dish is too good. Especially this beef, it's so tender. I've never had such tender beef before. The drinks are also very good." As they ate, they were amazed. In fact, it was no wonder that they were reacting like this. That was because the beef cost thousands of yuan per catty, and the beverage was MK drinks that cost hundreds of yuan per bottle. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before the crowd slowly dispersed. Qin Weiming, the leaders of Zhang Province, Zhou Guotao, Song Zifeng, and the other CEOs did not stay for long. They drove away one after another. Generally speaking, after the guests left, the host had to clean up the dishes, wash the tables and chairs, and return them to the villagers. After all, this was the job of the host. However, today, it was completely different. "Old brother Lin, don't tire yourself out. Hurry up and rest. I'll do it. Old Lin, you can just sit there and drink some tea." Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan, Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, and the others were forced to rest by the villagers. Meanwhile, the villagers were fighting to wash the dishes and wipe the tables and chairs. They were very busy. About an hour later, Lin Liqiang's house became neat and clean again. Except for the words, "birthday," on the wall and the big red lanterns, there were no traces of there ever being a birthday banquet. Lin Liqiang sat in his chair and recalled the birthday wishes of more than a dozen CEOs, the leaders of Zhang Province, and even Elder Qin. He could not hold back his smile. He understood that the reason for this was all because of Lin Fan. Lin Liqiang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, "Good job, Lil Fan." Then, the family chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was extremely relaxed and carefree. Read latest chapters at NOVELB and Company per meter. Lin Dao and Dai Weishui offered to bring Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan to 4th Street. Meanwhile, Lin Fan suggested buying a villa in the city so that the family could live together. However, they were all rejected by Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan. That was because they had already lived in Shanwu village for more than half of their lives. They really did not want to move. Seeing that the sky was slowly turning dark, Lin Fan drove Lin Dao, Dai Weishui, Lin Xiaoyao, and the truck into the distance. Lin Fan and the others had just left for a while when the sound of footsteps came from the corridor outside Lin Liqiang's house. Then, Wang Yaping slowly walked over with a yellow face. He bent over and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Lin, I've let you down all these years." At that moment, Lin Fan had already sent his parents and sister back to 4th Street. Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked, "Brother, you said last time that you solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture." Yup, Lin Fan replied casually. Lin Xiaoyao's mouth was wide open. This is too awesome. Quote, what are you talking about? I'm your omnipotent brother. Lin Fan smiled as he pinched Lin Xiaoyao's face. After a pause, she said, it's not nice to pinch. Remember to eat more. Brother. Lin Xiaoyao protested. What conjecture? Asked Lin Dao. Dad, it's Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. They're some of the world's most difficult math problems. Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. It was as if she was the one who had answered the two difficult questions. Lin Dao and Dai Weishui looked at each other and were also shocked. However, they quickly returned to normal. After all, Lin Fan had invited the leaders of Zhang Province and Elder Qin. Now that he had solved two math problems, it seemed like it was not a big deal, right? Lin Fan looked at the time and said, Dad, Mom, I'll go back to Zhongbei first. After all, he had promised Chu Yunyu that he would go and see the final product of Love Heart and its advertisement. Now that his grandfather's birthday banquet was over, Lin Fan could not go back on his words. All right, be careful on the road, Dai Weishui said. Lin Fan nodded and got into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He stepped on the accelerator and sped into the distance. Ellipsis. Zhongbei Grand Hotel. As the three chefs did not go to Lin Fan's house in town, they arrived in Zhongbei earlier than Lin Fan. Just as they were about to enter the kitchen, the general manager, Zhang Shanfeng, happened to see the three of them. He asked, you're back. How was Mr. Lin's grandfather's birthday party? The three chefs were excited when this matter was mentioned. The leaders of Zhongbei City, Qing City, and Zhang Province all went to the birthday party. It's not just that. Elder Qin also went. I've really broadened my horizons today. As Zhang Shanfeng listened to their words, he could not help but swallow his saliva. His face was filled with horror. Although he had seen Lin Fan eating with these important people not long ago, he did not expect that these big shots would personally go to the birthday celebration. What was Lin Fan's identity? Ellipsis. On the other hand, Lin Fan had finally arrived at Flower Stem's office in Zhongbei. Lin Fan had already been to Flower Stem a few times. Many employees knew that he had a good relationship with the president, Chu Yunyu. Therefore, when the employees saw Lin Fan, they all greeted him warmly. Lin Fan smiled in response. After a while, he arrived at the R&D center. Chu Yunyu was still mixing and testing the ingredients. She was very serious. When Chu Yunyu saw Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up as she said happily, Lin Fan, you've come at the right time. Take a look at our Love Heart's finished product. As she spoke, she picked up a tray. On the tray, there were 7 different colored perfumes, yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white, and gray. Lin Fan opened the bottles one by one and sniffed. How's the smell? Chu Yunyu asked carefully. She was like a child waiting for her teacher to check her homework. She was both excited and nervous. Lin Fan did not reply immediately. He looked at the computer screen. In the image, a sweet girl was running around in a flower bush with colorful butterflies dancing behind her. When the girl stopped, the butterflies sprinkled pollen on her. Thus, it became the Love Heart series. This is our Love Heart's promotional video, Chu Yunyu explained. Lin Fan nodded. The perfumes are not bad. The promotional video is also pretty good. It can be compared to Guerlain and Burberry. That's great, Chu Yunyu said excitedly. It was as though everything Lin Fan said was the truth of the world. As she was too happy, Chu Yunyu's pretty face started to glow. Then, Lin Fan and Chu Yunyu chatted for about half an hour. Find new stories on November.com. Chu Yunyu had been very worried and nervous these few days. This was because the Love Heart collection of perfumes would be launched in the next few days. Exclamation mark. Chu Yunyu had invested a lot of time and money into the collection. If the perfumes did not perform well, she would not know what to do. However, after chatting with Lin Fan for half an hour today, the worry in Chu Yunyu's heart instantly disappeared. Her entire person became extremely relaxed. Originally, Chu Yunyu wanted to treat Lin Fan to a meal. However, Lin Fan had already eaten. Therefore, he could only give up on it. Ellipsis. The night was getting late. The entire Feiyong building gradually fell into darkness. A figure suddenly appeared in the tightly locked door of Flower Stem's office. It was the researcher, Zhao Zishang. Chu Yunyu, the perfume that I've worked so hard to develop for you for so many years can't even compare to the sweet words of that pretty boy Lin Fan. You're the one who let me down first, so don't blame me. As Zhao Zishang spoke, he inserted the hard disk into the computer in the president's office. When the latest data was collected, Zhao Zishang took out a metal hammer and smashed it down. Sparks flew in all directions, illuminating his hideous and terrifying face. Ellipsis. After Lin Fan came out of the Feiyang building, he immediately drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and sped away. When he arrived at the traffic light not far away, a Mini Cooper car happened to stop at the side. Lin Fan took a casual look and realized that it was Hu Tian. "Teacher Tiantian," he called out. When Hu Tian heard the voice, she turned around slowly. When she saw Lin Fan, she said happily, "Lin Fan." Then, the two of them walked forward together. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at Hu Tian's house. The two of them had not seen each other for a few days. Absence made the heart grow fonder. Once the door was closed, the air seemed to become unbearably hot. "I'll get you a glass of water first," Hu Tian said. However, Lin Fan just pulled her into his embrace. Oh, epsilon. 3 epsilon. Ellipsis. The two of them stayed up all night. Ellipsis. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, there was no one beside him. However, there was a faint fragrance that drifted to his nose. Lin Fan stood up slowly and walked out. There was a bowl of noodles, a plate of fried dumplings, and a cup of hot milk on the table. Hu Tian smiled and said, "You must be hungry. Have some breakfast first." Lin Fan rubbed his nose and smiled. "I'm really hungry." After saying that, he did not stand on ceremony and picked up the noodles to eat. After a short while, the big bowl of noodles, the whole plate of fried dumplings, and the glass of milk were all eaten up. Lin Fan said, "Teacher Tiantian, you're so good at teaching, and your cooking skills are also good. If I get used to your food, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat other people's food in the future." If anyone else had said this, Hu Tian would probably have thought that the other party was a glib-tongued person and would have felt disgusted. However, as it was Lin Fan, Hu Tian felt a sense of sweetness. "As long as you like it, you can come and eat at any time," Hu Tian said with a smile. "Teacher Tiantian, you said it yourself," Lin Fan said happily. The two of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Hu Tian was a little tired from last night, so she went back to her room to catch up on sleep after she cleaned up the dishes. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to Zhongbei University. When he passed by Zhongbei Street, a fragrance suddenly blew over. Lin Fan sniffed it gently, and his face was filled with surprise. That was because this fragrance was actually from the Love Heart collection that he had smelled yesterday. However, did Chu Yunyu not say that the perfumes would only go on sale in a few days? Why did he smell it on the streets today? Lin Fan looked to the side with doubt in his heart. He saw, at the entrance of a perfume shop called Gentle Wind, there were many women standing in line. A few women were slowly walking out with newly bought perfumes. The perfume bottles looked similar to love hearts and were also divided into 7 colors: yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white, and gray. The fragrance was almost exactly the same as love hearts. Lin Fan looked through the crowd and into Gentle Wind's perfume shop. He could vaguely see the promotional video of Gentle Wind's perfume on the TV screen. The image in the video was almost exactly the same as the promotional video for Love Heart's collection that Lin Fan had seen yesterday. Lin Fan's brows furrowed as he came to a realization. Lin Fan did not go to Zhongbei University directly. Instead, he went to a nearby internet cafe. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and drove toward Feiyang Building. Ellipsis. At the same time, on the 17th floor of Feiyang Building, at Flower Stem, a few investigators were holding pens and paper, asking questions while taking notes. "Who was the last one to leave the building yesterday?" a tall man asked. "It was me. I was the last one to leave," the beautiful receptionist said. "Was the main door locked?" the tall investigator asked. "It was locked," the beautiful receptionist said. "Every time I lock the door, I check it, so I'm very sure." Other than the computer in the president's office, were there any other losses? He asked. "No. I didn't lose anything." All the employees shook their heads. "Miss Chu Yunyu, do you have any valuable information on this computer?" The investigator asked. Chu Yunyu said anxiously, "There's very important information stored inside. It contains all the detailed information of all the perfumes in flower stem. Can the computer data still be recovered?" She asked. It could be said that this matter concerned the survival of the entire company. It was just information on ordinary perfumes. However, there was information on Love Heart that was about to be released on the market on the computer. One had to know. Chu Yunyu had already spent a large amount of money to sign off on production and publicity. There were also sales contracts with factories, internet platforms, television, physical stores, and other channels. Once the information in the computer was leaked, or if other perfume companies found out, then all the money Chu Yunyu had spent to sign these contracts would be gone. The entire flower stem would probably break because of this. The technician next to her shook his head and said, "We can't do it, the damage to the hard drive is too severe." At this moment, a researcher hurriedly walked in and said, "President, the 7-Mile fragrance collection released by Gentle Wind is almost exactly the same as our Love Heart series." As he spoke, he took out 7 bottles of perfume that were yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white, and gray in color. A familiar and pleasant scent wafted through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, it was as if the air around Chu Yunyu had been sucked dry, and her pretty face instantly turned white. The thing that she was most afraid of, still happened. The information about the Love Heart collection was lost and stolen. Flower Stem was done for. The expressions of Flower Stem's employees also changed drastically. Clearly, they had also guessed some things. A corporate spy. A woman of medium build cried out. It must be a corporate spy who stole our information and destroyed the president's computer. That's right. It must be like this. Many of the employees agreed. Do you have any suspects in mind? The investigator asked. If it's really a spy as you say and they know the company very well, it might be an internal crime, he added after a pause. As he spoke, he could not help but glance at the employees as if trying to determine who the spy was. Even though it was just a simple glance, Zhao Zishang was so frightened that a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had a strange feeling that if he did not do anything, he would soon be identified as a spy. Hence, Zhao Zishang took the initiative and said, "Recently, a person called Lin Fan has been coming to our company frequently." After he said that, all the employees started whispering to each other. They could not help but start to suspect Lin Fan. After all, they were familiar with most of the people in the company. It was only Lin Fan whom they were relatively unfamiliar with. Furthermore, the employees knew that Lin Fan was very close to the president, Chu Yunyu. He had the ability to steal information. Who is this Lin Fan? The investigator asked. Zhao Zishang spoke first. He's been appearing in our company for the past few days. He tries to get closer to our president every day. Now that I think about it, Lin Fan is really suspicious. When Chu Yunyu heard this, she immediately wanted to retort. Although they had not known each other for a long time, she still had great trust in Lin Fan's character. Also, Lin Fan did not need to do that. This was because a commercial spy would try to steal trade secrets in order to get paid. With Lin Fan's research on perfume, it was too easy for him to earn money. Furthermore, the reason why the Love Heart collection had come to what it was today was all thanks to Lin Fan. She had even given him 10% of the company's shares. From a certain perspective, Flower Stem belonged to Lin Fan as well. Stealing his own company's information and giving it to others. How was this possible? However, before Chu Yunyu could say anything, the clear sound of clapping came from outside the corridor. Then, a tall and handsome man slowly walked in. It was Lin Fan. Today, I've personally experienced what it means for a thief to accuse another of being the thief. Zhao Zishang, am I right? Lin Fan smiled. As soon as he said that, Zhao Zishang felt as if his tail had been stepped on. He shouted, Lin Fan, you still have the face to come and talk to me about this. For so many years, our Flower Stem has never had our information stolen. Why did such a thing happen just a few days after you started appearing? To think that our President Chu trusted you so much. Zhao Zishang practically shouted out everything he wanted to say. This was the only way he could hide the fear in his heart. Lin Fan, how did he know? Zhao Zishang tried hard to recall what had happened last night. He turned off the camera before making a move. He also wore gloves when he used the president's computer and destroyed it. After recollecting his memories, Zhao Zishang was certain that he did not leave any evidence behind. Only then did he slowly regain his calm and composure. Lin Fan seemed to have seen through his change and smiled. Zhao Zishang, do you think that you didn't leave any flaws behind when you were doing bad things? Lin Fan, if you say such things again, I'll sue you for slander. Zhao Zishang shouted. Zhao Zishang is an intermediate researcher at Flower Stem. His monthly salary is around 18,000, Lin Fan continued. From a week ago to last night, why did you receive 3 additional transfers of 300,000? Don't rush to deny it. If I'm not wrong, there should be notifications of the transfer on your phone. When Lin Fan found out that perfumes similar to the Love Heart collection had appeared in Gentle Wind, he knew that there was a spy in Flower Stem. Therefore, he went to the internet cafe and used his professional hacking skills to find the latest information on the employees of Flower Stem. Zhao Zishang's expression changed as soon as he heard that, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was because Lin Fan was right. There was no mistake at all. He had indeed received 3 transfers of 300,000 yuan in the past few days, and he had received text messages notifying him of this on his mobile phone. However, how did Lin Fan know? Lin Fan continued, are you going to say that you received the money from a friend or relative? I have to say, Gentle Wind was very smart to choose to transfer the money from a company called Candy. However, if the police were to investigate, it would be easy to find out that Candy is a company fully owned by Gentle Wind. Lin Fan's words were calm. However, to Zhao Zishang's ears, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, causing his ears to buzz. His face was pale, his body was trembling, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his body. The investigators were all good at catching criminals. By now, they could tell that there was something wrong with Zhao Zishang. They immediately went forward and said, Zhao Zishang, please come back with us. There are some things we'd like to ask you. This sentence was like the last straw that Zhao Zishang was crushed by, causing him to collapse to the ground in fear. He knew, he was finished. After Zhao Zishang was taken away, the atmosphere in Flower Stem was still a little depressing. Even though Zhao Zishang had been caught, the information on the Love Heart collection had been destroyed. At the same time, the fact that Gentle Wind had released the 7 Mile Fragrance collection was also a fact. It would take a long time to solve it through legal means. In fact, they might not even be able to get a satisfactory result in the end. Flower Stem was on its final leg. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Fan was also very clear about this. He thought about it and said, Yunyu, let's go to the R&D center first. Alright, Chu Yunyu said in a tired tone. In the R&D center, Lin Fan quickly flipped through all the information and videos about Love Heart. Ding. Do you want to use the skill doubling card on Perfume Expert? Your skill will be doubled for 1 hour. Yes. Instantly, the process of making Love Heart flashed through Lin Fan's mind like a scene from a movie. Then, he quickly lit the alcohol lamp, placed the beaker on the spot, and connected the U-shaped tube, the separating funnel, the pump generator, the distillation bottle, and so on. Then, at the right time and according to the amount consumed, he poured in the rose liquid, chrysanthemum liquid, and osmanthus liquid. There were many kinds of flower liquids. Pre-processing, mixing, aging, freezing, filtering, and hardening. Chu Yunyu, who was standing at the side, saw everything. At first, she let out a look of suspicion, not knowing what Lin Fan was up to. However, as time passed, Chu Yunyu was stunned. Lin Fan's movements were smooth and fluid. Occasionally, there would be the sound of glassware clattering. In Chu Yunyu's eyes, it was as if he was not making perfume but standing on the world stage and performing a shocking concert. Skill. Perfume Expert, your charm is on full display. Swish. At this moment, Lin Fan finally stopped. At the same time, 7 perfumes, each with a different color, were presented. Visit Novelbant.com for new novels. Lin Fan slowly opened the bottles. Whoosh. Immediately, refreshing, sweet, strong, fruity, mysterious, gentle, and elegant scents filled the entire R&D center. These bottles of perfume actually had the scent of the 7 perfumes from the Love Heart collection. Furthermore, the layers were distinct and not messy at all. If the Love Heart collection could be said to make a person feel as though they were in a flower field, then these ones would make one feel as if they were a flower fairy. One would feel as if one were at the top of the clouds, beautiful and magnificent. When Chu Yunyu smelled the fragrance, she was completely dazed. Lin Fan looked at the dazed Chu Yunyu and could not help but smile. What do you think about replacing the previous Love Heart collection with this new rainbow perfume collection? When Chu Yunyu heard this, she came back to her senses and said sincerely, thank you, Lin Fan. They're definitely the best perfumes I've ever smelled. Chu Yunyu's dream was to create an international first-class perfume that belonged to one nation. Now, she saw hope. Exclamation mark. What are you thanking me for? Lin Fan laughed. Besides, aren't I a shareholder of Flower Stem? The 10% shares from last time are too little. I'll transfer you another 20%. Chu Yunyu said. Even though Flower Stem was founded by Chu Yunyu had given away a large number of shares through financing and employee stock ownership. She only owned 60% of the shares. Now, she would be transferring a total of 30% of her shares. This meant Lin Fan and she would have equal shares. From this, it could be seen how much importance Chu Yunyu placed on Lin Fan and the rainbow perfumes. As you wish, Lin Fan said indifferently. He really did not care much about the shares. The reason why he helped Chu Yunyu was that he felt that she was a good person. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, Flowstem produced a new promotional video as well as a production and publicity plan. They distributed the plan to the factories, the internet, and television stations. By the time everything was done, the sky had already turned completely dark. Chu Yunyu had been busy the entire day. However, she felt extremely satisfied and carefree. She understood that there was hope for Flower Stem, and it would even get better and better. All of this was because of Lin Fan. Chu Yunyu smiled. It's getting late. Lin Fan, let's go eat. Lin Fan was also a little hungry. He nodded and said, all right. Today, they came to the same private kitchen as usual. This place, it had almost become their canteen. When the boss saw them from afar, he greeted them, I just received some air-flown live fish and premium beef today. They're very fresh and tender. Do you want to try them? Sorry to trouble you, boss, Chu Yunyu said. Just as the boss had said, the meat was really fresh and tender. Lin Fan and Chu Yunyu were very satisfied. As soon as they walked out of the private kitchen, they heard a melodious singing voice in the distance. Chu Yunyu could not help but turn around and look at the street. A man of medium build was playing the guitar and singing a song. It was peaceful and free. Chu Yunyu liked this kind of scene very much. Lin Fan also noticed the man who was playing the guitar and singing in the distance. His expression changed slightly. A long time ago, he had obtained heavenly voice and professional guitar playing experience, but he had never tried it before. At the thought of this, Lin Fan strode toward the man. Chu Yunyu wanted to calm down and listen to the song, but she saw Lin Fan walk over. Hence, she followed closely behind. When they got closer, the man had just finished his song. The passers-by gave a round of sparse applause. Get the latest novels at novel.com. When he was about to sing another song, Lin Fan said, can I try? The man said without any hesitation, of course. It's no problem at all. Obviously, he was a person who was easy to get along with. After Lin Fan picked up the guitar, he first tried to feel the sound. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes and started to play the guitar. At the same time, he opened his mouth and sang a deep, distant song. What made me cry wasn't just the wine last night. It's not just your gentleness that I'm reluctant to part with. How much longer do we have to walk? Hold my hand. Ellipsis. As soon as he started performing, the pedestrians who were about to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. The passers-by on the streets seemed to be attracted by the scene and gathered together. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was listening quietly. Chu Yunyu was completely stunned. After the song started, Chu Yunyu seemed to have arrived at an ancient street. Around her, people were playing mahjong, drinking tea, and chatting. Everyone was calm and unhurried. They were extremely relaxed. At this moment, a light and elegant fragrance of wine wafted out from the small shop next to them. The owner was carrying freshly cooked local snacks and chatting with the customers. Everything was so relaxed and beautiful. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, and don't stop until all the lights go out. Finally, Lin Fan sang the last line of the song. His fingers that were playing the guitar slowly stopped. For 10 seconds, the entire place was still very quiet. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful music, unable to extricate themselves. 10 seconds later, everyone applauded and cheered. It was really nice to listen to. He sang so well. Sing another song. Lin Fan was only here to experience it. Why would he sing another song? He directly passed the guitar to the man and then walked to Chu Yunyu's side. Let's go, he said. Chu Yunyu did not reply. She just silently followed behind Lin Fan. In Chu Yunyu's mind, she was recalling everything about Lin Fan. When they first met, Lin Fan easily solved the customers' complaints and suggested ways to improve the Love Heart collection. After that, Lin Fan personally improved the Love Heart collection step by step. Then, not only did Lin Fan find the company's spy, but he also created a super first-class perfume. Now, Lin Fan could even play the guitar and sing. These images continued to gather in Chu Yunyu's mind, causing her impression of Lin Fan to grow stronger and stronger. In her eyes, Lin Fan started to emit extremely dazzling light. At this moment, a crisp notification sound rang out in Lin Fan's ears. Ding! Charming aura, triggered an unforgettable memory. Lin Fan's footsteps slowed down. He thought of a possibility and slowly turned around to look at Chu Yunyu with the eyes of truth. Face value, 98. Favorability, 95. As expected, it was Chu Yunyu. At that moment, Chu Yunyu was still in a daze. She did not even notice that Lin Fan had stopped in his tracks and directly bumped into his arms. Their lips touched. At this moment, time seemed to stop for 10 minutes. Then, Lin Fan followed Chu Yunyu back to her house. Her house was near the Feiyong building. The house was decorated in a warm, simple, and comfortable style. The moment Lin Fan walked in, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Teacher Tiantian. Teacher Tiantian's house also seemed to have this style. While Lin Fan was still looking around, Chu Yunyu had already jumped into his arms. Ellipsis. That night, Chu Yunyu's house seemed to have experienced an earthquake. The table, bed, and cabinet all started to shake violently. The two of them did not sleep the entire night. The next day, even though Chu Yunyu had not slept the entire night, she still went to Flower Stem early in the morning. After all, they had just distributed the information about rainbow perfumers to the factory, the internet, and TV platforms yesterday. There would definitely be many things to deal with today. ! Lin Fan went straight to Zhongbei University. When he arrived at the parking lot, Lin Fan did not come out immediately. Instead, he focused his attention on the system. Do you want to open the 5 silver packets? These 5 silver packets were for helping his grandfather celebrate his birthday. Yesterday, Lin Fan did not have the time to open them. He had the time now. Yes, Lin Fan said. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a 10x return card. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 200,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received a skill doubling card. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 500,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 300,000 yuan. Lin Fan nodded his head slightly in satisfaction. Lin Fan did not care too much about the money or the 10x interest return card. The skill doubling card, on the other hand, was extremely useful. That was because Lin Fan had already used it a few times before. Then, Lin Fan strolled into the classroom. This class was the old professor's class. Lin Fan did not listen for long before he fell asleep. Chu Yunyu spent a long time and finally finished the matters at hand. She poured a cup of coffee and took a light sip. The coffee's aroma lingered in her mouth as her beautiful eyes gazed at the distant scenery. After a long time, Chu Yunyu took out her phone and opened her contact list. Finally, her eyes fell on, Sweet Baby. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunyu pressed the dial button. A moment later, the call was slowly connected. Tiantian, Chu Yunyu said. Ever since you said that you have a man you like, I've put all my energy into Flower Stem. I wanted to keep myself busy so that I could realize my dream as soon as possible. But reality is cruel. Our Flower Stem's perfumes were questioned, and there was even a traitor in the company. A clear voice came from the phone. Yunyu, are you all right now? If Lin Fan had heard this voice, he would have exclaimed, Teacher Tiantian. Chu Yunyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. On the contrary, I'm doing surprisingly well now. Yunyu, where are you? I'll come over now," Hu Tian said. Hu Tian thought that Chu Yunyu had suffered a huge blow, which was why her words were so abnormal. No wonder she would think this way. After all, Hu Tian had made it clear that she had a man she liked, causing Chu Yunyu to lose her love. Now, Chu Yunyu's company had such a big change. This could be said to be a huge setback in both love and career. Chu Yunyu could also hear Hu Tian's worry. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I haven't finished speaking yet." Fortunately, a man appeared at this time. He helped to find the company's trader and even helped to create perfumes that far exceed international standards. Perhaps it won't be long before you'll see Flower Stem become the first international top one nation perfume brand. When Chu Yunyu said this, her tone could not help but become a little higher. Obviously, she was really happy. After a pause, she continued, "I was very surprised when you said you found a man you liked. It's because we've always hated men. But now, I truly understand how you feel." When Hu Tian heard this, she was sure that Chu Yunyu was not just shocked. She was really happy. Hu Tian could not help but feel happy for Chu Yunyu and said, "It seems like you've fallen in love with the man who helped you find the trader in your company and created the perfume that's worthy of a top international brand." "Yes, I have," Chu Yunyu said. "Then I really have to congratulate you for finding your true love. By the way, have I seen him before?" Hu Tian asked. "I don't think so," Chu Yunyu said, "but he's a student of Zhongbei University." "Is that so?" Hu Tian was a little surprised. According to what she knew about Chu Yunyu, this person must have a deep understanding of perfume. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create perfumes that surpassed top international standards. By right, a perfume expert like this should be at least 30 years old. How old were the students of Zhongbei University? Yup, I was also surprised that he's still in school. Oh right, his name is Lin Fan, Chu Yunyu said. Lin Fan, Hu Tian shouted. Ellipsis. There were no classes in the afternoon. Hence, after Lin Fan had his lunch at the canteen, he headed straight for Yike City. Creak, creak. Lin Fan pushed open the door of 2501 and realized that the atmosphere inside was a little weird. He looked over. Huang Ling and Chu Ziqin were sitting on the sofa in the living room with a middle-aged couple sitting next to them. Lin Fan could not help but ask, "These two are?" Huang Ling quickly stood up and prepared to say something. The middle-aged man named Huang Yaipeng, who was wearing a plaid shirt and had slightly white hair, shouted before anyone could, were Huang Ling's parents. "You must be Lin Fan, right? It's me, hello, uncle and aunt," Lin Fan said. Huang Yaipeng said, "Huang Ling's already so old. We're not against her dating. But you guys shouldn't be sneaking around, right?" Lin Fan blinked his eyes and turned around to look at Huang Ling, asking her with her gaze what was going on. The middle-aged woman named Li Min, who was dressed in purple, said, "Yup. If we didn't see your photo in her moments, we would still be in the dark." As she spoke, Li Min took out her phone and opened a photo. It was a photo of Lin Fan, Huang Ling, and Chu Ziqin eating at Star in order to complete the feasting mission. At that time, Huang Ling felt that Star's environment and food were very good, so she took a few photos and posted them on her WeChat moments. One of the photos was taken when she kissed Lin Fan. However, the spoon in the photo reflected the scene. Discover new chapters at novelband.com. Huang Ling looked at how her parents were questioning Lin Fan, and her entire face turned red like a ripe tomato. She wanted to find a hole and hide in it. If Lin Fan and she were really a couple, there would be no problem. However, the problem was that they were not a couple. After Lin Fan saw the photo, he immediately understood. "Uncle, aunt, it's my fault," he said. "I should have come home with Huang Ling earlier to visit you too." Hearing this, Huang Ling was moved to tears. When Huang Yaipeng and Li Min heard this, their expressions relaxed a little. This is more like it. Lin Fan could understand why Huang Yaipeng and Li Min were so excited. After all, children were the flesh and blood of their parents. Therefore, he was not unhappy at all. "Lin Fan, what's your job now?" Huang Yaipeng asked. "I'm studying at Zhongbei University," Lin Fan replied. Huang Yaipeng and Li Min frowned when they heard this. Originally, they had wanted to ask Lin Fan if he bought a house and how much he earned. However, when they heard that Lin Fan was still studying, they could only suppress those words in their hearts. After all, how could a person who had not entered society talk about owning a house and having a salary? At this moment, Huang Ling finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Mom, Dad, what brings you to Zhongbei this time?" Huang Yipeng glanced at Lin Fan indifferently. He seemed to be saying, "Let's see what kind of boyfriend you have." "The contract with our restaurant is about to expire," he said. "I've come to Zhongbei to sign it again." Then, Huang Yipeng looked at his phone and said, "It's about time. Huang Ling, you and Lin Fan can come with us." "No problem," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Zichen, do you want to go shopping with us?" Li Min asked. "After that, we can all have dinner together." "Aunt, I'm sorry. I still have something to deal with later, so I can't go out with you," Chu Zichen said apologetically. Up-to-dated novels on note.vl.com. "All right then." Li Min did not insist. Then, the group strolled outside. Huang Ling was the last to leave, and she could not help but glance at Chu Zichen. Chu Zichen, on the other hand, smiled faintly as if to say good luck. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Originally, Lin Fan was prepared to drive his Benz G-Class. However, Huang Yipeng took out his car keys first and pressed them lightly. The Toyota Corolla not far away made a sound as the car's headlights lit up. "Let's go, my car's here." As he spoke, he strode forward. Lin Fan could only follow. Huang Yipeng had been driving for years, and the journey was smooth. When they were waiting at the traffic light, Huang Yipeng asked, "Lin Fan, what do your parents do?" Even Huang Ling's ears perked up. She was also curious about this matter. "They run a clothing store in Qing City," Lin Fan said. "Honestly, your parents sell clothes?" Huang Yipeng thought for a while and said, "I know some factories that sell wholesale clothing. We can give your parents some discounts in the future." Huang Ling, on the other hand, directly thought that a clothing store meant a clothing company. She thought to herself, "No wonder Lin Fan's clothes are so great." "Then I'll thank you on behalf of my parents," Lin Fan said. "Although you're still in school, you're already an adult. Have you considered your future development? Are you going to stay in Zhongbei?" Huang Yipeng asked. "For the time being, I might stay in Zhongbei," Lin Fan said. He really did not think too far into the future. "Then you'll have to be prepared to buy a house in advance," said Li Min. "The price of houses has been increasing. I don't know how much money you'll be able to earn by the time you graduate." "I already have a house," Lin Fan said. "Oh, is that so? Then you have to take us to see it later." Huang Yipeng was a little surprised, but he did not seem to mind. That was because Lin Fan had just said that his parents had a clothing store in Qing City. Huang Yipeng thought that Lin Fan's parents must have bought the house for him. Besides, how much money could a clothing store owner in Qing City have to buy a house? It must be a small house. They chatted in the car and soon arrived at a large, modern building. In front of the building, there were 5 big words, Xiaowu Wholesale City. Seeing this, Lin Fan let out a weird expression. Xiaowu Wholesale City. Huang Ling's parents were going to sign the contract here. If he remembered correctly, a few days ago, when he opened the 1050 red packets, he seemed to have obtained 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City. In other words, Huang Ling's parents were going to sign a contract with his company. Huang Yipeng saw Lin Fan standing at the entrance in a daze and frowned. He thought to himself, "This boyfriend of my daughter is indeed from a small place like Qing City. He really has not seen much of the world." "My stomach hurts a little," Li Min said. "Ling, can you come with me to the bathroom?" "All right," Huang Ling responded. It had to be said that the flow of people in Xiaowu Wholesale City was indeed very large. Even if they wanted to go to the washroom, they had to queue up. About 10 minutes later, Li Min came out of the bathroom and said, "Ling, why did you ask Lin Fan to be your boyfriend?" Huang Ling opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. She could not possibly say that Lin Fan was not her boyfriend at all and they had a special relationship. If she said that, she would probably be beaten to death, right? Li Min continued, "Lin Fan is indeed very young and handsome. But can he be young and handsome forever? You should think more about your future life." Huang Ling opened her mouth again. She really wanted to say, "Mom, Lin Fan can definitely give me the life I want the most." At this moment, Huang Yipeng walked over and asked, "Why are you so slow?" "There were too many people," Li Min said. Then, the four of them headed to the office area on the third floor. There were only 2 tables, a sofa, and a coffee table in room 307. The layout was very simple. A round-faced man was working seriously on his computer. Huang Yipeng knocked on the door and said, "Is Manager Shang here?" "That's me. Come in," the round-faced man said. Thus, Huang Yipeng and the others slowly walked in. When Huang Yipeng and Li Min saw Manager Shang's face, they were both stunned. How could it be him? Huang Yipeng lived in room 305 in Xinhua District, Da City. Manager Shang used to live in room 304 in Xinhua District, and the two were neighbors who saw each other often. Manager Shang liked to keep dogs, big dogs. In addition, he would take the big dogs out for a walk every day. However, Manager Shang never leashed the dogs. Whenever Huang Yipeng's family went out, they would often be frightened by his big dogs. Therefore, he had asked Manager Shang to put the dogs on leashes. However, Manager Shang did not listen at all. Huang Yipeng had to ask the security guards to help mediate, but Manager Shang still did not listen. In the end, Huang Yipeng called the police. It could be said that Manager Shang hated Huang Yipeng's family for this incident. Later, Manager Shang moved, and Huang Yipeng's family never saw him again. "I didn't expect to meet you here today. You're Mr. Huang, right?" Manager Shang sneered. Huang Yipeng finally reacted. Yes, I'm here today to sign the distribution contract for next year, as I told you yesterday." Even though the two of them had enmity, in order to survive, Huang Yipeng had to put it aside for the time being. "Oh, I've already prepared the new contract. Take a look first." As Manager Shang spoke, he casually threw the contract on the table. Although Manager Shang's attitude was not very good, in order to survive, Huang Yipeng did not dare to show any anger. He picked up the contract and read it carefully. However, Huang Yipeng asked after a while, "Manager Shang, weren't we at level 2 last year? Why is this contract for a level 3 retail store? Did you take the wrong contract out?" Manager Shang took a sip of tea and then cleared his throat. "I didn't take the wrong one out. Mr. Huang, you've been running the shop for a few years. Why don't you understand the rules? The level of the retail store is based on the sales volume. Your sales volume last year was too low, so you can only get the contract for a level 3 retail store this year." His tone was relaxed, but Huang Yipeng was anxious. "Manager Shang, the prices of many items for level 3 distributors are 5% higher than those on level 2. We can't afford them at all. It might seem like a mere 5%, but how much is the total profit of one product?" As Huang Yipeng had said, they could not afford it. Li Min could not help but shout, "Manager Shang, you can't deliberately make things difficult for us just because we had a conflict in the past. You can't say that." Manager Shang's face sank as he shouted. "You should know the sales figures of your store. Take a look at the rules of the distributors in Xiaowu Wholesale City. I'm doing everything according to the rules." As he spoke, he threw a stack of documents on the table. Huang Yipeng understood that the situation was more important than the person. "Manager Shang, I'm sorry. My wife didn't mean it that way," he quickly apologized. "However, with this 5% increase in price, our shop won't be able to make any profit at all. Moreover, our store's sales volume is only a little bit away from the sales volume of a level 2 sales store. Can you please be more tolerant?" Manager Shang did not change his mind even after Huang Yipeng's apology. "I've already said that this is the rule of Xiaowu Wholesale City. You were a little bit away from the sales volume, which means you didn't reach it. Therefore, we can only sign a level 3 dealer contract this year. If you want to improve your level, it's very simple. If you can increase your sales this year, you'll naturally be able to sign a higher grade contract next year." That was what he said, but in reality, Vist Novelbant.com for new updates. The prices were low last year, but that did not help to increase sales. If the prices were high this year, how could their sales increase? Huang Yipeng understood this very well. His face was full of bitterness as he said, "Manager Shang, can you think of another way? What I just said is the only way." Manager Shang said, If you don't believe me, you can go to the other business managers in our Xiaowu Wholesale City. After that, Manager Shang ignored Huang Yipeng and the others. He focused on the computer screen, looking very busy. Seeing this, Huang Yipeng was filled with helplessness. He could only continue to look through the contract. Should he go to the other managers of Xiaowu Wholesale City? Would it really work? As Manager Shang said, this was the rule of Xiaowu Wholesale City. As a member of Xiaowu Wholesale City, Manager Shang definitely had his own network. Perhaps with just one word, he could make all the other managers follow the rules. Lin Fan frowned and was about to say something. Ring, ring. At this moment, his phone rang. Lin Fan looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unknown number. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Just as Lin Fan pressed the answer button, a voice filled with a fawning tone rang out. Lin Fan said, "It's me. Who are you?" Quote, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhang Zhou, the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City." The voice on the other end of the phone became more respectful. When Lin Fan heard this, his brows furrowed slightly as he gave a strange look. He had just arrived at Xiaowu Wholesale City, and their chairman had already called. In fact, Zhang Zhou had long wanted to make this call. After all, Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder in his company. In fact, if Lin Fan was willing, he could even easily remove him from his position as the chairman. Therefore, Zhang Zhou wanted to wait for good news from the company before calling Lin Fan. He wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Fan. After a while, Lin Fan said, "Oh, it's you. What's the matter, Mr. Lin? Here's the thing. We've calculated the financial statement for the second quarter of Xiaowu Wholesale City. The net profit in the second quarter increased by 120%. A total of 120 million in dividends was generated, and your 51% of the shares is 61 million. May I know which account it'll be transferred to?" Zhang Zhou said. Lin Fan's lips curled up. Although he did not care much about money now, he was still a little happy to be able to earn an additional 61 million. Lin Fan said, "I'm at Xiaowu Wholesale City, room 307. Come over first." Zhang Zhou was stunned for a moment, then he quickly said, "Yes, I'll come over now." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhou became busy and anxious. "Secretary, quickly inform all the executives to gather." Ellipsis. At this moment, in room 307, Huang Yipeng finally finished reading the contract, and his frown deepened. "Manager Shang, if we follow the price on the contract, I'm afraid our shop won't be able to continue." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Huang?" asked Manager Shang. "Our Xiaowu wholesale market has signed a lot of level 3 sales contracts. If you say that, how are the others continuing to run their stores? In fact, we're already offering the cost price to the level 3 distributors, and we're offering subsidies to the level 2 distributors. If you want to get the subsidies, of course, you have to have a good performance." After a pause, Manager Shang continued, "If you really think the price is too high and you can't continue to run the store, we won't force you. After all, Xiaowu Wholesale City has always allowed tenants to freely come and go." After that, Manager Shang picked up the cup again and drank the tea leisurely. Freely come and go. This sentence was simple, but was it really so? When Huang Yipeng first opened this shop, he spent a total of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan on the renovation, security deposit, stock, and so on. If he really gave up now, all the previous investments would be for naught. Huang Yipeng's expression was extremely ugly. He opened his mouth, trying to say something. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Then, a large group of men and women in formal suits walked in quickly. When Manager Shang, who was drinking tea, saw them, he almost got scalded. He quickly stood up and said, "Chairman Zhang, General Manager Chen, Director Wang, Director Li, Director Hu, why are you guys here?" However, it was as if these people did not hear Manager Shang's words. The chairman, Zhang Zhou, went straight to Lin Fan and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Following that, the large group of people behind him also followed suit and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Silence. Then, the entire room 307 fell into a brief silence. Huang Yipeng and Li Min's mouths were half open, and their faces were full of shock. They had clearly heard Manager Shang address the group of people in front of him as chairman, general manager, and directors. It could be said that this group of people was definitely the higher-ups of Xiaowu Wholesale City. They were big shots. However, this group of people actually all knew Lin Fan. Furthermore, they even used an extremely fawning tone to address Lin Fan as Mr. Lin. The sudden change stunned Huang Ling. However, her ability to accept things was clearly much better than her parents. After all, Huang Ling had long known that Lin Fan was no ordinary student. In the face of Zhang Zhou and the others' warm greetings, Lin Fan only casually replied, "Hello. You're Chairman Zhang, right?" Lin Fan said to the middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses who was standing in front. "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Lil Zhang," Zhang Zhou said in a flattering tone. Lil Zhang. Xiaowu Wholesale City was a big enterprise with a market value of tens of billions. As the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City, Zhang Zhou could definitely be called a local tyrant here. At this moment, he was actually calling himself Lil Zhang. Read latest chapters at NOVELB and Company per meter. Who was Mr. Lin? Manager Shang could not help but shiver. Huang Yipeng and Li Min's mouths were wide open. Lin Fan said, "Lil Zhang. I'll just call you Zhang Zhou." Okay, Mr. Lin, you can call me anything you want," Zhang Zhou said. "Mr. Lin, what brings you to Xiaowu Wholesale City this time?" he asked nervously. After all, Lin Fan was the biggest shareholder in Xiaowu Wholesale City. Now, he had suddenly come over quietly. If he was dissatisfied with anything, it would definitely be a disaster. Lin Fan said, "It's not a big deal. My future in-laws are distributors in Xiaowu Wholesale City. I'm here to accompany them. My future in-laws have always signed a level 2 sales contract. However, I don't know if it's because Manager Shang had a conflict with them in the past, but he's insisting on signing a level 3 sales contract with them today." As soon as he said that, Zhang Zhou's face darkened. Although Xiaowu Wholesale City did determine the level of the distribution store for the next year based on the sales of the previous year, as long as the previous year's sales were not too bad, the level of the distribution store would rarely be lowered. After all, no one would be willing to suddenly raise the price. Once it reached the point of lowering the level of the shop, it meant that the business of the shop was extremely poor and was close to closing down. Since Lin Fan's future in-laws had come to sign the new contract, it was obvious that the business was not that bad. In other words, Manager Shang was deliberately making things difficult for them. Making things difficult for Mr. Lin's future in-laws. How dare he? "I've been busy with the company's structure recently," Zhang Zhou said solemnly. "I've neglected my employees' performance. Mr. Lin, I'll definitely deal with this matter seriously." Manager Shang, who was standing not far away, felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold. Manager Shang had moved from Da City because he had a relative who was a higher up in Xiaowu Wholesale City and who could give him a bright future. However, it all ended here. Zhang Zhou said to Huang Yipeng and Li Min in a flattering tone, "You must be Mr. Lin's future in-laws." Hello. Huang Yipeng and Li Min shook hands, stunned. Zhang Zhou continued, "You're willing to cooperate with Xiaowu Wholesale City, which shows your trust in us. Later, I'll have someone sign a strategic cooperation agreement with you." A strategic cooperation agreement. That meant they would become regional agents. Please visit. This meant that Huang Yipeng and Li Min could get the cheapest price. They could even buy from all the shops in Da City. They could earn money just by sitting down. This sentence was like a bomb, directly blowing up Huang Yipeng and Li Min. Then, under the invitation of Zhang Zhou and the other higher-ups, Lin Fan, Huang Yipeng, Li Min, and Huang Ling went for a luxurious dinner. Seeing that the sky was gradually turning dark, Lin Fan and the rest were sent off respectfully by Zhang Zhou and the other higher-ups. They got into the Corolla and gradually left. Different from when they first arrived, the atmosphere in Corolla was a little dull. Lin Fan said, "Uncle, turn left in front. Let's go take a look at my house first. We can also stay there for the night." Not long after, the group of people arrived at the Coiling Dragon Villa complex. When the security guards at the entrance saw that it was a Corolla, they initially did not intend to respond. However, when they saw Lin Fan's face, their faces bloomed like a flower. They smiled respectfully. "Welcome home, Mr. Lin." The security guards respected him from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was the only owner of the Coiling Dragon Villa complex. Lin Fan nodded his head as a form of greeting. When they walked in, they were greeted by a field of green trees and the fragrance of flowers. In the distance, there were many villas that looked like castles. The sight was beautiful and mesmerizing. Seeing this, Huang Yipeng and Li Min both swallowed their saliva. Li Min could not help but ask, Lin Fan, where's your house? Everyone here, Lin Fan said. Li Min was stunned for a moment. She obviously did not understand. What did that mean? Hence, Lin Fan explained, there are a total of 10 villas in the Coiling Dragon Villa complex. And these 10 villas are all mine. Uncle, aunt, which one do you want to stay in today? Pick whichever you want. Silence. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. All of them. All the villas here belong to Lin Fan alone. When the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City and the others tried to please Lin Fan, Huang Yipeng and Li Min knew that Lin Fan was definitely very rich. Even if he had a villa here, it was considered normal. However, they did not expect that this place. A total of 10 villas, all of which belonged to Lin Fan alone. This was completely beyond their imagination. In fact, Huang Yipeng and Li Min were not the only ones who were shocked. Huang Ling was also shocked. In the past, Lin Fan had told Huang Ling and Chu Zichen that he had an extra villa and that they could stay there. However, Huang Ling and Chu Zichen felt that a villa was too big and empty. Therefore, they still chose to live in Yike City. However, Lin Fan did not say that he had 10 villas. Huang Ling thought it was an apartment building. Lin Fan saw that the three of them were stunned and did not speak for a long time. He could not help but cough lightly and ask, Uncle, aunt, which villa do you want to live in? Huang Yipeng was still in a daze. He pointed at a villa near the lake. All right, we'll stay in that one. Lin Fan nodded. As he spoke, he strode forward and entered the password. Creak, creak. With a soft sound, the door slowly opened. Suddenly, the luxurious decorations in the villa appeared in front of Huang Yipeng, Li Min, and Huang Ling. The next day, a few birds were chirping outside the window, an array of warm sunlight gently shone on the window sill. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Lin Fan, who was lying on the big bed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his phone out of habit. A text message was already on the screen. Notice from Merchant Bank, 1,430,000 yuan was deposited into your account at 12 a.m. New N0VEL chapters are published on N0VELBIN, company per meter. Lin Fan washed up and walked out of his room. At that moment, Huang Ling, Huang Yipeng, and Li Min were sitting in the living room and chatting in low voices. When Lin Fan appeared, the three of them stopped chatting and turned their gazes to him. Being stared at by the three of them, Lin Fan could not help but feel a little awkward. He coughed lightly and said, You guys must be hungry. Let's go have breakfast first. Then, they left the Coiling Dragon Villa complex and went to a nearby restaurant. The restaurant was elegantly decorated, and the breakfast was delicious with a wide variety. Of course, the price was a little more expensive. The breakfast for 4 people cost about 800 yuan in total. Uncle, aunt, why don't you stay in Zhongbei for a few more days? Lin Fan said as he wiped his mouth. Huang Yipeng waved his hand and said, Our shop hasn't been open for 2 days. We can't keep it closed anymore. Moreover, we just signed a strategic agreement with Xiaowu Wholesale City, so we need to go back early to prepare. Huang Yipeng could not hide the smile on his face. At the same time, the way he looked at Lin Fan became even fierier. Li Min, who was sitting next to him, could not help but ask, Lin Fan, how do you know the chairman and the general manager of Xiaowu Wholesale City? Huang Yipeng and Huang Ling both perked up their ears. Clearly, they were also very concerned about this issue. Oh, because I have 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City, Lin Fan said casually. Huang Yipeng's spoon fell to the ground, and he was completely stunned. As the manager of the retail store, he knew very well how huge the financial resources of Xiaowu Wholesale City were. Lin Fan, he actually owned 51% of Xiaowu Wholesale City's shares. If he had said that the first time he met Lin Fan, Huang Yipeng would have spat on his face. At this moment, he completely believed it. This was the only reason why the chairman and the general manager of Shaowu Wholesale City were so polite to him and even tried to please him. On the highway, nostalgic music was playing in the Toyota Corolla. Li Min's slightly aged face was blushing due to the direct sunlight. She seemed to have thought of some beautiful images, and a smile appeared on her face. My Lil Ling has good eyes. If only she could get pregnant earlier. I have to let my daughter nourish her body. As Li Min spoke, she took out her phone and quickly typed a message. Suddenly, Huang Yipeng's phone rang. He pressed the answer button in the car. Is this Brother Huang? A hoarse voice came from the car's stereo. It's me, and you are. Huang Yipeng said. I'm Shang Jianping. Brother Huang, I was wrong in the past. Please don't hold it against me. Manager Shang said in a sobbing voice. At that moment, Lin Fan arrived at Zhongbei University. Lin Fan had just sat down in his classroom when Song Jiaxin walked over. How did you calculate this? She asked as she took out her notebook. Lin Fan looked at the densely packed formulas in the notebook. It was Zhou's conjecture. With Song Jiaxin's family background, she did not need to study mathematics. Obviously, as she had said before, she was really interested in mathematics. Unfortunately, Song Jiaxin's interest did not make her the best in mathematics. This was because the equation in front of Lin Fan was only the most basic calculation of Zhou's conjecture. However, she could not understand it at all. Please visit. Lin Fan picked up his pen and wrote down the most detailed steps in his blank notebook. Song Jiaxin looked at the floating calculations in the notebook and fell into a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the bell rang from outside. The old professor walked in slowly with a textbook in his hand. It had to be said that the old professor's teaching method was really hypnotizing. Even though Lin Fan had already slept through the night, Lin Fan's eyelids felt heavy and he fell asleep not long after the lesson started. In the afternoon, when he was eating in the canteen, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. 12 p.m. The red packets were here. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 3 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 19,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received skillful scanning. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 5 yuan. Today, Lin Fan earned a total of 42,189 yuan. He naturally did not care about this little bit of money. Lin Fan immediately focused his attention on skillful scanning. Skillful scanning, photographic memory and a skill that can quickly absorb knowledge. Superb memory and reading ability. Not only can you quickly grasp knowledge, but you can also display a special charm. When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up immediately. In the past, he often fantasized about having a photographic memory. He did not expect that it would become a reality today. This was definitely a very good skill. After Lin Fan finished his lunch, he went back to his dormitory and impatiently picked up a textbook. He quickly flipped through it. With just a glance, the first page's dense content seemed to be engraved into his mind. It was extremely magical. Lin Fan could not help but be excited as he flipped to the second page, third page, fourth page. In just 2 minutes, Lin Fan could actually recite the entire book backward. Lin Fan read 3 books in a row before his interest slowly faded. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. It was a message from teacher Tiantian. Hu Tian, if you're free tonight, come over to my house. Yesterday, Huang Ling's parents had come and Lin Fan had been holding it in for the entire night. At that moment, when he saw the message, Lin Fan's heart could not help but beat faster. He quickly replied to the message. Lin Fan replied, since you invited me, I'll definitely make time. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove the Pagani Huayra toward Hu Tian's house. At this time, it was time to get off work, and the road was very congested. Even though Hu Tian's home was not far from Zhongbei, Lin Fan still spent close to an hour. Lin Fan knocked on the door slowly. Very quickly, the door opened with a creak. At the next moment, Lin Fan was a little stunned. That was because the person who opened the door was not Hu Tian but Chu Yunyu. Just when Lin Fan thought that he had come to the wrong place, Hu Tian appeared in front of him. At that moment, the 2 women's scent, their similar house decorations, and other things all came together in Lin Fan's mind. Chu Yunyu was actually the one Hu Tian was talking about. Her girlfriend. Tonight would be another sleepless night. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. Chu Yunyu and Hu Tian had long prepared noodles, fried dumplings, and other delicacies. After a tiring night, the three of them were a little hungry. Not long after, all the food was finished. Chu Yunyu wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was full of satisfaction. Then, she looked at the time and said, "I'll take my leave first. The demand for flower stems rainbow is relatively large. I need to supervise and coordinate with them." As she said this, Chu Yunyu's pretty face revealed a smile that was difficult to hide. After Rainbow was officially launched, the perfumes immediately received a lot of good reviews. In just one day, they were sold out. This made Chu Yunyu feel that she was getting closer and closer to creating Hua Nation's first international top perfume brand. Then, Chu Yunyu's sparkling eyes fell on Lin Fan. All of this was Lin Fan's credit. After Chu Yunyu left, Hu Tian muttered to herself, "A year ago, Chu Yunyu and I decided to spend the rest of our lives together. A week ago, we decided to split up and live our own lives. I can't believe that we're going to spend the rest of our lives together again after just a week." After Hu Tian finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a smile. She had never thought that such a young man would have such a huge impact on her life. Being stared at like that, Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed. He picked up the teacup and continuously moistened his throat. Hu Tian looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed expression and could not help but smile. The two chatted for a while more before they headed to Zhongbei University. As Hu Tian walked along the wide campus road, almost all the students who passed by greeted her. It could be seen just how popular Hu Tian was at Zhongbei University. At this time, a clear voice came from not far away. "Tiantian, so you're here. I was just about to go look for you." A short-haired woman of average build, about 30 years old, quickly walked over. "Wenting, is there something you need from me?" Hu Tian asked. Wenting, whose full name was Zhang Wenting, was an associate professor in the physics department of Zhongbei University. Female professors were rare in fields such as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Therefore, Hu Tian and Zhang Wenting's relationship had always been good. "It's about the earthquake project in our laboratory. The calculations are too complicated. We can't do it at all. That's why we'd like to ask a great mathematician like you to help us out," Zhang Wenting said. Even though physics and mathematics were two different subjects, if it was just calculation, it would still lead to the same result. "Calculations?" Hu Tian laughed. "You've got the wrong person." Huh. Zhang Wenting was a little puzzled. In the past, when she asked Hu Tian for help, she would always agree immediately. Why did she reject her today? Hu Tian continued, "Because the person next to me is a true great mathematician. He's more suitable for you." Then, she pointed at Lin Fan and introduced him. "He's Lin Fan." Lin Fan. Zhang Wenting was stunned for a moment. Then, she cried out in surprise, "Lin Fan. The genius who solved Zhou's conjecture and twin prime number conjecture." Lin Fan did not accept the interviews despite the request of the leaders of Zhongbei University and Zhongbei City. However, his name had already spread throughout the entire Zhongbei University. Zhang Wenting said excitedly, "Mr. Lin, can you help us solve the calculation problem?" Lin Fan could tell that Zhang Wenting and Hu Tian had a good relationship. He would only be helping out with some calculations, so there was naturally no problem. "All right," he replied. When Zhang Wenting heard this, the smile on her face widened. Then, the three of them arrived at the building behind the basketball court of Zhongbei University. The school building looked a little old from the outside. Most people would not pay attention to it even if they passed by. However, for those who were familiar with Zhongbei University, they knew the truth. This was because this building contained a lot of expensive equipment, experimental materials, and data. It was definitely one of the most valuable and important places at Zhongbei University. In Physics Laboratory 104, there were complicated instruments and LED lights of various sizes. They were flashing with different lights. Wang Guohai, a professor from the physics department, would occasionally instruct two PhD students to adjust the experimental steps and methods. Wang Guohai stared at the screen and mumbled, "I have to think of a way to quickly solve these difficult problems." At this moment, a series of light footsteps came from the corridor. "Professor Wang, look who I've brought with me, said Zhang Wenting happily. When Wang Guohai heard this, he slowly raised his head and said, so, it's Professor Hu. Welcome, welcome. I was just worried about the calculations. Now that you're here, I don't have to worry anymore. Obviously, Zhang Wenting had already said that she would invite Hu Tian over. Therefore, Wang Guohai was not too surprised. Hu Tian smiled. Professor Wang, you might have misunderstood. I'm not here to help with the calculations. It's Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Wang Guohai's face was filled with surprise. He then looked to the side and said solemnly, Student Lin, the process of solving Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture was very exciting. Wang Guohai had been to the report that day. This was why he knew Lin Fan. It was just that he did not notice him just now. Thank you for your praise, Professor Wang, Lin Fan said. The two PhD students who were doing experiments heard the conversation and looked over. They were also really curious about Lin Fan. Zhang Wenting said, that's enough. Stop chatting. Student Lin, you'd better come and help us with these difficult problems. As she spoke, she handed over a stack of documents. There were many equations written on it. 2, 1, 5 pi e plus 1, 4, 5 pi b plus 7 minus 1 cubed. Hu Tian was about to say something. However, Lin Fan had already picked up his ballpoint pen and started writing. The entire laboratory was filled with a crisp knocking sound. Ding! Absolute focus triggered a flash of inspiration. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Soon, the blank draft book was filled with floating figures. After that, he finished answering 1 question, 2 questions, all latest novels on novelbant.com. In about 50 minutes, all the questions had been answered. Silence. The entire laboratory was silent. Wang Guohai, Zhang Wenting, and the two PhD students were all around him. Their mouths were half open, and their faces were full of shock. These problems were accumulated in the last half a year. They spent a long time and racked their brains but still could not solve them. In the end, in less than an hour, the young man in front of them, Lin Fan, he answered all of them without thinking. It was like eating and drinking to him. Was this the genius who solved 2 world-class math problems? This was too amazing. Hu Tian's eyes were filled with a strange light as she looked at Lin Fan's answers. She had seen Lin Fan answer many difficult questions. However, she was fascinated every time. She would not get tired of it. The elegant handwriting, the focused expression, and the determined face. In Hu Tian's eyes, it was as if Lin Fan was the only person left in the entire world. He was so dazzling and captivating. Cough, cough. Lin Fan was being stared at by everyone and felt a little awkward. He cleared his throat and said, are there any other questions? After he finished answering all the questions, Lin Fan came out of his state of absolute focus. In fact, if he had not triggered the flash of inspiration, Lin Fan would not have been able to solve so many physics questions in such a short time. After all, he only had professor-level physics experience and professor-level mathematics experience. Wang Guohai finally reacted and said, according to the data on this, do another earthquake simulation experiment and our particle movement experiment. The two PhD students quickly took the draft paper. According to the experimental requirements and steps, they carefully fiddled with the experimental equipment and pressed the buttons. Swish. After a short while, the large experimental instrument in front began to shake violently. Then, rows of LED lights flashed in different colors in a certain pattern. A moment later, the computer screen connected to the instrument showed dense black dots. Wang Guodao typed quickly on the keyboard and entered a series of equations. Suddenly, the black dots seemed to be attracted to the screen and formed a beautiful parabola. Seeing this, Zhang Wenting shouted excitedly, this is great. We've found the trajectory of the R particle. Wang Guodao was also full of smiles. At the same time, he looked at Lin Fan and sighed. While they were happy, Lin Fan's lips curled up as well. In his mind, a clear and crisp prompt sounded. Ding! You've triggered a hidden mission. Read Geographical Science, Basics of Geology, Geology and Structure, Mechanics, Basic Research of the Earth's Crust, Wave Theory, Advanced Particle Research, Research and Analysis of Quantum Mechanics, and Law of Earth's Crust Movement. Reward. Earthquake Prediction Device and its Manufacturing Principle. Earthquake Prediction Device. Predicting earthquakes in advance. This was obviously a good thing. Lin Fan did not expect to trigger a mission when he came to the physics laboratory. Lin Fan, thank you. Wang Guohai said solemnly. It's just a small matter. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lin Fan said. He just wanted to finish this mission as soon as possible. Wang Guohai looked at Lin Fan and Hu Tian's back view as they left. He was in a daze inside. Lin Fan, what an amazing genius. In fact, when Wang Guohai found out that Lin Fan was the one who came to help him solve the problems, he did not have much hope. Even though Lin Fan had solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture, it only meant that he was a mathematical genius. The calculations from before involved a lot of advanced physics knowledge. He was a college student, so he might not even be able to recognize all the symbols. Even if it was Hu Tian, she would still need to read through a lot of information before she could have an answer. However, Lin Fan easily solved all of them in less than an hour. This was not something that could be simply described as a mathematical genius. Lin Fan is a genius. Zhang Wenting said. Obviously, he did not think that much about it. Ellipsis. As they walked along the winding path, the chirping of birds could be heard from the treetops. Most up-to-date novels are published on N0 Velb and Company per meter. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of physics, Hu Tian said. Right when Lin Fan received the questions, Hu Tian wanted to explain the meaning of the special symbols. However, before Hu Tian could even open her mouth, Lin Fan had already answered the questions. It was obvious that this surprised Hu Tian. Physics? Lin Fan asked. In the future, you'll realize that there's nothing I don't understand. Is that so? Hu Tian said with a smile. At this moment, Hu Tian's phone vibrated. She looked at her phone and said, I have something to do. I need to go to the office first. All right, you should go, Lin Fan replied. Then, he walked straight to the library. Zhongbei University was indeed one of the top universities in the country. In the tall library, people were moving about. On the rows of tables, many people were reading seriously and doing questions at their desks. It was a very studious atmosphere. He looked into the distance and saw a dense number of bookshelves. Each bookshelf was divided into different categories and filled with a large number of books. Lin Fan quickly walked through the bookshelves of humanities, history, chemistry, and novels. Finally, he came to the physics bookshelf. Wave theory, advanced particle research, quantum mechanics research and analysis, wavelength theory. Then, Lin Fan came to the geography bookshelf. Geographical science, basics of geology. After nearly 20 minutes, Lin Fan finally found a place to sit down with a pile of books in his arms. If an ordinary person wanted to finish reading all 10 books, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. One had to know that these were all heavyweight books with hundreds of pages. However, Lin Fan had just received skillful scanning, so things were much simpler. Everyone heard the sound of someone flipping through a book at high speed from where Lin Fan was sitting. Wave theory, advanced particle research, geographical science. 1, 2, 3. In just 20 minutes, he had finished reading all 10 thick books and memorized all the content. It took 20 minutes to find the books and another 20 minutes to finish reading all the books. Furthermore, he had even mastered all the knowledge in the books. If this was known by others, who knew what they would think? At the same time, a crisp voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you've read geographical science, basics of geology, geology and structure, mechanics, basic research of the Earth's crust, wave theory, advanced particle research, research and analysis of quantum mechanics, and law of Earth's crust movement. You've obtained the earthquake prediction device and its manufacturing principle. Lin Fan turned his neck and happened to see a girl with black-rimmed glasses next to him. She was frowning at a math question on the table. Her hand that was holding a pen did not move for a long time. It was obvious that she was stumped. Lin Fan had just completed his mission and was in a good mood. He did not mind helping out. Thus, he picked up the pen and paper next to the girl and quickly wrote. After a while, a set of standard answers appeared on the paper and was pushed in front of the girl. Then, Lin Fan picked up a huge pile of books and strolled toward the bookshelves. After Lin Fan left the library, he returned to his dormitory. At this moment, the dormitory was empty and very quiet. Do you wish to claim the earthquake prediction device and its manufacturing principles? Yes, Lin Fan said. Whoosh. In the next moment, a completely black rectangular machine about 1 cubic meter in size appeared in front of him. This was an earthquake forecaster. There was a huge stack of information on top of the earthquake forecaster. At the top of the information, there were 9 big words, the principle behind the construction of the earthquake prediction device. Lin Fan first sized up the black machine and muttered, "This is the earthquake prediction device, right? It looks like a box." Then, he picked up the documents and quickly flipped through them. About 3 minutes later, he had memorized all the information about the building principles of the earthquake prediction device in his mind. I can predict earthquakes 5 days before they happen. That's not bad. Predict earthquakes 5 days before they happened. Not bad. If an earthquake expert heard this, they would probably scream. One had to know that with today's science and technology, it was still impossible to predict an earthquake 5 minutes before it happened, let alone 5 days. Lin Fan yawned, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He did not sleep last night. Even though he had violent aesthetics and his body had been strengthened, he was still a little sleepy. In the physics laboratory. Swish. Muffled sounds rose and fell. It only stopped after a long time. Wang Guohai looked at the data on the computer screen and could not help but smile. Let's sort out this data, and we should be able to publish several sci papers. Zhang Wenting said excitedly. Yes. Wang Guohai nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get to work. Zhang Wenting said. Lin Fan's sleep was very comfortable. When a beam of hot sunlight fell on his face, he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fan lay on the bed and rested for a while. Ding, ding. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. 12 p.m. The red packets were here. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 10 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 50,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you've received 1 yuan. Today, Lin Fan had earned a total of 72,121 yuan. Lin Fan did not care about the amount of money. He put his phone back into his pocket. Then, he slowly walked out. Not long after Lin Fan left, Zheng Jinbao, Ma Zhang, and Song Yi walked in. What is this? Ma Zhang pointed at the earthquake prediction device and said. If only it was a little higher, it would be perfect as a table, Song Yi said. Zheng Jinbao also took a few curious glances, but he quickly focused his attention on his computer. Before 12 o'clock, the school cafeteria was filled with long queues. Lin Fan did not want to squeeze in with the others, so he drove his Lamborghini to the nearby restaurant. Please visit. Crystal shrimp dumplings, simple stir-fried vegetables, squab soup, stir-fried yellow beef. A simple and affordable lunch of 600 yuan made Lin Fan very satisfied. After the meal, Lin Fan walked out of the restaurant and prepared to return to school. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared not far away. Zhang Song. Lin Fan shouted. Zhang Song was Lin Fan's good friend in high school. The reason why Lin Fan attended the high school reunion was that Zhang Song was one of the people he wanted to meet. Although the man not far away was taller, darker, and thinner than the Zhang Song he knew in high school. Lin Fan was sure that it was his good friend, Zhang Song. The man not far away had obviously heard someone calling him and could not help but turn around. He said in an uncertain tone, "Are you Lin Fan?" Lin Fan saw that he recognized him and said happily, "Ha ha ha. It's me. I didn't expect that we would meet here." Zhang Song was also very happy to see his high school friend. He said, "I didn't expect this either. When did you arrive in Zhongbei?" Lin Fan asked. "I've always been in Zhongbei," Zhang Song said. "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been in Zhongbei all this time. By the way, our class had a party in Zhongbei not long ago." Lin Fan said. Zhang Song said, "Oh. Is that so?" In fact, he knew about the gathering. However, he had not been happy all these years, so he did not attend. Lin Fan said, "I went to the last gathering because I wanted to see a few friends, but all of you didn't go. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone." At this time, Zhang Song's mobile phone rang urgently. "What's wrong, Hilling?" Zhang Song answered the phone. "Hilling, whose full name was Zhang Hiling, was Zhang Song's sister. Mom fell to the ground, and her head is bleeding. A flustered voice came from the phone. What? I'll be right back, Zhang Song said anxiously. Lin Fan, who was standing at the side, heard the contents of the phone call clearly. He hurriedly said, "My car's just next door. I'll send you back." "Thanks," Zhang Song said. Then, Lin Fan opened the door of the Lamborghini and quickly got in. Zhang Song was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Fan to drive a supercar. "Hurry up and get on," Lin Fan said. Only then did Zhang Song react and quickly get in. If it was not for the phone call just now, Zhang Song would definitely have asked about the supercar out of curiosity. However, at this moment, other than feeling a little surprised, he was more worried. After Lin Fan asked Zhang Song for the exact location, he stepped on the gas. Suddenly, the entire Lamborghini dashed out like a lightning bolt, speeding through the middle of the road. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the factory in Zhongbei City. The factory was an old factory with decades of history. Therefore, it looked a little old on the whole. Zhang Song's home was in the factory's staff compound. Bang! Zhang Song quickly rushed into the house and asked anxiously, "How's Mom?" The woman, whose head was wrapped in gauze, said in a hoarse voice with a trace of blood oozing out, "I'm fine. It's just a small scratch." Then, she said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Hiling, why are you so agitated?" Zhang Hiling's eyes were a little red. Clearly, she was really frightened. At this moment, the woman finally saw Lin Fan behind Zhang Song and said, "This is. I was Zhang Song's high school classmate. We were very good friends." Lin Fan said, "So you're Lil Song's friend. Please take a seat. The house is a little messy. Please don't mind it. I'll go get you some tea." After the woman finished speaking, she limped toward the coffee table. "Mom, I'll get some water," said Zhang Hiling. Obviously, this family was very hospitable. The furniture in Zhang Song's house was relatively old, but it was very neat and tidy. A big clock that was swinging, a steel cup with a red scarf painted on it. Everything seemed very warm and full of life. Lin Fan sipped his tea, feeling extremely relaxed and at ease. Exclamation mark! Rustle. At this moment, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. Then, a burst of fragrance drifted over. Lin Fan did not want to eat. After all, he had just eaten. However, Zhang Song's mother, Chen Li, insisted on cooking. She also said that even if he did not want to eat, he could still sit for a while. Lin Fan could not be stubborn, so he could only stay. Not long after, Chen Li and Zhang Hiling carried plates of food and placed them on the table in the living room. Shredded pork with green pepper, seaweed egg soup, cucumber ham, tomato egg. "Lin Fan, come and sit down," Chen Li said as she limped to the table. "Sure," Lin Fan replied, even though he had already had lunch. However, he could not help but start eating when he smelled the fragrance on the table. Lin Fan could not stop eating until his stomach was round and he could not eat any more. Only then did he put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Aunt, your cooking is really delicious," Lin Fan said sincerely. "Then you'll have to come here often to eat in the future," Chen Li said happily. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Aunt," Lin Fan said. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they chatted for a while. The atmosphere was very warm and harmonious, just like a family. "Aunt, your leg seems to be a big bother," Lin Fan said. "I broke my bone a few years ago, and I've been unable to exert full strength ever since," Chen Li sighed. "If it isn't because of that, Lil Song and Hiling wouldn't be so tired even without their father." At this point, the atmosphere in the house became a little heavy. All the hardships they had gone through all these years came to mind. Lin Fan said, "So, it's your leg. I have a bottle of medicine here. I heard it's very effective. Drink it and try it." Then, Lin Fan spent 10 million yuan on a bottle of medical water. Lin Fan was not lacking in money. Zhang Song was his good friend. When he was in school, he helped him a lot. This meal was also very enjoyable. That was why Lin Fan was willing to help. Chen Li saw that it was a small bottle of medicine. Although she did not think that it would have any effect, her leg had been injured for a few years, after all. Chen Li was still very happy. After all, this was a kind gesture from her son's friend. "Lin Fan, thank you. Is this for external application or internal consumption?" she asked. "Aunt, You can just drink it, Lin Fan said. All right, she said. Chen Li nodded and drank it without any hesitation. Then, they started to chat again. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside. Then, several security guards came in. A middle-aged man with an inch-long beard, Zhou Kaiwei, stood at the very front. He chuckled and said, "Oh, the whole family is here." The moment he opened his mouth, the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Chen Li's expression was a little unsightly. "Supervisor Zhou, we have a guest at our house today. If there's anything you need, please come again next time." However, not only did Zhou Kaiwei not leave, but his eyes flickered as he said, "If it was regarding a private matter, I'd definitely leave. However, I'm here to read out the factory's notice and execute the factory's orders. I have to do it regardless of whether there are guests here or not. After all, this is my job." After a pause, Zhou Kaiwei took out a document and read it out in a serious tone. As the factory is continuing to develop and the number of employees is continuing to increase, there's a shortage of staff accommodation. According to the decision of the factory leaders, Zhang Yongliang's dormitory is to be taken back. All staff living in the dormitory should move out immediately. After he finished reading, Zhou Kaiwei continued, "Chen Li, you said last time that since there's no notice from the factory, you won't be moving. Now that I do have a notice, you should move, right? Find updates on No. Velbent.com. This is the house that the factory gave to our family," Chen Li said angrily. "Our old Zhang died because of work. The tea is cold when the person is gone, but it shouldn't be like this. Supervisor Zhou, don't you think it's too disappointing and unreasonable? The man died for his job, and now, they were going to take away his house." Their hearts were extremely cold. The more Chen Li thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Her turbid tears began to well up. However, Zhou Kaiwei was completely unmoved. He said, "You can't talk about reason like this. When Zhang Yongliang died, did you guys receive any compensation? Logically speaking, you should have moved out at that time. However, it's precisely because I pitied you that I've been allowing you to live here until now. Now, there's not enough housing in the factory. I have no choice but to let you move out. I've already done my best." Chen Li was even more enraged now. She opened her mouth to speak but ended up coughing violently instead. Zhang Hiling quickly supported Chen Li and said, "Mom, are you okay?" Zhang Song shouted, "What do you mean we should move out? Our family has signed a housing contract with the factory before." As he spoke, he took out a yellow document. Zhou Kaiwei's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He knew of such a contract, but Chen Li had not brought it out the past few times he had been here. Therefore, Zhou Kaiwei thought that she lost it. However, when he saw the contents of the contract, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, this is the factory's contract, but look, this is only a 20-year lease contract. It's already been 20 years, and the contract is no longer valid, Zhou Kaiwei said. When the factory built the staff dormitories, they did not have the relevant documents. Therefore, they could only sign a 0 yuan lease contract with each household. However, according to the country's regulations, the longest lease time was 20 years, which was the basis of the contract as well. At this moment, Chen Li had already recovered and shouted, "When we signed the contract, the leader clearly said that the contract would be automatically extended when the time was up." "Chen Li, you're wrong about that," Zhou Kaiwei said earnestly. "We're in a society ruled by law now, so we need evidence for everything. If the contract states that it's an automatic extension, then I'll turn around and leave without a second word. The problem is that there's no such thing on here. I've already explained my reasoning. Chen Li, the factory leaders want you to move out today. Don't make things difficult for me. This is my house. I won't move," Chen Li said firmly. "If you put it that way, then we might have to take some necessary measures," Zhou Kaiwei said in a deep voice. After saying that, the security guards beside him strode forward as if they had turned into a group of demons. "Wait a moment." At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out from outside. The security guards stopped in their tracks when they heard the voice. Then, a man with a greasy face named Li Changdong walked in quickly. "Auntie Chen, Song, Hiling, you're both at home." Li Changdong greeted Chen Li and the others, and his gaze swept across everyone in the room. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. As for Zhang Hiling, he could not help but pause on her for a few more seconds. After a long while, he continued, Uncle Zhou, I just heard about the factory's decision. Is there no room for discussion at all? Changdong, it's not that I'm hard-hearted, said Zhou Kaiwei. It's the factory's rule, I can't do anything about it. There are still many employees in our factory who don't have a house. We can't keep them waiting. His face was filled with helplessness. Are there many employees waiting to be assigned rooms? Li Changdong pondered for a moment and said, I have an idea. Then, Li Changdong looked at Zhang Hiling and said, Hiling is going to graduate from college next year. If she comes to work at our factory, won't she also be an employee? When the time comes, won't we still have to give her family a house? Zhe latest novel chapters on November ELBJNC Ohm. So, there's no need for Hiling and the others to move out now. Zhou Kaiwei was a little hesitant. Yes, Hiling is going to graduate from university, however, I'm afraid that it'll be a little difficult for her to become a formal employee of our factory. In the past, it was very easy to become a formal employee of the factory. With a little training, one could sign a contract. However, with the development of the times, the urban population had increased. It had become troublesome to sign a formal contract. At first, the requirements were to have a high school degree, then it gradually became a junior college diploma, before eventually becoming a university degree. In fact, even university students had to intern, train, take examinations, and compete with each other before they had a chance to become formal employees. Li Changdong's face relaxed. That's fine. My dad is the general manager now. In 2 years, he might be the factory manager. He'll have some slots to sign contracts with formal employees. If General Manager Li agrees, then I'll have no problem with it. Zhou Kaiwei nodded. Li Changdong turned to Zhang Hiling. Hiling, after you graduate next year, come to our factory. What do you think? Zhang Hiling opened her mouth, unable to make a decision. She could be said to have grown up in the factory. However, it was precisely because of this that she did not want to work in the factory. Zhang Hiling did not want to be trapped in a factory for the rest of her life. Moreover, Li Changdong had been pursuing her. If she agreed to his request, what would she do in the future? The problem was that she did not like him at all. However, if she did not agree, then the house would probably be taken from them, and the whole family would be driven out. Her mother was still injured and would not be able to survive. Zhang Hiling was obviously not a fool to be able to get into a university. She bit her red lip and finally opened her mouth to make a decision. At this moment, there was a clear round of applause. What a good show, Lin Fan said. The moment he said that, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Changdong, right. There's nothing wrong with liking a girl, but it's not honorable to use such despicable means to get her, right. Lin Fan said calmly. One must know that Lin Fan not only had professor-level mathematics experience. He could even solve world-class problems like Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture. His logical thinking and observation skills were definitely better than many people's. Lin Fan could easily see through everything in front of him. This was all a show put up by Li Changdong and Zhou Kaiwei. The purpose? It was just so that Li Changdong could get Zhang Hiling. Zhang Hiling's facial features were not bad, and her figure was very well proportioned. In addition, she had a temperament unique to college students. It was no wonder that he was so deliberate. Li Changdong obviously realized that he had been seen through. His expression changed as he shouted, "Brat, what nonsense are you talking about?" "You should know very well what I'm talking about," Lin Fan said. "My SS." Li Changdong shouted. "Who are you?" "My dad is the factory's general manager, Li Dazhong." From Li Changdong's point of view, since Lin Fan had appeared here, he should be a family member of a factory employee. As long as he said his father's name, the other party would definitely have scruples. However, he was overthinking. "So what if your dad is Li Dazhong?" Lin Fan asked. "Even your dad is just a fart." "Brat, you dare to scold my dad," Li Changdong said angrily. After Lin Fan's reminder, Zhang Song and Chen Li also reacted. They first looked at Zhang Hiling's red eyes and then shouted, "Even if it means we have to give up the house, we'll never sell our daughter." "Li Changdong, get out!" Zhang Song shouted. Li Changdong did not admit it at all. Instead, He became angry from embarrassment and said, "I came here to help out of good intentions, and you're actually yelling at me just because this kid made up some nonsense. You even want me to leave. Truly cruel and unscrupulous. Since that's the case, your family can do whatever they want. When the time comes, don't beg me. Uncle Zo, just deal with this according to the factory's rules." After saying that, Li Changdong was ready to leave. "Brother Lin Fan." Outside, there was a sudden burst of surprised shouts. Following that, Sun Luguo and a middle-aged man in a white shirt strode in. After Sun Luguo saw Lin Fan, he called out happily, "I saw your car outside. It really is you, brother Lin Fan." The first time he had seen Lin Fan was when he was racing with Lu Yuhang. At that time, Lin Fan had displayed his superb driving skills and defeated everyone in one fell swoop. However, he rejected the supercar that was worth 28 million yuan. At that time, Sun Luguo remembered Lin Fan and placed him in the same circle as him. After that, he even helped him find the 100-year-old Ganoderma. The second time he saw Lin Fan was at Song Jiaxin's birthday party. Lin Fan displayed his extraordinary chess skills, forcing Lu Yuhang and the Song family's old man to surrender. This caused Sun Luguo to place Lin Fan on the same level as him. The third time he saw Lin Fan was at the temple. Lin Fan had even saved the life of Qin Weiming's grandson. This immediately caused Sun Luguo to feel envious of Lin Fan and have the desire to please him. Today, they had met by chance, so Sun Luguo naturally had to come and greet him. "Oh, so it's you, Sun Luguo." Lin Fan was a little surprised. In contrast to Lin Fan's surprise, Li Changdong, Zhou Kaiwei, and the others' expressions turned serious. They hurriedly said, "Good day, Director." The middle-aged man who followed Sun Luguo in was called Peng Bing, and he was the current director of the factory. Peng Bing nodded to them as a form of greeting. Sun Luguo asked, "Brother Lin Fan, why did you come to the factory? Is there something wrong?" Lin Fan said, "It isn't a big deal. It's just that this Changdong wants to pursue my good friend's sister and worked with Supervisor Zhou to chase my good friend's family out." "What?" Sun Luguo's face darkened, and his cold eyes seemed to have turned into sharp arrows that swept over Li Changdong, Zhou Kaiwei, and the others. In movies and novels, people with money and power often acted tyrannically and did all kinds of evil. However, real young masters were very shameless about such things. Sun Luguo was one of them. Furthermore, the target of this threat was Lin Fan's good friend's family. This made Sun Luguo even angrier. "In the past, I've never heard of such a thing happening in the factory," Sun Luguo said coldly. "Director Peng, if you can't manage the factory well, I think it's better to replace you with someone more capable." As soon as he said this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Peng Bing's forehead. Who was Sun Luguo? He was the young master of the Sun family's pharmaceutical company. His status as a factory director was a high and mighty existence in the eyes of many. However, it meant nothing in front of Sun Luguo. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Sun Luguo wanted to, he might have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Peng Bing panicked and said, During this time, I've been busy with the development of the factory, so I've relaxed the management of my employees. I didn't do my job well in this matter. I'll definitely give young Master Sun and Brother Lin Fan a satisfactory answer." Then, Peng Bing said sternly, "Supervisor Zhou. What's going on?" Supervisor Zhou stammered, but he could not give a proper explanation. "Zhang Song." Lin Fan turned his head. "Since Supervisor Zhou can't speak clearly, why don't you help him out?" Zhang Song took a deep breath and explained the entire matter. After Peng Bing heard this, he was so angry that he trembled and shouted, "Threats! You wanted to kick them out? Good, very good. Is this how you treat a hero who sacrificed his life for the construction of the factory? You bastard." Then, he took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. "Li Dazhong, I'm in the staff dormitory. Come over now." Then, Peng Bing made 2 more calls. "Bring me the document with Li's name on it at the bottom of my desk. Captain Huang, please come to the factory staff dormitory." After a while, a man with a big belly jogged in. He was Li Dazhong. When Li Dazhong saw the situation in front of him, he had a guess in his heart. Zhang Song and the others had found the factory director and wanted him to help uphold justice. However, Li Dazhong was not too afraid. It was because he had already prepared an excuse. He believed that Peng Bing would give him face. Factory Director Peng, I've spent a lot of time these days cleaning up the staff dormitory registration forms. I found a total of 3 idle units and 1 occupied unit. These are the only assets we have in our factory. They should be used in the most reasonable way. I know that this might cause some dissatisfaction, but it's necessary. Li Dazhong opened his mouth and placed himself in a position of duty. He believed that Peng Bing would definitely turn to his side. However, this was only his wishful thinking. Peng Bing said sternly, "Is this the reason you wanted to force and drive away the family members of the employee who sacrificed his life for the factory?" Li Dazhong did not expect Peng Bing to be so harsh, and his heart jumped slightly. "You're making use of your high position. This will damage the reputation of the factory. Li Dazhong, from now on, you're no longer the general manager of the factory," Peng Bing said. Peng Bing still clearly remembered Sun Luguo's cold words. He understood that if he did not satisfy Sun Luguo and Lin Fan, he would definitely be in deep trouble. Since that was the case, the culprit, Li Dazhong, must be severely punished. Li Dazhong shouted, "What? Director Peng, I'm only doing this for the sake of the factory's property. You can't just listen to one side of the story. Furthermore, I've done a lot for the factory over the years. Director Peng, you can't fire me so easily." In Li Dazhong's opinion, even if Peng Bing knew the real reason, he would at most reprimand him with a few words. He never thought that Peng Bing would fire him directly. For a moment, he was caught off guard. However, what Li Dazhong did not expect was just the beginning. At this moment, a woman of medium build walked in her high heels. "Director Peng, these are the documents you wanted." As she spoke, the woman handed over the document folder with both hands. Peng Bing took out the documents inside and read, "In January 2013, the Mixu equipment, which only had a factory worth 1 million yuan, was sold for 200,000 yuan and received a benefit fee of 300,000 yuan. In November 2013, 700,000 yuan worth of inferior products were purchased and 200,000 yuan of service fees were received. In May of 2014, building number 5 of the factory was built, and a benefit fee of 800,000 was collected." After hearing these words, Li Dazhong's whole body was covered in a cold sweat. His clothes were quickly wet, and his whole face was pale. These were all things he had done. Why? How did the director know so much? "Li Dazhong, is this what you've been doing for the factory?" Peng Bing said coldly. "Peng, Factory Director Peng, let me explain." Li Dazhong was extremely flustered. However, he did not give any explanation. After all, these were all things he had really done, and there was no way to explain it. At this moment, a series of police sirens sounded outside. Then, 2 burly investigators walked in quickly. Peng Bing said, "Explain. You can explain it to the police." After he finished speaking, he passed the information to the square-faced officer standing in front of him. "Captain Huang, I'll have to trouble you." Seeing this, Li Dazhong's body finally went soft and fell to the ground. Not only did he lose his job as the general manager, but he might even have to go to jail. It was over, completely over. Then, Peng Bing said carefully, "Young Master Sun, Brother Lin Fan, what do you think of this?" Sun Luguo did not reply but looked at Lin Fan. "Zhang Song, what do you think?" Lin Fan asked. It's all right," Zhang Song nodded. He was still in a state of shock, unable to extricate himself. The factory's general manager was dismissed in front of him and even arrested. Peng Bing understood that whether or not Sun Luguo and Lin Fan were satisfied today depended on Zhang Song's family. Zhang Yongliang sacrificed his life for the factory, but were letting his family live in such a shabby place. "We've done a bad job," he said hurriedly. "I'll give you guys a house in the northern district later." The northern district was large and well arranged, and even the general management staff could not live there. At this time, how could Li Dazhong not know that the reason why he ended up like this today was completely caused by his son forcing Zhang Song's family? Thinking of this, Li Dazhong stepped forward and slapped Li Chengdong's face. He scolded, "It's all your fault, you bastard." After the officers took Li Dazhong away, Zhou Kaiwei and Li Chengdong were fired, and Zhang Song's family's matter was considered to have come to an end. I'm really sorry that such an infuriating thing happened in my hands. Peng Bing apologized again. Then, he looked at his watch and said, it's almost time for a meal. Let me treat everyone to a meal. It's my apology. Please do me the honor. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. Upon hearing this, Peng Bing heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fan agreed to have a meal together, it meant that he was satisfied with the outcome. Feng Lai Hotel, Zhongbei, room 888. The table was filled with gold squab, Australian lobster, abalone with sea cucumber, and so on. When had Zhang Song and the others ever eaten such expensive dishes? At first, they were a little restrained, but after Lin Fan helped them take some food a few times, they slowly let go and stuffed their mouths. Peng Bing, on the other hand, toasted Lin Fan and Sun Luguo from time to time. This meal could be said to be very enjoyable for both the host and the guest. After leaving Feng Lai Hotel, Peng Bing could not help but ask, young Master Sun, this brother Lin Fan. What's his identity? The leaders of Zhongbei City and Zhong Province are all trying to please him. What do you think? Sun Luguo glanced at him and said. Sun Luguo was definitely not joking. One must know that Lin Fan had saved Qin Weiming's grandson. In fact, Qin Weiming even personally went to congratulate Lin Fan's grandfather on his birthday. Peng Bing's heart started beating wildly when he heard this. Even the leaders of Zhongbei and Zhong Province wanted to please him. Brother Lin Fan's identity was definitely heaven-defying. At the factory's dormitory, the big pendulum clock let out a crisp sound that was light and pleasant to the ear. After taking a sip of cold water, Chen Li was about to stand up when Zhang Hiling, who was beside her, quickly said, Mom, I'll help you. In the next moment, Chen Li's expression changed slightly as she said, Wait. Wait, don't help me. Then, she took a few more steps forward. She walked steadily and forcefully without a trace of pain. Her injured leg from a fall a few years ago had recovered. Mom, your leg, have you healed? Zhang Hiling said. Yes, I've recovered. I'm completely fine now, Chen Li said excitedly. Then, she suddenly thought of the medicine that Lin Fan had given her. She quickly said in a serious tone, Lil Song, you have to repay Lin Fan in the future. All right, Zhang Song said. In the next few days, Lin Fan went to class, ate, and slept. His days were very relaxed and peaceful. At the same time, in Physics Laboratory 104 of Zhongbei University. As usual, the large equipment made a rhythmic sound, and many LED lights were flashing. Wang Guohai looked at the equipment from time to time, then at the computer screen, his face full of contemplation. That's great. At this moment, Zhang Wenting rushed in excitedly and shouted. Wang Guohai frowned and was about to say something. Zhang Wenting held up a magazine and shouted, Professor Wang, the paper on the earthquake H particle has been officially published by PNAS. Quick, let me see. Wang Guohai said in surprise. The two PhD students who were doing experiments also stopped. Their faces were filled with joy as they quickly surrounded him. It was no wonder they were so excited. PNAS was a top physics journal, and it was a great honor to publish a paper in it. Wang Guohai looked at the paper in the middle and said happily, Good, that's great. After the two PhD students read the paper, their smiles became even wider. This was because there were a total of 5 people's names in the thesis. The first 2 names listed were Wang Guohai and Zhang Wenting. After that, it was Lin Fan, Tang Ziyu, and Ding Peng. Tang Ziyu and Ding Peng were the names of these 2 PhD students. This would definitely be of great help to their future. Lin Fan had only solved some calculations, but his name appeared third. This was already very rare. At this moment, Wang Guohai's phone rang with a light ringtone. Visit novelbant.c.om for updates. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Deng Kaiwan, the dean of the School of Physics. Professor Wang, Director Feng Zishang of the Institute of Science and Professor Li Jing of Huaqing University have come to our Zhongbei University. If you have time now, please come to Conference Room 1 of the School of Physics with Professor Zhang Wenting, Deng Kaiwan said heartily. All right, we'll be right there, Wang Guohai said. After hanging up the phone, Wang Guohai told Zhang Wenting what Deng Kaiwan had said. At the same time, in Conference Room 1, there were more than a dozen scholars, experts, and professors sitting there. They were having a series of discussions on academic and scientific research. The atmosphere was extremely intense. Creak, creak. At this moment, the door of the meeting room was slowly pushed open. Some experts were so focused on thinking and discussing that they did not even notice the door opening. Meanwhile, Dean Deng Kaiwan, who was sitting directly opposite the main entrance, immediately saw them. Professor Wang Guohai, Professor Zhang Wenting, please sit down, Deng Kaiwan said. The white-haired professor named Li Jing stopped the discussion and said, Professor Wang, Professor Zhang, I just saw your paper on the H particle in PNAS. It's really wonderful. After he finished, he took out a copy of PNAS. Thank you for your praise, Professor Li, Wang Guohai replied. We just made a small discovery. Professor Wang, you're too humble. The discovery of the H particle fluctuation in the earthquake will be of great help to the future research of the earthquake forecast. Li Jing said. Oh, an earthquake prediction device. Is there any hope of researching it? Department Director Feng Zishang, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses, quickly asked. As the director of the institute, he knew very well how important an earthquake prediction device was. Li Jing thought for a moment and said, before a person starts exercising, their neurons will send out signals that direct their limbs. Nature will also send out similar signals before an earthquake, and the H particle is one of them. If we can crack all the signals, there should be hope for us to invent an earthquake detection device. These kinds of signals are usually very complicated, Li Jing said. It's already very rare for Professor Wang and Professor Zhang to be able to calculate the trajectory of the H particle. You must have spent a lot of time, right? Wang Guohai nodded in agreement. They had indeed spent a lot of time calculating the trajectory, but they had not succeeded at all. Actually, I didn't calculate this trajectory, he said helplessly. Oh, then who calculated it? Li Jing said in surprise. Professor Li, just take a look at the third name and you should know, Wang Guohai said. Li Jing really had not seen the third name. This was because the people whose names were positioned behind were usually just given a chance by the main researcher to show themselves. They did not participate much in the overall thesis. Lin Fan. Li Jing opened the PNAS journal and looked at the name again. Could this be the person who solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime number conjecture? That's right. It's him. Wang Guohai nodded.
Hope you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to like and subscribe and see you in the next chapter.